Greetings, my friends. I am Dictor Van Doomcock, the future ruler of Earth, and this is Pop Culture Breakdown Live. That's right. Talk about a breakdown. We're going to have a breakdown tonight because we are gathered here, my friends, to praise Star Trek and to bury it. And we're going to go ahead. I've got my bottle of Tullamore Dew here, Irish whiskey triple distilled, my favorite Irish whiskey of those that I have tasted. And I am ready to make a statement about Star Trek Discovery, Star Trek proper, and basically say farewell to our lifelong friend here, because the news is bad, folks. The news is very bad. It appears if this is in fact true and not more of Kurtzman shenanigans, it looks like Kurtzman has been given another 5-year extension on sodomizing the corpse of Star Trek. And you'd think he'd get bored humping on the same dead piece of meat for the last 5 years, but what are you going to do? You know, some guys just like to hump away on corpses. So he's got a license to go ahead and keep porking the corpse. And I'm gonna have a little statement about that here, maybe in about 10 minutes. But before we go into that, I want to introduce. We've got a hell of a panel tonight. We have got Mexican Iron Man. Hail, Mexican Iron Man! How are you, my friend? Oh, I guess he's gone off to get his scotch. Let's move on to Kelvington. I know he didn't want to be caught off guard. You know, he wanted to get his liquor. I thought he'd be back by now, but I don't blame him. Listen, man, get yourself some Irish whiskey or scotch or I don't know, cooking sherry, whatever you got handy, because we are here to have an Irish wake, and we are also here with the Kelvington. Hello, Kelvington. Oh, Mexican Iron Man, there you are.
Sorry, boss. My microphone. I was reaching for my scotch and my microphone pulled out, but I am ready. I got chimichanga launchers ready to go. Let's do this.
We are going to do this. This is an Irish wake, but we are all honorary Irishmen, whether or not we are or not. By God, we are tonight. And Kelvington. Hello, Kelvington. How are you doing?
Hail, Doomcock. I'm doing well. All of you have elves on the shelf. Well, I have a Grogu in my grotto.
Grogu in my grotto. Sounds good. Thank you, Kelvington. And we've got Douglas Nelson here. Hail, Douglas. How are you, my friend?
Not great, Doomcock. For a number of reasons, but for this as well. So, yeah, it's just not been a great day. And then I wake up to this. So, yeah.
Oh, it's so...
You wake up to awake.
Yeah. It's a wake up to awake. It is, but you know what? This is a damn Irish wake. And what does that mean? Why do I say it's an Irish wake? Well, instead of like a regular wake where everybody's sitting there, we'll miss him. No, we're drinking and we're shouting and we're howling and we're gonna, by God, send off Star Trek right. It drowned in a bottle of Irish whiskey, sorrow, rants, raves, laughter, tears, the whole 9 fucking yards, and we're gonna do it right. So hail Douglas Nelson and Tom Connors Jr. We had to have Tom on here. Tom graciously volunteered. He wrote me a message saying, "Hey, do you need me tonight?" And it's like, are you kidding? With the news about Kurtzman, hell yes. It's only appropriate that we danced with the one that brung us Midnight's Edge. They were covering this even before I had a channel. And Tom, it's great to have you here, my friend.
It's great to be here, but it's too bad it's dead, Jim.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's dead and it's sodomized and it's in a bathtub full of ice, missing its kidneys and other vital organs that have been sold on the Chinese market. What are you gonna do?
It's just like Spock, in the director's cut of the motion picture, shedding one tear for V'ger.
Yes,
Yeah.
Shedding one tear for V'ger. And we have got Nick of Echo Base Network. Hello, Nick. How are you, my friend?
doing about as good as I can with this news that we got. Is Vader would say today will be a day long remembered. It has seen the death of CBS and will soon see the end of Star Trek completely. This is horrible news. I don't even know what CBS is thinking here, or where the money's coming from, for that matter. But
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna talk about that. From what my understanding is that, we'll get into it a little bit later. But it doesn't really matter why our beloved comrade and family friend and so on is dead. Just the fact that it is there. I don't know. Somebody needs to get some headphones on or something. I'm hearing a little bit of an echo. And we want to avoid that, or turn down your speakers, or put on headphones, or something, because we want to kill that echo if we can.
Yeah, check if your echo cancellation's on too. That might help.
I don't have.
Is it gone now? Was it me?
Which one is it?
It seems like it's gone now.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think
it seems like it's gone now, which is good. This is look. I tell you what, let's just go around the table here. I've got like a little bit of a statement prepared that I'm going to make in a few minutes, but let's start off at the top of the batting order. We'll just go straight down the line. Mexican Iron Man, how did you feel? How does this news make you feel? What are you thinking? What are you feeling? What's going on with you?
I just got over, I'm going to say just last night, maybe this morning, definitely probably last night, sometime early this morning, I just got over being pissed off about the He-Man shit. Okay? It took me off. You can ask Tom, because Lord Doomcock, I love you to pieces, and I came on the show but I went way more off on Midnight's Edge than right, Tom? Tom? Yeah. I went way more off on Midnight's Edge than I did on your channel, my lord, because I'd already gotten half my steam out.
Oh, yeah.
But I continue to be pissed off all week, so much so that Paulie basically was teasing me all week, saying that I needed a He-Man, Tila, She-Ra, whatever, She-Man support network. All week long, he's teasing me. And you know what? He finally got me to giggle and laugh a little bit about it. But I just got over it. And then I'm looking at my phone. Blink, blink, because I'm an IMDb Pro member, right? I'm listed as an exec producer in IMDb Pro's website, the database, right? I mean, I pay for this shit, right? And I look and go, blink, blink. And I'm like, oh, so the news is coming, and it says IMDb Pro. I click on the button. Little did I know that I was about to blow up my own Starship Enterprise as I click on this information. And normally I keep, I kind of go, I try to keep Sundays to myself. It's it's the Lord's Day. Make me a channel of your peace where there is peace. Then Kurtzman will go and fuck it up. So I hit the button. I open that up. I'm reading this, and I'm like, oh, this is one of those parody accounts. As I scroll up. I check the website. I don't believe it. I run upstairs. I log into the studio computer. I log into IMDb Pro. I check newsfeed. The horror overcomes me. What did I do wrong? Have I not been a good Star Trek fan, my overlord? Haven't I been good? I watched all the shows. I watched the episodes. What have I done wrong? Why is this happening to us? Why is this happening? And Kurtzman, I made a mistake. When I left California to come to South Carolina, buddy, I had a plan with Doomcock. Doomcock, you can back me up on this. We were planning this 6 months ago. And I had a plan that I was going to come to your office, which I found through my IMDb Pro account. Buddy, you're on notice right now. This is going to happen. I'm going back to California in September or October, before or after the Retropalooza Festival. And why? And I'm going to come visit. And you know what I'm going to do, Doomcock? I'm calling in now. I'm going to the costume Halloween store. I'm going to pick up a bunch of shit, and I'm going to go straight to fucked up Kurtzman Studios, and I'm going to set up a makeshift cemetery for Star Trek in front of Secret Hideout, because I found out where his office is. because I have an account. Okay, so
you're gonna set up you're gonna set up a makeshift graveyard for Star Trek.
I'm absolutely gonna do this, and I'm gonna do it for you, my overlord, and I'm gonna take pictures and video, and if they'll let me, I'm gonna take my Starbucks outfit. I'm gonna try to deliver coffee to these people and ask with my iPhone, how come they've destroyed Star Trek? Because now that I thought my clock had ran up because I thought his clock had ran out. I had to leave California. I couldn't do it in time before I left. My right leg wasn't even healed. Well, now I'm walking, Kurtzman. I'm walking. And and you know what? These Mexican tortilla stormtrooper boots are made for walking. I'm coming to your office. I'm going to set up a cemetery. I'm going to take pictures. And me and Doomcock are going to make a video like we did on Disney 2 years ago. I am absolutely livid. I'm brokenhearted. I'm pissed off. And I don't know what to do anymore because it is dead. The light at the end of the tunnel, ladies and gentlemen, is not a light at the end of the Kurtzman tunnel. It is a locomotive train headed right to run me over. And this day, Star Trek is now, I realize, dead for me, not to me.
It is, man. It is. And for those of you who don't know, I saw somebody in the chat asking, like, well, what news for those of us that don't know? Well, let me tell you. So as Deadline put it, Alex Kurtzman, the top producer, I always thought he was more of a bottom producer, but never mind. The top producer on CBS Studios roster and architect, if you want to call it that, of the studio's Star Trek in name only universe, has closed a massive new 9-figure overall deal there for his secret hideout banner. No financial terms are being disclosed, but I hear the pact is in the $150 million range, putting Kurtzman in the very top tier of television writer producers. Kurtzman will remain at the helm of the growing Star Trek franchise for the next 6 years, growing like fucking mold, growing like some goddamn fungus on a corpse, maybe. I don't know about that, but holy shit, this is what's going on. So basically, Kurtzman has a new deal to keep fucking up Star Trek, keep destroying it, keep vandalizing the culture. That is why, look, 5 more years of Kurtzman, forget it. I mean, you know, I've got a statement coming up, but for those of you who did not know what was going on, we're going to go ahead and get into it. But I just wanted to give you a little bit of background there because holy shit, this is like, you know, the worst possible news, not just for Star Trek, but for civilization. But I'll get into that in just a minute. Let's go ahead and go now. Mexican Iron Man. So if they see a guy in a something that looks like a very bad ice skating outfit, which is basically a Star Trek Discovery uniform, marching across the street with a Starbucks cup and a bunch of cardboard tombstones under his arm, they should know that some street protest has come.
This is happening. I know because I have IMDb Pro, I was able to look out and connect with someone who is an executive assistant of someone that I went to school with. I know where his personal office is, and I'm doing this. This is happening. If he's going to kill my franchise, then I'm going to show the mark of death in front of his office and let him know, and I'm going to Twitter the hell out of this mofo.
All right. Mexican Iron Man, he speaks. Da, 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 da. I love it. I love it. Kelvington, what say you of this this debacle, this disgrace?
I'm going to restrain myself because after Mexican Iron Man, I don't think I can top that. But I can tell you, I got up early this morning to watch some cricket, and I'm enjoying it. And I'm checking the headlines just in case there's some story or something that maybe you need to know about for tonight. And then I see this story, which you read from Deadline, and it's like this. I really thought I was imagining it, like, oh, fuck, I'm still asleep. I'm having a lucid dream. Like, this can't be. Because, I understand how bookkeeping is done, as does Mexican Iron Man. Like, they're bleeding fucking money, and they go, well, the first thing to do is double down. Let's double down on this asshole. And, there hasn't been an episode of any of it in the last, 3 or 4 years that was worth watching. Not one. At least I can say, with some franchises, even Doctor Who, occasionally, they kind of did something that was marginally okay, but not true with the Star Trek stuff. So I couldn't believe it. And I know I sent you the story, and I'm sure I was number 510 of 1,000 people who sent you that story.
But I appreciated every single one, man. Every single one.
And it was unbelievable. And I really thought something is wrong here. Like, this is a joke. And I maybe it's April 1st and I've just woken up a year late or something. And it's not. It's like, my God, we love this guy. We can't wait to suck his dick. Hey, this will be great. A 9-figure sound, like 9-figure. And I really, truly thought when they pulled J.J. Abrams over to Warner Brothers for 250 mil or 500 mil or whatever it was just all of Hollywood putting a pot together for him never to produce another movie. And I'm hoping maybe the same is true here. Like, we're just going to pay him a lot of money. We don't want any of his output. But there's nothing out there. Like, the only thing I'm even remotely excited about with Star Trek in the next couple years is the tricorder coming out. It's like the only thing I have left to look forward to is that, like, a little toy essentially coming out. And that's it. This is unbelievable news. I mean, I'm very old, so I can kind of remember when Oswald got shot. I remember when Elvis died. And now I will forever remember the date that Star Trek died. And it just boggles my fucking mind.
It really does. It's a damn disgrace, dude. And I'm really glad that you're here to help us deal with it tonight. Douglas Nelson. Hail, Mr. Nelson himself. Douglas, what are you thinking about all this?
Just, the baffling reaction to it. And of course, the immediate question and the only thing left to ponder is how. I mean, they couldn't come up with the scratch for their movies, so they lost, Pine and Hemsworth back then, and apparently that's back on. We'll see, but I'm guessing there's some sugar daddy somewhere who could put up the funds, and the only other explanation is Kurtzman has some photos and videos of everybody involved from a notorious island, and something along those lines. Or I guess being a part of the Bad Robot Club has a long reach and power. And there is no clear logical explanation here for how I know a lot of people lately are failing upward. And I guess one of the comparisons could be Kathleen Kennedy, but Kennedy has this long back, log of stuff from her past that probably she doesn't deserve the reputation for, but nevertheless, she has it and the connection's there. But this little pipsqueak, it just I don't get it. And he's cost them God knows how much, just destroying this thing. And so, well, it's a corpse now. So yeah, go ahead and sodomize it. Because of course you don't know the numbers of subscribers and everything, but we know that the streaming service collapsed and has now been rebranded as PP. Paramount Plus, I'm sorry, and all of that. But one of the telltale signs has always been with stuff like Star Trek is the merchandise. And where is it? And so it shows you it's dead. It's been dead a while. It could have been revived, but now you've got another 5 years, and because the best possible outcome is like Calvin Dim was suggesting, well, maybe this is a bit of a payoff to him. It's a considerable amount to just be happy and go ruin the Stephen King story or whatever else he's doing. And they'll bring somebody else in to man the ships and try to repair this. It's the only hope you've got. But everything needed to be swept out to start over. But it's not happening.
It is not happening. It is not happening. And I don't know, man. It's just insane. It's insane. It's like, this news is practically Lovecraftian, isn't it? Like gibbering madness, insanity, chaos. It makes no sense whatsoever. It makes no fucking sense whatsoever. That Star Trek Discovery puke hard fail. How many times can you fail? How many fucking times can you fail? You look at the fucking ratings on CBS for 2020 and Star Trek Discovery is rock fucking bottom. Rock fucking bottom. They are not making money off this thing. They're bleeding money. And they don't have any goddamn money. And Paramount Plus is a complete joke and a fucking failure. How are they doing this? Tom, what are your thoughts on this before I go launch into my fucking rant?
Honestly, I think I should probably let Nick go first because, like, I'll probably wait until just before you, and then you have your announcement. So, like, Nick, let Nick go real quick first because
so
I have a
so
lot to say. So, yeah.
so when I saw this news today, I was immediately, my very first thought is something that Douglas Nelson said is Kurtzman must have video or pictures on CBS execs. Like there's no way that they could extend this guy's contract for another 5 years when everything he is doing related to Star Trek is completely in the toilet. I literally was at Walmart earlier today, and I go probably once or twice a week to go get groceries or whatnot. But every time I go, I always go over to the electronics section and over to the toy section to see what they got over there, just to get a sense or feel of what's coming in, what's selling, what's still there.
Yeah.
They have had the same Star Trek Discovery figures there for months on the shelf.
They actually have them there? I've never seen them.
Yeah. They're still
Do you mean
there.
the Funko Pops?
No. I'm talking about the actual figures that there's a Michael Burnham one.
Oh, wow.
Sayu or whatever.
I've never seen that.
Yeah.
They're certainly not common because I've never fucking seen one.
Well,
so how thick were the cobwebs?
Pretty thick. But the thing is, when I first saw them pop up over there, there was a Khan figure that came out, and one other original Star Trek.
Are these
line.
the Migos?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. There's a few little Yeah, that's right, but they're very rare.
Yep. So, but all those ones are gone. The Star Trek Discovery ones, all of them are still there. They're still there. I was there today, and they're still there, and they've been there for months. Nobody is buying this crap. Netflix won't even put your show. The creators of Cuties won't even put Star Trek on their own platform. That's how bad this has gotten. So what these execs over at CBS are thinking is beyond me. I'm shocked and stunned, and like Douglas Nelson was saying, he must have dirt on somebody because there's no way that he should be getting this extension at all. Star Trek's officially dead. I've been done with it as long as it's been over there at CBS, and I saw the very first episode of Discovery. So I don't know what they're going to do from here on out, but it's not going in the right direction. That's for sure.
It is not going in the right direction at fucking all. Okay, I think I've. Tom, did you want to go next, or should I make my?
Do you want to make your statement first?
It's up to you.
I mean, basically, was I surprised by this news? Not really. I had a gut feeling something like this could happen, because usually they do shit that only makes sense to them. And
kind of like Eldritch Madness. I'm sure that the Mountains of Madness seem perfectly normal to the old ones, to Cthulhu, to Yog-Sothoth. I mean, it's like, well, shit, that's just my living room, even though, the sight of it will cause madness in human beings. But go ahead.
I mean, the only thing that kind of surprised me about it was it's coming this soon, right after the hullabaloo with Clarice.
A complete fail, Tom.
I mean, not just the failure side of it, but the fact that they got into it like publicly. Because, we've heard of rumors about them getting into it with Kurtzman about Star Trek, but we've never actually seen it go public. The Clarice thing actually went public. Mm-hmm. Now, what this tells me is that Akiva Goldsman is probably way too busy to really oversee much more than he already has. So he didn't really win in this argument, it sounds like to me. And that's probably where we started hearing those rumors about 2-3 months ago back that Strange New World was going to be more of the same. Mm-hmm. That's kind of where I got this feeling like, okay, Kurtzman reasserted himself. Where they got the money, probably Playmates. That would be my guess. Is the Playmates deal is bankrolling this thing?
I heard it was Playmates and inexplicably, I don't understand this, but iHeartRadio too, something like that.
There's something to do with maybe some audio version of something or other.
But basically, Tom, isn't it true that basically Kurtzman and Secret Hideout and Abrams, all those nasty little fucks, got like basically the Star Trek license. They have the Star Trek license for their particular shit Trek brand, and as long as they could somehow find someone stupid enough to put up money, that they could go ahead and spend the money. Is that more or less what we've got here?
I think that I don't know about the whole iHeartRadio thing. I'd have to look into that more because I definitely can see
that's just something I heard. I don't know.
Yeah. No, there could be something there. Don't get me wrong.
I can't imagine why. I mean, what are they going to do? Broadcast and now the radio adventures of Mikey Spock, starring Plank of Wood as Mikey Spock.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not so sure where the last 2 seasons of Discovery fall as far as Netflix's purview, but we'll see here. The Nickelodeon show probably brought in a little bit of money with certain things because that's where Playmates is kicking in right away. That's what they're starting off with. But then I heard that's going to the Paramount Plus first instead of Nickelodeon now. So who knows? But I'm willing to bet that's where the money came from. I was just saddened by this shit more so than anything than I was surprised. And to me, it just shows more of what I was afraid of. And this is kind of what I was trying to tell you before, Doomcock, is that Paramount is fucked. Like, they are so fucked. They have no idea what the hell they're doing. They are, ever since Redstone went and remerged everything, it's almost like it's in more chaos than it was before. Emma Watts clearly didn't stand by what she was saying, because why the fuck would you give Kurtzman $160 million 5-year deal when this is the guy who's been costing you nothing? It clearly has everything to do with politics. Again, it's almost like, I hate to say this, but the only way this makes sense is they are trying to just drive off all the old quote unquote racist white men in their opinion, because they're not only going to drive off us and anybody who is actually racist because they didn't be into Star Trek in the first place.
Right.
Racist. They're going to drive off which they have already, drive off the real fans. And we know how it's going to end. They're trying to pretend, though. And this is what I try to tell people, is these people in this bubble are so fucking stuck on this idea that if they get rid of all the white men, that everybody else will no longer be afraid to be fans anymore. That the only reason the LGBTQ community, this person, that person, whatever insert you want to claim here, that they say isn't an actual Star Trek fan, which is bullshit, because as we all know, Star Trek is probably one of the most diverse fan bases of all. They'll believe that all these people will come running to be a Star Trek fan. That's what they think. And I know it sounds fucking insane, but that's what I say. They think shit that only makes sense to them. It's the same thing going on at Star Trek or Star Wars and everywhere else. That's their mentality, that if they scare off that's why they say shit like, well, we don't want fans like you. They fucking say that shit all the time for a reason. They're not kidding. They are intentionally driving us off at this point.
Well, what about the racist, non-racist, maybe I am racist Mexican fan?
It doesn't matter. You don't exist, Mike. You don't, in their eyes, you're not part of the narrative. You're the ones who are, as far as they're concerned, you're going to feel safer when guys like me are gone.
What?
That's the way they see it.
What?
Oh my God.
But then again, you know how close we are to that point where, basically, not to get into that debate, but anymore Mexicans are almost treated like white people anyway. You know that, Mike. So
it's just ridiculous that anybody who loved the original Star Trek is not a fucking ist or a phobe or anything else. We were fighting for the things that they purportedly are fighting for before they were even fucking born. A lot of these pieces of shit. A bunch of fucking liars.
Yeah. I know, they don't get it. They don't understand, and that's what we know. We know they don't understand this. And they want to get away from everything that Star Trek was, because that was boring to them. You got to remember, a lot of these people in the boardrooms are fucking Zoomers, right? Like, they don't give a shit. They never watched Star Trek, and they fucking hate us. They hate us with it. You know how Ethan Van Sciver says that all the people in comic books fucking hate us? It's the same thing in Hollywood. It's the same thing everywhere. They fucking hate us. And I mean that like wholeheartedly. They fucking hate us. They think that we're a pest, a problem. They'll do everything they can to get rid of us. And then they think this magical fucking fan base is going to spring up out of nowhere. That's how fucking idiotic they are.
How exactly are we preventing their success?
We're gatekeepers. We're not.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, absolutely. I will absolutely gladly keep the gate.
Well, yeah, but that's what they think. And
well, good.
You know, that they want to get rid of us.
I hope it rots their ass.
Yeah, we don't blindly just go along with whatever it is they're shoveling out from there.
No, fuck no.
They've had several years now for the template that Tom is describing here, what they think that there's this new audience to go and get. And it has yet to manifest. I mean, they're literally going to burn everything down because sooner or later you've got to make money. And this is another deck chair shuffled around. So I guess hand it to Kurtzman. He must have figured out how to finagle a deal that kept him on the good side here, if it's the Playmates deal or what have you. And I guess that's the means by which he saved his position.
I'm thinking so. That's the only thing that makes sense to me.
I mean, this guy has pictures of what, executives doing cocaine? I mean, what has he got, this guy?
It's got to be worse than that.
Yeah, way worse.
Okay. You know what? I think it's time.
Yeah,
I think it's time for me to go ahead and speak a little bit of my piece about this. So if everyone will please mute yourselves temporarily, I will go ahead and, as Howard Beale said on Network, I'm going to go ahead and make my witness. So, okay, here we go. Friends, fanboys, countrymen, I come not to praise Star Trek, but to bury it. Star Trek is officially dead, folks, and it's time to rant and drink and howl together as we say goodbye to an old friend. True, Star Trek has been dead for quite a while. There were hopes that at least they could pull Kurtzman off of the corpse and stop him from sodomizing it, wearing his soiled jester hat, drooling and sweating and grinding on top of Star Trek's lifeless body like an organ grinder's monkey with a very tiny organ. But those hopes are gone now. No, there will be no last-minute salvation, no final breakthrough of sanity, no reprieve from Captain Kirk saving the day in the final reel. Kurtzman will hump away on the body, convinced his farts smell like cherry blossoms and wondering why no one watches his special brand of buggery anymore. Like a particularly dim child who is filled with wonder that he can magically make brown smelly things appear in the toilet like magic and keeps insisting his parents come and admire his handiwork over and over again. Kurtzman wants to keep plopping his special little brown packets of suck over and over again into the toilet, once known as ViacomCBS, so proud of what he made, despite the indisputable fact that poop is poop and poop is repulsive, and that's why the audience is diminished to the point where the only ones watching anymore are those who are fecally inclined, who enjoy these nasty little packets of pretentious poop as much as Kurtzman does. You'd think the demonstrable idiocy of Star Trek Discovery and Puke Hard would have been enough to put an end to this disgraceful farce years ago. The sonar in space, Mikey Spock pointing a phaser at herself because she doesn't even know which end of the phaser is which. The AI that for some ironic reason needs to read up on how to be the AI it already is, since it desires to be an AI, and desire is a manifestation of sentience, a manifestation sadly lacking in the Star Trek Discovery writer's room. These episodes are stupid, to be frank, and everyone who isn't stupid themselves knows it. But there will always be a subset of substandard suckers who share an affinity for scatological scams and fecal fumbles. It's a small subset, thankfully, And I guess the minuscule percentage of the population that doesn't know shit from Shinola is enough to satisfy ViacomCBS. I don't know how. You can't really keep the lights on with the shit from Shinola crowd, but apparently that's the way they're going. Never mind that once Star Trek was the crown jewel of Paramount, the money printing machine, the never-ending cornucopia of merchandising manna from heaven. All that's gone now. Star Trek is a desert, stripped not only of crops and vegetation, but now devoid of those who traversed it for 40 years, who finally had enough and said, screw it, I'm out. There's nothing to see in Kurtzman's desert, except stop-motion footage of animals being devoured by maggots, or the dramatic equivalent, any scene with Mikey Spock where she has lines and is lit in such a way as to be visible to the human eye. That Star Trek Discovery is a failure is nigh unto indisputable. After all, for a long time, Kurtzman was able to hide behind the paywall of CBS All Access, maintaining, hey, the only reason this show isn't going through the roof is because it's behind a paywall. Put it on prime time and it will soar. And so ViacomCBS did put it on prime time, and it sank like a stone. Sank like most other things that Kurtzman has done. Sank like something plopped into the toilet. STD was the biggest flop CBS had in 2020 when you take into account the ratings, the demographics, the lack of merchandise in stores, the lack of views whenever anyone posts something on YouTube, like a Star Trek Celebration format with the original cast of Star Trek The Next Generation, or a Kurtzman Trek Star Trek Comic-Con panel, or Will Wheaton's laughable After Trek cheerleader shows that everyone ignores to the extent that an episode of Will Wheaton's After Trek gets less views in total than one of my videos gets in an hour. How many ways can you say Star Trek Discovery is a failure? How many metrics do you need to confirm that Kurtzman's Star Trek is an obscene joke, a grievous insult to the memory of Gene Roddenberry, and that in its stupidity, its ugliness, its darkness, it is completely antithetical to the letter, the intent, and the spirit of Roddenberry's Star Trek? It is my understanding, although at this point I can only cite this as a rumor, that ViacomCBS has tried to pull Star Trek away from Kurtzman. I heard there was an arbitration recently, and if this announcement that Kurtzman's contract has been renewed for another 5 years is true, then it would seem even the mighty ViacomCBS has lost their battle to save the soul of Star Trek, if not its life. It seems that Les Moonves had his revenge on Sherry Redstone, leaving a poison pill behind him in the form of an inescapable contract that persists long after the victim is dead. And Star Trek is so dead, people. As dead as Doctor Who, whose remains are still smoldering in the wake of Chibnall and Whittaker's announced departures. Funny how these people blow in like a swarm of locusts, descend on a franchise, strip it bare, and salt the earth so that nothing will ever grow in that terrain again. And then they move on, frequently to better gigs, more destructive gigs. Too late to save anything, too late to build anything. Cultural vandals like Kurtzman and Abrams and Chinballs and Kennedy, they don't build anything. They take vital, loved things and brutalize them. Take smart things and make them stupid. Take beautiful things and make them ugly. Take happy things and make them miserable. The renewal of Kurtzman's contract isn't merely a defeat for Star Trek. It's a defeat for humanity, a defeat for quality writing, a defeat for human sentience itself. A triumph of the absurd, a triumph of the abysmally untalented, a triumph for those who wish to enshrine that which is unworthy of being called mediocre. My friends, nearly 4 years ago now, I founded this YouTube channel solely to complain about Star Trek Discovery, out of despair, desperation, and disbelief that something so vile, insipid, hideous, and uninspired should inherit the sacred mantle of Star Trek. That such a piece of utter garbage should be dignified with the label Star Trek filled me with rage. And so I took to the airwaves, like Captain Kirk, to seek out intelligent life and try to find a way to mitigate my own disgust at the state of the world. Well, the good news is I found that intelligent life. It is gathered here, rallied to my banner, hoisted proud and high on the mountain of fandom. And that intelligent life is you, my comrades. Those of you gathered here tonight to help me give Star Trek a rousing send-off, an Irish wake. Those of you who care about quality, who remember what Star Trek was, who despise the death of Star Trek at the hands of Alex Kurtzman, keep the fire burning in your hearts, who close your wallets henceforth to anything and everything ViacomCBS does moving forward, who resolve here and now to never forget and never forgive what these cultural vandals have done to Star Trek, to the memory of Gene Roddenberry, and to all of us who love Star Trek. You are my comrades, my brothers and sisters in arms, and dearly beloved. We are gathered here today to say farewell to Star Trek. There is no coming back now. 5 more years of an infinite number of monkeys flinging an infinite amount of poop at an infinite number of walls and calling those splatter scripts, hoping after enough time the fans will mutate into corporophages as loathsome as the ones who shit out Star Trek Discovery in the first place. 5 more years of ignorance and incompetence and revulsion. Star Trek will never recover from this. And so we are gathered here today to give a rousing send-off to Star Trek, to raise our glasses and toast absent friends, to laugh and share our memories of the good times, and perhaps shed a tear for the ignominious end of the dream. An Irish wake it shall be. I'm glad you're all here to join me. But even as we toast to Star Trek's demise, I make you this promise, my friends. I will never forgive what has been done to Star Trek. And I'm going to stand over the body in every single disgraceful fucking episode of what's to come. I will be there to utterly destroy. These fucking little cultural vandals are maggots burrowing deep into the body of our still living culture. And so I will be there with a disinfectant. I will be there calling out their fucking disgrace. I will be there at the gates of fandom, wielding my rhetorical sword in defense of our culture. Star Trek may be dead, but by God, we are still alive. Our culture is still alive. And so long as we live, I will hold these fucking piece of shit vandals accountable for the destruction they have wrought. And we will win this battle for the soul of pop culture. We will always remember Star Trek. And as long as I draw breath, Star Trek will live on in our Blu-ray players, in our thoughts, and in our hearts. And on that note, let the wake begin. Gentlemen, drink 'em if you got 'em. What do y'all say?
Amen.
Well done. Well done.
Amen.
Well
I am just so disgusted.
My first thought after I hit the floor, I hit the couch when I was reading my iPad. My second one was for you, and I immediately sent you a tweet, and I'm sure everybody else and their mother did at the same time. But I was just like, how could the freaking channel I came to you 2 years ago, and our purpose is clear in the core of our mission. And I know why you started this freaking channel. I know how much this means to you, and you are my brother. And as much as I was pissed and upset, my first reaction was like, oh my God, what about my Doomcock?
Doomcock is fucking pissed.
I'm like,
Doomcock is pissed and drinking.
I think you're well beyond fucking pissed. I think the light from fucking pissed will take 2 billion years to reach you.
I think you're probably right, man. This is this is just such a disgrace.
This probably isn't the right time, but I'm going to say it since we're at the wake. Tom kind of told us so. At least I know on Midnight's Edge, I heard him say this once or twice. Didn't you, Tom? Kind of, sort of, a while back.
Yeah, I mean,
unless my memory deceives me, I could have sworn.
No, Doomcock is we've had this conversation a few times where I kept telling him, don't get your hopes up too soon,
Oh, yeah, no. Look, Star Trek's been dead for a long time. It doesn't really, Kurtzman could leave tomorrow and it's still going to be just as dead as a fucking doornail. You know what I mean? But it at least it would be nice to not have this Lovecraftian madness swirling around us. That it just hurts to see someone who has utterly and completely failed to do anything. There's God damn it, there's not been even one good scene in Star Trek Discovery. I swear to God, somebody tell me if I'm wrong. Somebody tell me a good scene that was in Star Trek Discovery. I haven't even heard one great line.
There was that episode that Mikey Burnham was hardly in that was okay. That's about all I remember.
It wasn't okay. It wasn't good. It wasn't watchable. Shit, I can't even remember. I mean, all it was at least Mikey Spock wasn't there. You know? I mean, so what, dude? So what? It's like, you know what it's like? It's like you're sitting in a pit of shit up to your fucking neck, and there are scorpions hopping from turd to turd, going to your head, stinging you in the head, and then hopping away on the turds, merrily humming. And then, you've also broken your legs falling down into the pit. And unfortunately, you landed on a big stalactite that's gone right up your ass. Yep. And it's like, well, at least nobody's puking on me today. Well, okay, they took away the puke. Okay, well, I guess that's a good day, but is it a really good day? I mean, let's be objective, okay? You're still in a pit of shit with a stalactite up your ass, broken legs of scorpions playing hopscotch on your fucking head. Is this the best we can hope for?
Yeah, but the ship flew really fast.
That's the best I could come up with. You asked.
The fucking like scorpions have a mushroom drive where they can just like materialize on top of your head, sting you, and then pop away, going hee 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 hee. I mean, I think one of the things that really burns even more than just the failure of it all and the idiocy of Kurtzman and stuff is that when the Star Trek Discovery started out, you could see the amount of money that was spent on it, and you can only just fantasize about what could have been with that type of budget. It would have been the most beautiful looking Star Trek ever, and possibly with actual sci-fi writers and whatnot, and everybody who really cared about it, and a sci-fi concept, which it didn't really have any. and so you see things like that. So to some degree, there's little elements here. He says, if they had done this, and I could go on, it might have had a chance here and there. But from the beginning, it was dead on arrival for so many things, whether from Moonves and the rest. And, I want it to look like this and not that. And and that's one of the things that keeps coming back to it about it. It did not need to be this way, but they showed up with absolutely nothing. They shielded it with identity politics and the like, which is the standard. And that was it. And that's what's so, even with all the guessing and explanations for why he gets renewed, it's incredible, that we're at where we are. I mean, because I know you said, it is dead for all intents and purposes. It could have been revived, but another thing that really stings is I'm 51 years old. So that's another 5 years of this crap. And the hopes that some other team could come in and have a go at it and all that. By the time there could be a revived Star Trek, I'll be deep in senility or dead. So it's it's one of those things like, damn it. And that goes for all of the franchises. Really, that's what really, it's like, damn it, you were right there. You were right there, and you missed it. And then you scream at me for not saying thank you. Yeah, thank you, sir. May I have another?
Exactly.
Oh my God.
I remember I think it was the Star Trek 50th in Vegas. They had the makeup guy for this, and it was before Star Trek had, STD had appeared, and they had the Klingon costumes and stuff. And he was going on about how they 3D printed them. And I was looking at the detail, and I was like, there's not even a 4K camera that is going to pick up this level of detail. And the one question I asked him that I kind of got booed was, you spent all this money on these things, these costumes and 3D printing. How much did you spend on the writers? And at the time, because nobody had seen it, the people in the audience were booing me. But it was a legitimate question. Like, you spent more on this fucking Klingon costume than you ever spent on one of these scripts, and more time printing it than any story editor ever had working on it.
That's a very good point. But of course, they hate the truth. You know, you're going to get booed when you tell the truth.
It's all flash and dash. I can just imagine this weasel negotiating. Well, you saw what success I had with Hawaii 5-0. Another property you ripped off and replicated. And then we had the COVID. And because the COVID and people were locked up in houses, they couldn't turn on their TVs and watch my shit because this argument doesn't make any sense. But I'm going to use the COVID.
You want to actually piss him off more than just putting gravestones out in front of his office?
Teach me, my good brother. Teach me. there's not much that I won't do because I'm not afraid of getting doxxed because all my information's on. I'm living it. There's nothing anyone can do. Well, they're gonna stop my YouTube channel from getting monetized. Like, I give a shit. Tell me what to do.
Go get his Clarice review from Entertainment Weekly. Blow up the part, or hell, just make a copy of it, like 100 of them, and just plaster it all over his fucking offices.
I can do that.
That would be awesome.
That would work.
I can do that.
I think
I can take this one better. Get that part of the review and put it on a billboard that faces his office. If we would all chip in, you know what? Put that on a billboard that he has to see every fucking day.
Yes, get that part highlighted where it says, Kurtz, can we, like, whatever, I'm paraphrasing now, but basically where it says, you know, there should be a limit on how many properties one person is allowed to ruin. That
you know what?
And you have it blown up and put on a billboard. I think
Mexican Iron Man.
I would donate to that.
I would donate to that.
I am
me
taking
too.
notes. I'm gonna put this campaign together. I'm gonna enlist Latino Slant to go do a scouting expedition to some on the East Coast. You watch. Winter is coming, Kurtzman. Hey, Kurtzman, Mexican winter is coming. Mexican winter is coming for you, and it will be a long night.
And if you need any artwork, I'm available.
Mr. Nelson, Douglas Nelson is a great artist. He really is. That is a generous offer.
Do they not know what they do when they offend Doomcock Nation and all of Xanadu and all of our allies, my overlord? Do they not know?
It gets ugly.
Do they think that we're going to take this sitting down and take no action, but be mad in our little studio caves and all that? Do they not know that we are men and women of action and of intelligence and of furious rage? Do they not know us?
Well, I think they're fixing to know us. I don't know. Billboard.
Second week, I got to say this, my overlord. I think I'm the most positive. I try to be one of the more positive guys on YouTube. I try, right? I think. I don't know.
He does try.
You do.
But they keep sucking me back in, and I keep wanting to rant, and it always happens on a Friday or Sunday night with you.
So maybe we can get like a, like some kind of, GoFundMe or something for a billboard. I doubt we could put the full review on there because it's copyrighted, but we could take quotes.
Take this line right here where it says Clarice's other co-creator is, you just cut that part off where it says Alex Kurtzman, a practice IP hack known for Transformers, various Star Treks, a failed Mummy, and the worst Spider-Man. And then take that part. And then can we institute some kind of limit on the stuff? Like maybe a person can only work in 4 pre-existing universes per decade. Yeah.
That was great, man.
By the way, I've already got 7 people that are willing to ride shotgun and go with me down to Kurtzman's office in the chat stream, by the way.
I think a billboard's one of the best and least aggressive ways.
That would be.
And it wouldn't be that expensive. You could make a Kickstarter, just call it Star Trek Billboard, and don't show it. Just say, we've got a billboard that we're going to put up at this location or whatever that talks about how important Star Trek is to us. Would you please help fund this? And you could have great prizes, like we'll have a camera outside of Alex Kurtzman's office to watch him come out and point at that billboard that demands be taken down.
I'll tell you another good idea is we need to get a billboard, not only for out there outside of his offices or somewhere close to it, but in Vegas this month too. Even though that's right around the corner, and that would have to happen pretty quick. But at that convention, that would be a good place for a billboard as well.
And I believe that Oz Muerte, guys, I believe it's Oz Muerte, came up with a Doomcock mask. Basically, a mask that you could print out on your home printer and, cut out and poke a hole in, put a rubber band around. And I think that would be great in Las Vegas, the Star Trek thing at Las Vegas, if a bunch of Doomcock fans at one point pulled out their masks and put them on like V. I think that would be that would be priceless.
One of my personal favorite Photoshops that I did for Doomcock was, this was back where there was some rumor about that the Doomcock's name came up in the writer's room for Star Trek, and that Kurtzman was upset about it, and that he was upset about hearing about Orville and stuff like that. So I did one of Kurtzman in a straitjacket in a rubber room with visions of Doomcock's helmet and the Orville ship floating around his head.
Well, I bet you Alex is listening right now. Hey, Al, how you doing? You want to know what, Al? You want to know how you fix this? Real simple. You get on a Zoom call or a whatever call with Doomcock, Robert Meyer Burnett, who else? Bird of Prey, a couple other guys that really, really know their Star Trek.
Clobby,
there you go. Get about 5-6 guys and gals that know this stuff. Listen to them. Just listen to them. And when you listen to them, get those 5 or 6 individuals to kind of agree on a good idea of where the direction is. And that's probably the way you should go, right? I'm willing to bet if you get about 5 or 6 Trek fans together and they all kind of come to a conclusion of where you could kind of take a show or an idea or a concept, that's probably your best place to go, especially if one of them is Robert Meyer Burnett. I think that's the best way to do it. Doomcock's a great writer. He's written plenty of stuff for me. I can vouch for that. Script Doctor's another one. Get in that room with you.
And then for punitive, whenever Kurtzman gets out of line, I have my lightsabers. I'll just beat him over the head with my lightsabers.
We'll promise to keep Mexican Iron Man away from you.
Yes, we got to keep Mexican Iron Man constrained.
But
he cannot
if you
actually,
do if you don't conform
other than protest.
Meet us halfway, Al. We can't stop him.
No, no, I cannot be stopped. No.
He's got the tombstones. He's got the billboards. He's gonna.
In Doomcock, as a Legionnaire, I'm your original spy and Minister of Covert Operations. So I'm going in after October 15th. Look, this is happening.
That's not a threat. That's a promise. You heard him yourself. You can only hold him back for so
It's
long.
already done.
He's already got the tombstones and he's
probably on the phone finding out how much a billboard costs.
I actually am Googling that right now.
I knew it.
I can't believe you just said that. I'm literally Googling that right now.
For 6 weeks, we can get one for
For a month, it would be about $18,000, depending on where it's pointed.
Boy,
that's doable though.
It is
expensive.
It's 100%. The other thing we could do is if we could find a Make-A-Wish kid and have him make his wish be seeing Alex Kurtzman produce some Star Trek, and then just have him go in there either in his bed or be rolled in, and then just watch for a half hour and go, "Please let me die. I want to die now."
The poor kid. Yeah, I wouldn't want to inflict that. It'd have to be an actor kid pretending.
I still have my wheelchair from when I broke my leg. I could be the Make-A-Wish kid.
I was just gonna say you're short enough.
Okay.
Oh dear.
But to Tom's point about what Kurtzman could do, I'm pretty sure he's too stupid to figure this out. But if to prove us all wrong, he's got the money, so he could hire some decent writers to write the ship and turn this around and say, "Yeah, you thought it was going to be this, but I proved you wrong." And that would put him down to some amount of respect, at least because he can't forget the crap he's already delivered. But the idea that he was able to do that when in all likelihood he wouldn't, that would be impressive. But of course, we know better. But still, yeah, that's what he should do.
I was gonna
Well,
say,
it's
CBS
kind of like in 4 years and how many series he hasn't made even one good episode. So I think that's highly unlikely.
Yeah.
But it would be it would be a big surprise, you know?
Yeah,
It
would be the right thing to do. But
Yeah, it would be almost like, you know, your dog goes out on the lawn and raises his tail and produces a perfectly prepared medium rare filet mignon out his ass instead of the usual shit. That's basically what you're talking about.
Yeah.
You know, it's, hey, look, Skippy left some filet mignon on the lawn. Let's eat up. You know, it's like that would be a rare and wondrous thing.
I hate to be kind of a party pooper, but it looks like you have like 200 super chats stacked up.
Yes, I better go ahead
we
and
probably
read some of these super chats. Thank you, Kelvington. I appreciate that. And we will get back to the ranting here, but I do want to include everyone on the fun here. So if you don't mind, I'm going to go ahead and read some of these super chats. And thank you all, guys. Thank you all very much for your support.
Monkey
Carayon Witch in Residence with a $20 Canadian super chat. Thank you, Carayon. Says, in the underground city of Xanadu, crimes against pop culture are considered especially heinous. Those who investigate these vicious felonies are members of an elite squad known as the Pop Culture Unit. These are their stories. I like it, Carayon Witch in Residence. Kind of a Jack Webb production, like Dragnet, only it's Pop Culture Unit. I dig it, Corion. I dig it. Classic Comics with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Classic Comics. Says, tell me again how we're winning the culture war somehow. Well, the Lucasfilm Civil War is over. Kathleen Kennedy, we don't hear anything about Kathleen Kennedy anymore, do we? She's basically over on Indiana Jones 5, but there's been no announcement of her contract renewal. It looks like John and Dave are firmly in control of Star Wars, and that's a win. Now, you know, it's kind of like, okay, so, you know, Doctor Who is dead. Star Trek's dead. We lost Dresden and London. Okay. We're fighting on. The war continues. And listen, they're not making money, guys. They're not making money. As long as we keep our wallets closed and keep pounding them and pounding them and pounding them and mocking them and mocking them and mocking them and calling out every deficiency on everything they do, ultimately, the truth will prevail. Ultimately, sanity will prevail. We are winning the culture war, but unfortunately, you know, as with any war, there are, you know, metaphorical casualties, and that's what we're dealing with right now. Gerald Quaglia with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Gerald. Says, Star Trek is so dead at this point, not even a Goa'uld sarcophagus could revive it. That's right. Even if they pulled, you know, the secret hideout butt plug out of its ass and turned it over and sewed its head back on and took the garlic out of its mouth and took it away from the crossroads, even then, that vampire ain't going to rise again, Gerald. It's not going to happen. Michael Maloney with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Michael. Says, hail, O evil overlord. May the great bird of the galaxy poo in CBS at all. Oh, I think that the great bird of the galaxy has pooed, Michael. And I think we're seeing the result. I can't imagine that ViacomCBS is happy with the way things are going. I mean, I don't know. Tom, do you think that there's, and panel, do you think there's any way that ViacomCBS is happy with Paramount Plus and Star Trek and the way things are going for them?
Look, I'd like to be the guy to be saying like, no, they can't be, but they basically quadrupled what they fucking paid him for the last 5 years to keep his ass around for another 5 years. And I highly doubt they're paying him that much to keep him busy from ruining other shit. You know what I mean? Like,
so they're just mad? They're just insane?
I don't think they care. I really don't.
They don't care about money. They don't care about
Star Trek right now. No,
they don't care about anything.
No.
Maybe that's why they're failing, Tom.
Oh, it's a big reason why they're failing.
Yeah,
they can't get anything right. They no. This is what I was trying to tell you. Like, this is what I heard. They are so fucked. Like, it's like if you had like Forrest Gump running Paramount, it couldn't be any worse. Like, that's how bad it is right now. From what I'm hearing, like, they are so oblivious to what they have done. Like, they clearly have no clue. I mean, the only thing we've gotten into this point is that Emma Watts, you know, said that Clearly, you know, they can't be spending the money they have. But if Kurtzman finds the money, or they get the kind of money that maybe they got with this Playmates deal, which was probably pretty lucrative, then they're just going to keep doing what they're doing. And it's sad. It sucks, but it's sad. And I wish I could be the guy to be like, yeah, it's going to get all better. But at this point with Star Trek, I hold out little hope, because Alex isn't going to listen to anybody. They're doubling down. It's kind of like, even if they do know they're fucked, let me put it to you this way. Even if they do, right? It's like the whole Batwoman thing. They can't cancel Batwoman, because then you know, then they lose. No matter how bad it does, they will not cancel it. So unless this is what this is doubling down on the stupid, just so they don't make us, you know, make themselves look bad and try to fuck us, which I highly doubt they're going to give Alex Kurtzman $160 million just to say fuck Doomcock. You know what I mean? Like, to me,
Oh, that'd be crazy. But of course they're mad. I don't know.
I don't know. It just,
I don't know. They're not fucking me. Shit. I mean,
No,
I
know.
knew it was dead. It's not like I was holding out any hope for Star Trek. I've been one of the great pessimists about this. I believe that there is hope for Star Wars. I really do. But as far as Star Trek goes, no, man. Because let me tell you something. It's been so bad, so stupid, so ugly, so unforgivably bleak and antithetical to everything Roddenberry intended, that they could go ahead and hire Ron Moore and all the writers on Deep Space Nine back to do like a fucking, you know, TRS or original, you know, series on a different starship going in an entirely different direction. And it could be absolutely brilliant. And I think they'd have trouble getting anyone to watch it because the brand is tainted now. How are they going to get enthused? How are you going to convince people? No. It's really, listen, I know it was complete shit before, but hey, we got it fixed. Who's going to go back and look?
Yeah, but I think you would see, if you had a couple decent episodes of a new series, after 3 or 4 episodes, we'd be screaming as loud as, like, for the love of Christ, come back to Star Trek. Look what they've done. And I think we could bring an audience back, and it happens all the time on shows that like go downhill and then get resurrected to some degree. I think it could be made to happen, but it's a very different world. It's not the 1960s where something goes for 13 weeks and then, you know, can be good or bad or indifferent. It would have to be good right out of the gate, like 1-2 episodes before people just write shit off now.
So on a serious note, why would they not? Okay, let's be serious for a second. I was talking in the chat stream with someone named Skylar and a few other people, but let's be, for on all seriousness, I don't care if it's Tom or Duncan, whoever. Why wouldn't they just fire this guy after failure after failure? Or if they're going to spend the money on someone else. I mean, why him? Why?
Because he's got an ironclad contract. He's basically got a license to Star Trek, and as long as he can raise money from unsuspecting dupes and morons that have money to burn, you know, that haven't paid attention, aren't watching Star Trek, whatever, I don't know, I heart fucking radio for, you know, I mean, I God knows, then he's got the right to keep going on. And
he's basically
from what I understood, and I don't know, this is entirely rumor, conjecture, I need more information, but I heard that basically they've been trying to get him out of there, and they can't do it. They can't do it. They lost arbitration. They just fucking Moonves really left a poison pill for Sherry Redstone and Viacom, and this is his revenge from beyond the metaphorical grave, so to speak. That's my understanding.
He's basically then a glorified cultural used car salesman / con artist then.
Yeah, but he's better at being the con artist. And I think the smoking gun here appears to be, like you talked to Tom, and you talked about the Playmates deal and things like that. And perhaps the iHeartRadio deal is true too. And if Kurtzman is the one seen as the one who finagled that deal, then that's because the Paramount, as we said, is in dire straits, and someone, hey, look, I found some cash. Well, that wins out. And I think I saw someone in the chat suggesting that Emma Watts got overruled by George Cheeks. Yes, his name is George Cheeks, which shows that Kurtzman knew which name to kiss, which one, you know, he's the current CEO and whatnot. And if that might be the deal, maybe that's what he did. You know, he takes responsibility for getting them some cash. So they'll try to do that. The only other thing, I guess, and I don't know if Tom has heard of any of this, if there's any kind of rumblings of them looking for someone to buy it out. So they'll try to polish the turd, and who could they fool to do that? But then, Warner Media was given off to Discovery more or less with AT&T did to just lop it over there. So I don't know what entity would be up for it, but that might be something too.
It's funny you mentioned that, because I was thinking that, but no, I have nothing to really base it on in any way, but
yeah,
it would make some sense. But at the same time, why would you make it a 5-year deal instead of like a 2-year deal or a 3-year
deal?
To me, it just, I guess it makes that part of the reason I could see there's a basis for it is to go to the Star Wars deal. When George Lucas was first going to sell to Disney lowballed him at like $3.5 billion, I think it was, and he's like, no deal. And the financiers basically made the argument that you haven't had a movie in X amount of years. The TV show, I think, was the only thing they had in production. Their video game department hadn't done a whole lot. So they really hadn't produced anything in the last few years or had anything in production or major production to really justify the price. So I could see that as part of a deal where they want to have, we got, X amount of years of Star Trek already in the pipeline and stuff like that. That may make Paramount worth that much more. But yeah, I haven't heard any rumors in connection to that, but I have heard the rumor that Paramount is plausibly up for sale. But I don't know how accurate that is.
Well, I guess only time will tell. Go ahead, Kellington.
I remember like 4 years ago, Seth MacFarlane went in to see if they would broker a deal for Star Trek, that he would be willing to buy it and then fix it. And the number they gave, I think, was in the $6 to $8 billion range. And he kind of like laughed his way out of the office, like, you have nothing. It's garbage. I'm not going to pay that kind of money, even though he loves Star Trek and he would be a guy who could have saved it. But it was just they wanted too much for nothing.
Money for nothing and your chicks for free. That's how it is. Agent Pepsi 1 with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Agent Pepsi 1 says, hail Lord Doomcock and all my friends here. I go back to work tomorrow. Students, come Friday. How many calories does hating your job burn per hour? You will never be fat, Agent Pepsi 1. You will never, ever, ever be fat. I'm sorry to hear that. Stay safe, stay sane, and know that we're pulling for you, Agent Pepsi 1. MTH with a $5 super chat. Thank you, MTH says, hey, Doomcock, did you see my latest message? Let me know if you're cool with it and we can discuss in more detail. Thanks, man. Off the top of my head, I don't know what that last message was. I'll have to go back and look at it, MTH, but so I can't really comment. Off the top of my head, all I can think about is Star Trek Discovery and the disgrace that is going on. But thank you, MTH. I'll take a look at it and get back to you. Sporking News Podcast with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Sporking One. Says Disney is woke like all the others unless you come after their money. Then no matter your sex, gender, pronoun, blood type, they will attack. Hail Doomcock, DC and N. Thank you, Sporking News Podcast. Yeah. Well, they do like their money, at least allegedly, although the way they've been acting the last few years, I'm not entirely sure Hollywood remembers what the fuck money is. Casey Osowski with a $20 super chat. Thank you, Casey says, hail one and all. If I tried to come up with an example of just how broken Hollywood is today, I couldn't find a better one. CBS just did. R.I.P. Star Trek. Yes. Gentlemen, drink them if you got them. Anybody drinking in the room tonight? Am I the only one?
Oh, hell no. I got right here. I got me my South Carolina pecan and caramel whiskey. Pecan caramel flavored whiskey, my lord. Drinking now.
I'm actually fasting right now, Doomcock, so I'm not drinking right now, but
what a party pooper.
Yeah. But
fasting.
But as soon as this is fast is over, I'm gonna be kicking a few back for sure.
Well, in Australia, it's already like 15 hours ahead. Just pretend we're in Australia.
Yeah.
I think in Australia it's 2 weeks ahead. I don't know. They're always just like, I don't know. It's like a time warp in Australia. I don't know what's going on. Thank you very much, Casey Asowski. Yeah, Hollywood is broken, and we'll be at least turning to a happy thing and talking a little bit about all the Disney suffering and misery that's going on right now. That should perk everyone up. Phantom Boomer with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Phantom Boomer. Says, doing this now since I need to get up early again tomorrow. Hail Doomcock and forget Star Trek. Well, I'm going to stay on these motherfuckers, and I'm going to keep mocking them and mocking them and mocking them and mocking them until the cows come home, because they deserve it. And you got to strike a blow for civilization and standards at some point. You have to. Otherwise, you just yield the high ground to a bunch of cretins, and it's just sad. Anti-derivative Jill with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Jill. Says R.I.P. Star Trek 1966 to 2005. It's been reduced to an empty shell, and we yell as it enters Stovokor. I've been reading Asimov today because my whole soul hurts so much that it needs to read real sci-fi. I hear you, anti-derivative Jill, and I feel your pain. Believe me, I feel your pain. I really do. We all do here. That's why we're drinking. Kit Kat with a 50-pound super chat. Thank you, Kit Kat. Very generous of you, Kit Kat. And Kit Kat says, CBS is attempting to force their trash on us. That doesn't mean anyone is going to watch it. Junk Trek will fail and be forgotten. It has no shelf life. No one will want to watch an episode a second time, and few will watch it a first time. CBS will lose. Yep, CBS will in fact lose. They are losing. I don't know if they're just too brain dead to know it or what the fuck is going on, but there's no denying, you cannot squeeze blood from a rock. It's just not going to happen. So I don't know. I guess they're just going to have to get used to getting by with less. Going to have to tighten their belts and suffer the ignominious slings and arrows of outrageous fortune. In other words, fuck them. Von Max with a 250 super chat. Thank you, Von Max. He says, media is praising Marina Sirtis for hitting a fan. Yeah. Well, yet another reason why I can no longer really enjoy Star Trek The Next Generation. It breaks my heart to say it. I've got the entire remastered series on Blu-ray. But, every time I try to watch Star Trek The Next Generation, I see a doddering old fuckhead, old pukard. I remember what Patrick Stewart did to the character. I remember the character himself in Pukard. That's completely soured that. I look over at Jonathan Frakes. He's a fucking traitor. He's been collaborating with Kurtzman for a paycheck and deserves nothing but scorn. And then there's Marina Sirtis, who went ahead and gloated when Texas was in the grip of a hellish, icy storm that absolutely damn near collapsed the entire power grid, sent millions out there without heat, suffering. Some had to leave their homes, and some people died. And she was going ahead and using that to score political points because she doesn't like the politics of Texas. And then she's hit a fan. Does anybody know what the story is behind that?
Yeah. So she was at a convention, and she was at a table next to Patrick Stewart, and his line was 2 blocks around the building, and her line was very short. The guy came up to her and got an autograph, and as she was going to leave to go have a wee, another fan stopped her, and he said, essentially, you're so beautiful. Why'd they make you look so ugly on CSI? And so she punched him in the arm fairly hard. And then she went off on him for about 5 minutes. Like, do you have a girlfriend? Of course you don't, because you don't know how to talk to women, kind of stuff. And just kept doing that over and over. And there was no lawsuits or nobody was arrested or anything, but it was just a mean-spirited moment. And you just can't punch fans as much as you may want to. You have to go, well, next time I'll try to look fucking better for you or something. But you just can't be punching people. There are laws against that.
Yeah, that is absolutely ridiculous.
You know what I have to say? I never liked Next Generations. I didn't like it until I saw Robert Meyer Burnett's documentary pieces on the DVDs, and then I started watching it. But screw that show and all the people in it. I can't watch it either anymore. Even after I started liking it, I can't watch. I'm gonna go watch Enterprise. We're gonna get some Enterprise. Oh, by the way, everything I buy now is in 4K thanks to Tom. Tom, where do I get this stuff?
What are you looking for now?
4K everything.
Enterprise in 4K.
Not happening yet. Probably
Not going to happen. Oh, well, I don't know. Anyway,
We're lucky we're getting the movies at this point.
yeah, right.
Yeah.
Right. I don't know. I'm good with the copies of motion picture I've got. It wasn't all that great to begin with. It's okay, but come on. They're not gonna get more money out of me for that. I'm sorry. Aluvrian Imikara with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Aluvrian. Says CBS divided by X equals Kurtzman. WTF CBS. That is a formula for failure, Aluvrian Imikara. That is a formula for failure if I ever saw one. Thank you for that super chat. And it was great having you on the show last week. Master Zero with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Master. Says alcohol does not agree with me, so instead I raise a Coca-Cola in the honor of Star Trek. Well, cheers, man. I can agree with that. I think that's a good way to go. Hail Master Zero and Leech ICM with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Leech. Says, red alert, raise shields, load photon torpedoes, lock phasers on Kurtzman, take no prisoners. Guess I won't be buying the 4K Star Trek movies now. Well, I mean, what else are they doing all of them in 4K, Tom, or is it just the motion picture?
No, they're all getting finally released in 4K. I don't see any problem with supporting classic stuff, because then that shows you're into the classic stuff. It's just obviously I hope to God Andre doesn't expect us to review any more of this garbage at this point.
Yeah.
Because I'm to the point, don't give them any more fucking attention.
No, I don't want to give them attention, and I don't want to give them any more money. I really, if you have to buy these things, just chill, cool your jets for a while. Buy it used. Just buy it used.
Yeah, that's actually what I was about to say. I'm going to buy it secondhand. So I'm not directly giving them my money, but I still, like Tom was saying, I still want to support the original stuff.
Yeah. I just don't want to give them a penny, not a penny, not a penny. Fandom with the wallets closed. That's what we need to give them. We need to give them nothing. We need to absolutely boycott anything and everything to do with Paramount, ViacomCBS, Star Trek, any of it. Fuck them. Darth DJJD with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Darth. Says in 2009, Star Trek was injured with a bad case of Abranism, followed by STDs and Picarditis. August 1st, Star Trek died with a heavy dose of wokeness poisoning. Yeah, well, I think it's been dead for a while, Darth DJJD, but your point is well taken, my friend. Thank you for that. Bird of Prey 5, Kapla, my friend, with a $5 super chat. He says, I don't know what the point of anything is anymore. If Kurtzman can get a contract renewed, all I can think is Hawaii 5-0 makes loads more money than Trek. Yeah, but it's gone. And CBS ended it. So I mean, I don't know. Look at fucking Clarice. Look at Star Trek Discovery. How can this guy be said to be profitable? I mean, Jesus Christ. Almost anybody in the street could do better than that. I don't get it. Thank you, Bird of Prey 5. Grandpappy Fisk with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Grandpappy. He says, hail. Is Kurtzman blackmailing somebody, or does CBS actually think he's talented? How does he keep failing upward? I don't have an answer. Does anybody have an answer for that? Anybody at all?
He sucks good dick.
No,
he knew. Like I said, he knew which cheek to kiss on George Cheek's, cheeks. So
he knew which cheek to kiss on.
I don't know.
Cheeks. It sounds like a Captain Kirk thing. George Cheeks.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know much about this Cheeks guy. I don't know if he has like a history with them at all. I have
no idea.
Yeah,
I've never heard of the guy before.
Again, you got to remember, Hollywood's all about who you know and all that kind of garbage. And again, Kurtzman just has that way about him that he plays the right politics with the right people. And I mean, we even heard if it's true that he threw his little tantrum, basically the ending of it was he still got his effing way. That's kind of what it came down to.
It's so bizarre.
It is. And I hate saying it, but it's like these people are lost. They have no idea what they're doing. I really wish they did. I mean,
where are the stockholders? Where are the people that care about the value of the company and their investment?
Clueless. In fact, I would argue, I've been thinking this for some time now, and I'm about to start getting very vocal on YouTube about this. All of our attention is misdirected. We got to start directing our attention at the investors of this company, the funders of the company, the board of directors of these companies, and stop worrying about who the hell the managers, producers, directors, and implementers and officers are. We got to go after the directors, and we got to go after the investors. That's where we got to start giving heat to.
That's good. And I heard that there's some kind of ViacomCBS investors call on August 5th. Is
That's
this correct?
I've been talking about with Valiant that one, and then also the Disney one's 10 days later. I'm going to be on that like glue, and I'm going to slice and dice that. You know, I'm an auditor in my day life, Doomcock. I do financial accounting audit for financials. When my clients buy other businesses, I slice and dice the financials. I'm going to slice and dice things in anticipation of that, as well as the one for Disney.
And if you buy as little as 100 shares of the CBS Viacom stock, you can get into that investor's call. Now, you won't have a voice, but you can listen to it live while it's happening. And I'll be honest, like I had Disney stock for 100 years, and it always paid a dividend. But I cannot believe CBS is paying a dividend at this point. If they are, it's 2 cents on a share.
If it is, it's a little brown packet in the mail, straight from... It's almost like I don't know, man. It's like that Star Trek Discovery is written by a pencil pulled straight out of Satan's asshole. It's just that point. I really do. I think it bursts into flames and sears the poop stained letters into the unholy parchment, and they send it to the typist who, or actually it's a string of typists. I've heard it said, and I don't know if this is true, it's a rumor, but I've heard that basically they need a lot of typists over on Star Trek Discovery, because at most a typical typist can type up a page and a half of a Star Trek Discovery script before bursting into flames. It's just the damnedest thing. That's what I've heard. I don't know. Maybe it's wrong, but I don't know. That's what I've heard. Crazy Pineapple with Crazy Pineapple with a $20 super chat. Thank you, Crazy Pineapple. Says Kurtzman's contract extension plays out like this. Star Trek dies and is shot to the Genesis planet in a photon torpedo. There is no regeneration, and it sadly implodes with the planet. Ta-da! Hail, my liege, in the chat. Hail, Crazy Pineapple. Would that it had been so. Would that it had been so, Crazy Pineapple. I would be very happy. Fixie Clary. Hello, Fixie. It's been a long time, with a $5 super chat. And Fixie says, and I thank you, Fixie, the last time I felt this sad about Star Trek was when I heard that Gene Roddenberry died. This news is like Gene Roddenberry dying all over again, because, I mean, this was his dream. This was his glory. And it's just being... graphically and hideously abused by these morons. It's just awful. And Crazy Pineapple with another $10 super chat. Thank you, Crazy Pineapple. Says to Pow, live long and prosper, Spock. I shall do neither. Star Trek Discovery killed my story and my character. Fandom, Star Trek shall do neither. CBS has killed Gene's vision and his IP. Tragic. It is tragic, Crazy Pineapple. It is. It's beyond tragic. I need some more Tullamore Dew here. Nicholas Horton with a 3-pound super sticker of Bushiba saying, my hero. Thank you, Nicholas Horton. You're kind of my hero too, man. It's always wonderful that you're here, staying up so late, up all night, really, in the UK, to be with Pop Culture Breakdown Live and Friday Night Frolics. Thank you, Nicholas Horton. Cyber Soldier with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Cyber Soldier. Says, I would like to know what the hell ViacomCBS was smoking when they gave Kurtzman that new contract. Something laced with something bad. I don't know what it could be, but it was something that instead of you seeing colors, you smoke it, and I don't know. You see dingleberries dancing dingleberries. Sounds like a song by Lawrence Welk, doesn't it? And now, ladies and gentlemen, dangling dingleberries, and a 1 and a 2 and a yeah, it would be something along those lines. Brett Cohen with a Doom of Corn in the chat. Thank you, Brett Cohen, for the Doom of Corn. Tim Scorpion with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Tim. Says, who at ViacomCBS was behind the renewal? God only knows. I have no idea. I have no clue. I can't imagine who would be that insane. God, I wish I knew what the fuck was going on. I really do. It defies reason for all the reasons we've talked about. The impact on the merchandising, the severing of the fandom, the diminishing of the quality, the plunging stock price, the fact that it was the lowest show rated on CBS. All of 2020, when people were captive at home, they would much rather go out and pick up dog poop off the lawn, clean the mold off of the fucking tub, clean the fucking toilet than watch Star Trek Discovery on CBS in prime time. And I mean, my God, people will watch game shows. People will watch like Match Game or Celebrity Family fucking Feud beat Star Trek Discovery and handily whipped it in the ass. Droid Control Ship with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Droid Control Ship, says Overlord DVD. I bring with me the armies of the Separatist Alliance. With your aid, we will destroy the Star Trek Discovery universe and unleash Harvey. Thank you, Droid Control Ship. And Stephen Otten with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Stephen, says Hail Doomcock. Harvey, thank you. Tom, Mike, Nick, Douglas, Kelvington, Wrenches, and chat. The death of our culture is here. Push the button, Harvey. If I could push the button, don't you think I fucking would? We definitely would, man. Believe him. Hear him now, believe him later. Harvey is not the problem here. And Alex Walker with a $5 super chat. Thank you. Alex says, I was never a Trekkie, but all Trekkies have my sincere, unabashed condolences. Another great sci-fi has passed. Yes, it has. But I'm going to keep watch over the corpse. I am going to keep slamming this shit as long as I can draw breath. I will be going after the idiocy, the bad writing, the terrible acting on this shell of a show. And Galaxy Express Media with an incredibly generous $100 super chat. Incredible. Thank you, Galaxy Express Media. You're a producer for tonight's show, my friend. And he says, Hail Overlord DVD. I lost my dad unexpectedly 3 years ago. And one of our bonds was the love of Star Trek. He watched and was a fan since the original series originally aired back in the 60s. We shared that love of Trek, and to see it destroyed hurts deeply. Yeah, man, let me tell you, one of the worst parts about this is that Star Trek is part of the fabric of our lives, a lot of us. I mean, it goes back to, for some of us, Star Trek was one of our only friends growing up, for lonely kids who were smart and literate and misunderstood back before being a geek was fashionable, and a lot of posers have entered the geekdom at this point. We fought and bled for our Star Trek, for our Star Wars. I mean, for our Marvel comics. And let's just go around, and does anybody have any really good memories of Star Trek, or anybody want to chime in?
Well, I've said this once before. It was on a rant that I did about Kurtzman and Star Trek Picard when it came out. I was on this channel. You had me on a Friday night. You took my leash off and you let me go. And William Shatner and Captain Kirk was my dad, bro.
Yeah. Are you there? Did we lose contact?
I think he got muted. We talked about this before. I'm very old, and I saw the first run, and I can remember sitting in front of that television watching Star Trek, and it was brilliant and beautiful. Like, it really lit up, and it was very different than every other kind of show I'd ever watched. And I think at the young age, I was interested in like the effects and the phasers and all that stuff. And as every time I rewatched it, I found more and more onion layers to peel off of it. And even to this day, I watch it on the treadmill, and I will send you a note like, did you notice this? Like, I had never noticed this, and watching it for 50 years, there's more to find every time we look into another episode of the original series. No one is ever going to say that about STD.
Hey,
no one.
No.
Yeah.
Are you? Yeah.
I was just gonna say, my earliest memories of Star Trek are of course, watching it with my dad, and he's actually listening right now. Doomcock, he loves your one-liners, by the way.
Oh, thank you, sir.
But yeah, I grew up watching Star Trek with him. He watched TOS growing up himself, and then when Next Generation came out, we watched that. We went to the theaters and watched all the original movies, and then I remember when they announced that a new Star Trek show was coming out, and I remember saying, "Hey, new Star Trek show's coming out," and I watched the very first episode, and after watching the very first episode, I was like, "Yeah, I'm done with this show already." After the first episode, I mean, our members are currently right now watching Star Trek 3: The Search for Spock on a watch party over on our Discord. That was the movie voted on. So people love the original series, the original movies, Next Generation, Deep Space Nine, which I still watch reruns of Next Generation, Deep Space Nine on BBC, when I'm just hanging out at the house. But it's been almost 5 years since September 2017 when Discovery first came out. I just don't know how louder our voices can be against this kind of Trek that they're giving us, and I'm just I'm shocked that they're renewing his contract and they haven't heard the backlash from fans, and starting to change direction. It seems like we are getting some direction change over there with what they're doing with Star Wars, which is good. But of course, I still need to see more on that front personally. Yeah, Star Trek's dead, and it's unfortunate. But we still have the original stuff that they can never take away from us, and I'll still watch that and support that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was saying earlier, is that it's not really dead. I mean, it's still in our hearts, it's still in our minds, and it's still in our Blu-rays and DVDs. And as long as that's true, well, shit, Star Trek will live in our hearts. But moving forward, it's done. I don't buy that people will come back to it. I don't care what they do at this point.
No,
there's
no
such a sour.
Yeah, all we have is memories left. I'm sorry, I accidentally muted myself. I got really emotional really fast and I accidentally kicked the microphone.
Yeah, and I tried to unmute you and it said this person's microphone is no longer. I'm like, oh shit.
Oh God, man. it's probably a good thing because I started crying a minute ago. But no, I mean, it's just Captain Kirk was my dad. I was a latchkey kid. I was home by myself 7 hours a day. And I had dreams that he was my dad. Like I used to dream like, God, if I had a dad, I wanted him to be Captain Kirk. I mean, meanwhile, of course, maybe that's what influenced my dating career, because Captain Kirk was always with the ladies, right? He never actually married and settled down, but I just saw him as a strong role model and chivalrous, and the way he was just a solid guy, and he had values, he had morals, he had ethics. He would that one speech where you remember that one planet, I can't remember the name of the episode, where they find the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, and
that's the Omega Glory.
The Omega Glory, yes. And he's sitting there reading it, and I remember looking up at the TV, and we had a shitty ass little old used TV, but God Almighty, and I was little, and I look up at it. These are all reruns, of course, right? Because I'm not as old as say Cloudy or anybody, but. And I'd look up at this stuff and I'd be like, God, that's the guy. I basically said to myself, I want to grow up to be like this guy. I want to help people. I want to save people. I want to be a good man.
Yeah.
So that's what's
man. I hear you. And I hear you. And I listen, I get emotional too. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. I mean, Star Trek meant a lot to me as a lonely kid, misunderstood and not like, the rest of the kids. And, they were all, out there playing football and stuff. And I wanted to read my comics and read science fiction books. And I didn't fit in. I was a misfit like Spock. I was part of the crew, but I was also other than the crew. And I could identify with that. And Captain Kirk showed me a lot about being a man and courage and nobility, tolerance, confidence, and standing up for what he believes in, even when standing up was a dangerous thing. And I don't think there would be a Doomcock today if there was not Captain Kirk. And I just have internalized those messages now, and that's why I stand up, even though liars, shills, fools, hacks attack me daily, slander me, call me everything under the sun. I will not shut up. I will stay on it, because Star Trek in our pop culture, larger in a sense, and Western civilization as a whole, is worth fucking fighting for. And by God, we are in a fight. We're in a fight right now, and it's a fight we're going to win. The only way we cannot win is if we go ahead and just give up, and we just go ahead and give the money and stop complaining. Then, yeah. But as long as we care, as long as we resist, as long as we keep our wallets closed, we will prevail. We will prevail. Anyone else with any Star Trek memories before we move on here?
Well, I could just pretty much repeat what was said. Certainly, Captain Kirk was a hero for me. When my earliest memory is back in the 70s, when it was already reruns. I didn't realize that. I remember as a child hearing that it's reruns. I said, what? And this is the greatest show ever. How could it have been canceled? But certainly Captain Kirk, later on as I got older, I appreciated Spock more, but Captain Kirk was loomed large in my mind. And I realized later that he became quite the template in my mind of how or a metric, if you will, of how I judged other heroic characters, and just the way he dealt with, and how times he was agonizing over decisions and all that manner, and the depth of the character. And so it taught me an appreciation for that for much later. And that's what's, lacking today. And
Yeah.
so, but yeah, Star Trek was, we will always loom large in my mind.
Always will. And that's why we fight on. That's why we fight on. Von Max with a $2.50 super chat. Thank you, Von Max. Says, did He-Man set up a distraction from Snake Eyes? I doubt it was that coordinated. It's just a little bit of happy happenstance for Snake Eyes that Kevin Smith stepped in a big pile of bantha poodoo and smeared it all over his reputation. Jesus Christ, what a fucking idiot! I mean, he had it all. He had fans flummoxed and believing he was one of us. One of us. Turns out he wasn't one of us at all. Wasn't one of us at all. Primer with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Primer. Says, I am now convinced that Alex Kurtzman, like every other conniving, untalented scumbag in Hollywood, has a manila envelope filled with risque Polaroids of studio executives, failing up via blackmail. I mean, that's as plausible an explanation as any I can come up with. I don't know what to tell you, Primer. You may be right. Derek Bambenic with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Derek. Says, tonight I tap into my stash. I may not be as up on Star Trek as Star Wars, but I'll raise a glass to Kirk, the memory of Picard as he used to be, and all of that. Here, Derek. Here. In fact, I'm going to pour myself some more. Carion Witch in Residence with a $5 Canadian super chat. Thank you, Carion. Says, Mexican Iron Man, give me a Kurtzman hair sample. I'll take care of the rest, because he is, of course, a witch. So there you go. that is what Carion Witch in Residence is saying. He's gonna do that voodoo that he do so well. Thank you, Carion Witch in Residence. Fortunato with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Fortunato. Says, La Santa Muerte needs to visit El Secret Hideout. The Santa Muerte. Thank you, Fortunato. They'll probably smear some lamb's blood over the door and it will pass harmlessly. That's how it worked in Egypt anyway. King Harkinian. Wow, we've got a king here. King Harkinian with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Your Majesty. Says, Viacom stock is tanking. Burn, baby, burn. Disco Inferno its ass. Thank you, King Harkinian. Disco Inferno, burn, baby, burn. Warren Smith with a $5 Australian super chat. Thank you, Warren Smith. Says, vent. Dad taken to hospital 1 hour away. Mom couldn't ride an ambulance. COVID rules. If he has short time left, she can't see him while alive. Oh my God, Warren. Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
Holy
Jesus.
shit.
Oh my God, Warren Smith. Dad taken to a hospital an hour away. I guess this is in Australia, huh? Oh man, that is
Terrible
that is
news.
awful.
That's terrible.
Everybody in the chat, would you please spare a thought for Warren Smith and his mom and his dad, and type a WS in the chat just to show some support for our brother who is suffering tonight. This is awful. I mean, this is as serious as it gets, man. Warren, listen, we will keep you in our thoughts and prayers, man. And if there's anything we can do to lift your spirits or anything, just have to ask, brother. Thank you for being here, man. We're a community and we all stick together. And dude, that's just awful. Oh my God. And this must have just happened. I don't know. Anybody, Jesus, I don't know what to say except we're with you, man. And Warren, if there's anything we can do for you, please let us know. Okay. That's awful. This thing it's just crazy times we live in, guys. There's crazy times we live in.
Yeah.
She can't see him. If he has a short time left, she can't see him. Hopefully, I mean, on the plus side of this COVID shit, they have gotten a lot better at treating people who are hospitalized. They kind of have sussed out the tricks in a way. They know the techniques, and I tell you, your dad has a much better chance of surviving today than he would have early in the pandemic, when they were still screwing around and didn't know what was going on and what worked and everything else. I'm really sorry.
Yeah, my 80-year-old grandmother actually just beat COVID.
Oh, that is great.
So yeah.
Oh my God, she beat it.
Yep.
Was she hospitalized or was she just staying at home?
She was hospitalized, and yeah, the doctor said that she was doing great, and she's back at home today, and she's fine.
Oh man.
So yeah, good news there. So if she can do it, anybody can do it. So don't lose hope.
Hang in there, Warren. Hang in there. We'll all be thinking about you, praying for you, and we're hoping for the best, man. We're hoping for the best. God. Theta Sigma with a $25 super chat. Thank you, Theta Sigma. Says, farewell and adieu to my fair Star Trek. Farewell and adieu to the great Star Trek show. Theta Sigma, God bless you, my friend. Thank you for that super chat. And it is indeed a very sad day for many, many reasons. I'm trying, that's why I tried to pattern this as an Irish wake and not as a regular wake, because we're just cracking jokes and whistling past the fucking graveyard. You know what I'm saying? Whistling past the fucking graveyard. Proteus in the chat says, I heard about a 107-year-old nun that survived. That's good, man. That's what we need. More positive thinking. Thank you so much, my friend. I appreciate that. And finally, we've got Galaxy Express Media with another $100 super chat. Thank you, Galaxy Express Media. Very kind of you. You are an executive producer now. Thank you, Galaxy Express Media. And he says, with bailouts from Washington, it lets Hollywood keep destroying culture with garbage and take a loss of money because Washington will protect them. They are more concerned with ideology, not quality of story or a product consumers actually want and ask for. Well, that's the fucking danger of socialism and communism. Is because there's no accountability. There's no actual market pressure to go ahead and deliver something that the market wants. And thus, this kind of cretinous behavior is rewarded, and it's the fans, it's the public, it's the consumer that gets fucked up the ass. And anyone disagree with that in the chat? Anybody?
No, it's 100% true.
Yep.
It's just a damn disgrace. Glenn Saunders, thank you, Galaxy Express Media. You are absolutely correct, and that's another reason to hate Washington. What can I say?
Yep.
Glenn Saunders with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Glenn. Says just a token to share my condolences. So sad it is. And Andy Masterson with a $5 super chat says, Overlord DVD, tell me what figure do you want to wreak vengeance upon? Moonves, Goldsman, Roddenberry Jr. I think I've got a figure from you, Andy Masterson, of none other than
I got a suggestion.
Go ahead.
Remember when we were kids and we used to play hangman in school with the stick figures on a notepad?
Yeah.
How about a Kurtzman hangman? No, that's
well,
too
but it would
easy.
always
That's
be
too easy.
4 letters, and it would always be suck, and it would be very easy to guess, and it would be no one would ever get hung. It would just be boring. It would devolve into just be suck. It's like 4 letters. Well, is it F? No. Well, if there's no F, it's an S. That's just that's all there is to it, man. The worst game of hangman in the world. Let's move on to Star Wars and Disney. Kelvington, why don't you go ahead and get us started with this news about Scarlett Johansson and her soured relationship with the mouse.
Can I end the Star Trek discussion? I think I have a list that you might like.
About
Star Trek, and we can end it on a positive note. So let's see if this works.
Wow.
I think it might. Top 10 titles for the new woke Star Trek movie. Number 10, Star Trek, The Search for Plot. Number 9, Star Trek, The Wrath of Karen. Number 8, Star Trek, Avatar 2. Number 7, Star Trek, Okay Boomer. Number 6, Star Trek and the Non-Binary Star. Number 5, Star Trek, The Undiscovered Mansplaining. Number 4, Star Trek, wait, where's Chekhov? Number 3, Star Trek, The Simp Frontier. Number 2, Star Trek, coming direct to cell phone. And the number 1 title for the new woke Star Trek movie, Star Trek, The Final Film. No, really, this will be the last one.
Oh, dear. Thank you, Kelvington.
That was great.
It took me a minute to figure out how to solo you nice and big there. Sorry about that. We'll get better at this in the future. That was great, man.
Thank you.
That was great.
Values. We're bringing production values in.
We are. So, go ahead, brother.
Scarlett Johansson is suing Disney over the Black Widow release. And her contention is the film was released simultaneously on their streaming service and in theaters, which the suit claims broke an agreement between Johansson and Disney. And the suit alleges that Johansson agreed that her salary for the film would be based in large part on the film's box office haul. The quote they use is, to maximize these receipts and thereby protect her financial interests, Miss Johansson extracted a promise from Marvel that the release of the motion picture would be a theatrical release. And this went on, and as Johansson said, Disney, Marvel, and most everyone in Hollywood knows a theatrical release is a release that is exclusive to the movie theaters. Disney was well aware of this promise, but nonetheless directed Marvel to violate its pledge and instead release the movie on Disney Plus streaming services the very same day it was released in movie theaters. Then Disney came out and said, this has no merit whatsoever, and how especially sad and distressing it is that it calls out this disregard for the horrific and prolonged global effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. And so not only did they go at her, they went at her in such a way to say, like, they mansplained her, like, well, you don't understand, sweetie. There was like, of course she knew there was a fucking pandemic. That's not the deal. You had a contract. And Disney thinks they have fully complied with her contract. And furthermore, the release of Black Widow on Disney Plus with Premier Access has significantly enhanced her ability to earn additional compensation to top the $20 million she has received to date. Now, here is the one lawsuit that will never make it to discovery, because the second it starts getting, they start wanting documents and shit, Disney will pay this off and double whatever she was going to make. And this was never going to be $1 billion film. if she took gross points, that's on her stupid head. You just take cash. That's the only thing you take when you do a movie or a TV show.
Yeah, I mean, it really is like an existential threat, in my opinion, to Disney, because, and I'll be interested to see what Mexican Iron Man thinks about this, and Tom, because I mean, they know something about business practices, but it just seems to me that this lawsuit opens Pandora's box. Because if she is alleging, as she is, that they put this on Disney Plus and it hurt box office and deprived her of revenue that was promised in terms of her net or gross points, it's not clear which it is, then in Discovery, it seems like they're going to need to know not only what the true grosses of Black Widow were in terms of box office, but also in terms of what is a typical show on Disney Plus. They're going to need to know, did Disney know, or should Disney have known, based on the past performance of other TV shows on there, how badly it would hurt box office? How well is Black Widow doing on Disney Plus? And all of these numbers will have to come out, and it will be an absolute disaster, because they probably have been putting a happy face on basically a rock tossed in their Halloween bag. I mean, from what I hear, Disney Plus is not doing well at all. Black Widow did very poorly on Disney Plus in terms of its premium stuff. Did they know that this would negatively impact her money in terms of box office? I mean, this could really be a kind of a Rosetta Stone to decipher all the ugly secrets that Disney does not want to be disclosed. Mexican Iron Man, as an accountant, if you were Disney's accountant, would you want this lawsuit to proceed? And how disastrous could this be for Disney?
Absolutely not. I have 3 comments, and then I'll turn it over to, I guess, Tom. One is that, having seen many a client, all my clients are private clients. Very few, almost all of them are millionaires. I have 57 clients that control about 150, 160 companies, entities, C Corps, S Corps, LLCs. They regularly buy other businesses. I get hired to go in and analyze financials for the target that they're going to buy. And I can't wait to do my analysis next month. Now, what happens with things like this is, for them to file in court is them calling them out. Now, there is no way in hell, if Disney's going to lie to what, and I've always said that Disney's a liar, but let me just say 3 quick things. One is that there's no way that they're going to want complete and total disclosure. So this thing's going to get settled, and it's going to get settled fast, and it better get settled and settled fast, because if they play, it's one thing to play around with someone like a disgruntled employee that calls it an SEC complaint, like the lady that they did, the whistleblower from a couple years ago. She's on a salary of a couple $100,000 a year, pre-tax, after tax. Scarlett Johansson, and this is a $50 million lawsuit. Scarlett Johansson has $1 to $5 million worth of legal fees to spend on this shit easily, right? Because the legal fees are usually 5 to 15% of whatever someone goes after. So they're screwing around with someone like they shouldn't be screwing around with, frankly, because she has deep pockets and she can actually pay for good lawyers. And for the lawyers to pull this trigger, they're basically saying, okay, you ignored us. Fine, we'll file in superior court, and then you either got to put up the numbers, and then we're going to negotiate, or we're going to force you to the negotiating table. And there's no way that this matter is going to go to discovery and disclosure, where they're going to where ScarJo's lawyers are going to send over a due diligence list for this as part of discovery, and they're going to actually get these documents. It's just not going to happen. Now, I'm not an attorney, but I am an auditor, and I do run a tax accounting and due diligence firm by day, and I've been doing this stuff for 16 years, and the largest company I've done was a LexisNexis buyout, which was $68 million. That's not very, very big, but it's pretty big. So I've seen this kind of stuff before. And the third thing, and the final piece I'm going to leave with, is that this is a situation where Disney's practice of basically ignoring things and hoping they go away and burning people out has finally come home to roost. Now, there's some other aspects to this, which are more the woke aspects, which is that I'm just laughing my ass off hilariously that the stunning and brave corporation that would not stand by Gina Carano or anybody else. It's amazing to me how you're able to see the true greed of some of these people from a PR standpoint. But from an accounting and audit standpoint, I'm well documented on other channels where I've done analysis. When the numbers came out for Black Widow, I don't believe them to save my life. I'm not one of those guys that's going to say, "Oh, well, they're reporting it. Let's take it for granted." I owned an office in Santa Monica. I did production studio. I did production, post production, and studio production accounting for many firms for a good 7-year period until I realized that these motherfuckers never paid the bills, because they didn't. I ran up huge bills. They always paid on the next project. I always got paid last. And the stuff that they would do from an accounting standpoint is just unbelievably fraudulent. So I didn't believe them then. I ended up closing that office because I didn't want to deal with these people. I didn't trust their integrity then, and I sure as hell don't trust their integrity now.
I agree with you, man. Tom, do you have anything to say about the Scarlett Johansson lawsuit? And I also heard that Emma Stone was considering doing the same thing for Cruella,
and the chick from Jungle Cruise too. I can't think of her name offhand.
Emily Blunt.
Is that it? Yeah, Emily Blunt is also in talks with her people as well. So I mean, okay, there's two sides to this. Obviously, Disney is going to argue quite a bit that they probably made her an offer that she refused, or we're going to try and negotiate something and it just wasn't good enough for I don't know where the communication broke down. Excuse me. But Disney is going to try and argue the whole, act of God, pandemic stuff. They're going to do all that as best they can. And, they may have something legal grounds to stand on, but not really in the end. I thought they did her kind of dirty by going out there and saying, well, we already paid your ass $20 million. You're being so selfish, coming from a company that just laid off 40,000 people.
Yeah.
I mean, boy.
Well, but Tom, you're if you're saying that Disney's going to say that, are you saying that they'll go to court?
They might.
That'd be crazy, dude.
But they might actually win. That's the thing, because.
And yet, what would be exposed?
That's the thing. It's all depends on what offers were made, how far it gets, because they're going to try and get it tossed out. Is what the thing will have. That's going to be their first move. And again, I'm not a legal expert, so I may not know all the
going to court is there's two versions. The version that Tom's going on, which I actually agree with him on, which is that they're going to go to court for and this is what we're not attorneys here, but they're going to file a motion to get this thrown out based upon unusual. In most California contracts, there's a clause at the bottom where it talks about acts of God and this and that. And see, by them already throwing out the PR that they're mentioning that the COVID and she's being insensitive and all that, that tells me that they're going straight for the clause in the contract. And it's in every California contract that I've ever seen for every business. And I've seen hundreds of them, maybe even more than 1,000 over the years with different clients buying different businesses and so forth and so on, is that there's this clause and it talks about acts of God, unforeseen circumstances, etc. And whatever the terms might be, if they can bank on that, then they'll go straight to court, file a motion to get this thing thrown out. And that might be the way that they pay or nothing, or that it ends up getting settled out of court. And it's a lot's going to depend on which court. And Disney, the hands of Disney, to file this thing where they filed it and how they filed it may not have been brilliant, because companies like Disney have incredibly interesting ways of influencing California Superior Court judges, which are regional state judges.
And I mean, there's some other things that have been pointed out by some very learned individuals within the industry that have kind of said, like, there was a lot of technical stuff they did do. Like, they could argue, well, it was exclusive to theaters for X amount of time in certain areas. And then the other question they'll bring up is, well, it hasn't even been released in China yet, so we don't even know, the potential of the film. So it could still reach these. Because here's the thing is from my understanding of what's being brought up, and Scarlett's defense Scarlett's accusation is that, she'll never see the full potential of what this movie could be because of the way Disney released this film. And I do feel like, all the things I just set aside, I feel like she does have some grounds to stand on. And that being that theaters were, for the most part, open. Not all of them, but most of them. They had touted and basically advertised for the longest time that this movie was going to theaters only and would not be on Disney Plus. And they said that quite a bit, even though, a lot of us said, yeah, bullshit, we'll see that when we believe it. And of course, like, I think it was like a month or so just before the movie dropped, they announced that, yeah, it would be a premium title as well. So there is that aspect to it. Now, again, I don't know how much Disney plans on giving her on the streaming side of things. That might be why she is suing, is because they have told her that, oh, you're not eligible for any of that money because that's not theatrical money and it's not included in, maybe if she even has any back end on home video, it may not even be included in that. Because you got to remember, when this movie was made, Disney Plus was still in its infancy and just kind of a thought in the beginning process. So that's another thing that her lawyers are going to argue as well, and probably in her favor, that, this was a new thing before she even had, this was obviously not even factored into her contract, right? Like, so she's going to be making a lot of arguments, at least her lawyers, I should say, that Disney deliberately did this. And it may look nefarious in a way that, them releasing it this way, the movie basically lost money and she'll see nothing, let alone whatever back end points and extra bonuses she would get if it hit. Because that's my understanding, is if it hit like a certain amount of money, she would get in another bonus that would kick in. And her lawyers are arguing that she had a potential of up to like $50 million in bonuses. And, you got to remember, these actors, when they first started, if your name's not Brie Larson, you start at a lower level and you work your way up. And let's be real, ScarJo has, whether you liked the movie or not, whether you agree with some of her politics or not, she has worked her way up to this and earned this movie. Now, does she deserve a better movie? That's up for debate. But I feel where she's coming from, and I can see where her agents and lawyers are probably like, go get him while you can. And even if she's got some projects still in line with Disney, I don't think she gives a shit. She is big enough that she don't need Disney. And Disney, I think, is the only reason that this has gotten this far, is there is some sort of miscommunication somewhere, and or the bottom line was they were not going to pay, and her lawyers called their bluff. You know what I mean? Like, it was because this is a PR nightmare for Disney.
Yeah,
the way they're handling it is horrible. They may win the case in the end, but they're not going to be able to shake off the stink of this. And there's no way they're ever going to be able to work with Scarlett Johansson again. It was my understanding, and the rumors getting out there pretty strong, that Kevin Feige may have been one of the ones to push her to do this, because the rumor was, I think you just said it, Kelvington, is that he was pissed that they did this without consulting him or against his wishes, or however you want to put it. I don't know exactly what went down, but it does sound like there was some shady shit. And again, that's all she may have to prove, was that she was lied to all this time. And she does have an email that she got printed in one of the stories. So she's got a lot of stuff in her favor. So
that email is incredibly damning, as
as
you covered on your show on Midnight Edge with Andre and Cameron on Friday. That email is incredibly damning because it basically lays out, hey, we've got to go back and take a look at this deal, given the circumstances that had changed, the pandemic and whatnot. And Disney didn't respond and didn't engage. And so you can have your disaster, act of God clause all day and night. But if they can prove that there was ample opportunity, there was ample effort, there was ample consistency, and then there was no response, yet the term of the agreement said that these are the terms, and hey, we want to relook at these, then I think Tom is 100% completely correct.
And she doesn't get a taste of the streaming. And I think that's one of her big things. They it made X number of $1 million on streaming. Her contract kind of states that she doesn't get a taste of that. And that's a big point of contention to her, that you took out, a third of my box office by showing this at home. And while Disney Plus may have made some money on this premium, she's not going to get any, because that's not going to be considered part of the actual box office gross.
Mm-hmm.
And can I just add one quick thing on that? Another thing that she has going for, I think, going into court, is showing that, the fact that they released this on Disney Plus made this the most pirated movie.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
They will make that argument. I guarantee you.
And the thing is, if people can sit there and pirate this thing from home, or not pirate it and just, you know, pay for it on Disney Plus Premium, which I think they were charging like something insane, like $30 or something.
Yeah, it was 30
bucks.
Yeah, 30.
Watch it, which is crazy. Like, I'm sure she's probably going to go in there and use that argument as well. You know, because, you know, why go to the theater and watch it there if you can just, you know, watch it for free at home?
Yeah, and I got to imagine that some kind of communication broke down, because the way the article that I remember we went over made it sound is like they had not communicated with her about this in months. And the last communication she had was that email that we had talked about. And they had basically said, yeah, they agreed that they need to rework something, but they never got back to her or her agents or managers or whatever. And again, this sounds familiar, right? This sounds just like what they did to Alan Dean Foster and a few other writers and stuff. So Disney will just avoid paying people if they have to, I'm sure. And I mean, there's a few other points that her lawyers are probably going to make that are going to roll right past Disney, and they're going to roll with the punches. And I think they may try this because they can't afford to lose. They can't afford to pay out. You know what I mean? I think that's another reason is why they got this far, is they don't have the money. They're not like Universal where they have Comcast backing them up. They're not like AT&T backing up Warner Brothers, and that's why they paid out, you know, ungodly amounts of money to, you know, Gal Gadot and what's her face, the director of Wonder Woman. I always forget her name.
Patty Jenkins.
Patty Jenkins
yeah.
and Will Smith and a few others, and Legendary allegedly. And I guarantee you they had to have wrote a big ass check to Legendary for Legendary to allow Dune to be on both. Her lawyers are going to make that point, but Disney's lawyers are going to say, well, we're not Warner Brothers. And just because they set a precedent for their company doesn't mean we're about to set that precedent for ours. Right. And there is no law that says they have to do anything. Right. That's the problem. And I think that's where Mike was coming from too, is there's so many outs in these contracts. The contracts are never made to benefit the one being paid usually.
Yeah.
They're generally made for those to be protected who are being the ones that are paying out. So
right, and to create a set of circumstances and conditions where you're the one. Let's say Tom's writing the contract and I'm the guy getting paid, and Tom's the studio, right? And so basically, and this is true with all business contracts, especially in California, where basically if a set of circumstances and conditions happen, and if everything goes right, and if nothing in the out clauses happens, then I'm going to get this amazing payday. That is how these contracts really read at the end of the day, and that's what Tom's touching on.
Yeah, but here the danger of this is extreme and hard to overstate for Disney, because they're kind of damned if they do and damned if they don't. If they settled it before they go to court, as people are saying, you know, they better settle it. Well, then that's going to embolden everybody in a similar situation, like, you know, Emma Stone and Emily Blunt, if they were promised things too, and they're going ahead and releasing this thing and this damn, Disney Plus premiere thing, to go ahead and file their lawsuits and get their settlement.
I think you're completely right. I mean,
that's why they can't afford to lose. Exactly, Mike. I think that's what you're about to say.
But holy shit, if they actually go through with it, and ScarJo gets pissed and says, "Nah, we're not fucking settling anything," and goes into Discovery and shit.
Exactly.
Oh, that's some big
I've been sitting here
trouble.
listening. That's it's truly a bad position for Disney either way. And with Tom saying that they're short of cash, holy crap, they're in quite the position here, because obviously the lesser of the two evils for them would be settle immediately, you know?
Yes.
You would
but
think
normally.
I
but
think
now,
they're going to play the long game, maybe. Go ahead, Doug. Sorry.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not going to go well. I mean, they can still win. Now, we talked about the snotty response that they did, which spoke of desperation to me, to smear her like that over COVID and whatnot. But also within it, they claimed that there was some amount of compensation for the D+ earnings. And if they go into that, and if that's enough for the court to satisfy the obligations of the contract, then they win. But obviously she didn't agree with that. And the details would come out, and that's a bigger problem for them, I believe, is the details come out, through discovery and what have you. And of course, again, the bigger threat is the other two actresses coming forward, and God knows the floodgates would open for others in a similar situation. And so it's bad all around for them. So I guess the settlement would be the easier way, but still, like you say, they still bleed.
Yeah, that's why
the idea that.
Oh, go ahead, Calvin. My bad.
I was going to say the idea that Emma Stone is considering suing over fucking Cruella. I mean, all Disney's got to do is send her a box of cookies and say, this more than covers all the profits we made on this movie. Congratulations, you got a box of cookies. Now, The Jungle Cruise is actually a good film. So Emily Blunt, I could see her making some money. But Emma Stone, like, very few people watched that film. And those that did kind of wanted their money back. So maybe Emma Stone ends up paying us all money. Like, if I see Emma Stone on the street, I get to go, hey, you owe me $20 because I went and saw fucking Cruella. Here's my ticket.
In a perfect world, that might be the case.
Yeah.
No, like I really do. Like, if Disney's is in the situation, like I see like that being their only real. It's a long shot, but like if they pay out now, that puts them in a position where they got to pay out everybody else. If they go to court and they lose, they're going to have to pay out everybody anyway. But if they actually go to court and win, which, as Mike and I have been pointing out, in California, they've got a good shot. And that might be why they're like, fuck it, let's chance it. You know what I mean? And if they win, then that means they ain't got to worry about nothing else. And that's the win-win scenario for them. And they could possibly even drag this out for so fucking long that people forget about it. You know what I mean? Like, that's the other part of this, is if they can manage to get their lawyers to keep extending this thing out, they can end up hurting her a lot more in the long run than she'll ever hurt them.
Yeah, but with the involvement, let me just ask you this. What about with the involvement of the agent? I mean, I don't think their memory is going to be very long, and depending on what happens, this is going to affect how they handle other talent that they represent.
Oh, absolutely. You're not wrong there, Mike. And it's not going to be a good look for Disney for a while, but business is business. And as like Robert Meyer Burnett always points out, you don't get what you deserve, you get what you negotiate, right? And again, her lawyers are, I mean, as much as we feel like it's the right thing in our guts, and we want to root for her against the little guy against the big guy, you and I both know that in these cases, 9 times out of 10, they're pretty protected. And again, I'm not so sure they're that confident, or they probably would have said something completely different in the press. That, I think, is a good point to be made. Like you do say, that is a bit of a desperate move, but it could be just painting the narrative too that they want out there, and that she's just acting completely fucking out of line and being selfish and all these other things that they're trying to paint her as. And she got $20 million already. That's nothing to sneeze at, right? But as I made
plenty wampum.
It's plenty wampum. That's right. But I mean, what does she deserve in this case? That's the thing, and that's what they're probably going to try to decide between what's in the actual contract, what happened here, and the arguments that are going to be made. That between everything we've brought up here, it's a pretty strong argument to be made on that Disney fucked her over. And again, Disney doesn't really need that either. You got a point there. They don't need to keep the bad look already. I mean, they may not see it as a bad look because of the Gina thing, but that's another strike against if they keep this going. And yeah.
Oh, there's so many.
I know that it's a strike against the talent. I mean they can go ahead and piss in the faces of fans. And they do that. Although they've been better about it lately. But the thing is, shit, man, there is so much to lose. They're basically on a very narrow path with a flaming pit to their left and a flaming pit of shit to their right. And it just depends on which one they want to fall into. I guess take the regular shit, not the flaming shit. But either way, it's not good. On the far end of that chasm is, Triumph. But boy, that's going to be a tough walk. And are they going to have to defend on multiple fronts? I've heard like little rumors. I haven't heard it from my source. Well, maybe I have actually. Just that maybe she was put up to this by some other entities like the Theater Owners Association and stuff that are sick to death of this, concurrent streaming and theatrical release strategy, and they want it to end. And maybe they're trying to whip up a little bit of, controversy and shit to make sure it does, by God, stop. I don't know.
Well, I mean, the interests are absolutely aligned. Why not? Kevin Feige and the theaters, and ScarJo, who's getting paid based upon. I mean, there's that Alec Guinness deal, right? That, I mean, he got paid, what was it, 50 or 75 cents on the first dollar of every ticket. I can't remember the number, but I mean, this is the interests are aligned. And there was also an article that came out about the Theaters Association as well. It hasn't gotten a lot of coverage and press, but that came out recently as well, and it came out before the ScarJo thing. So, all this is fascinating to me, because we have to look at whose interests are aligned and where are the interests pushing.
When the idea that a corporation would reveal how much somebody got paid to make a movie is unprecedented. Like, people whisper and say, well, Nicholson made $45 million on Batman. It's fine to whisper all that, but to actually come out and say, look, we already gave this woman, $20 million. What more could she want? And Women in Film went and said, like, wait, we don't want to talk about the litigation, but you cannot talk about Scarlett Johansson in this insensitive and selfish for saying she wants what's in her contract. Like, you can't attack a woman for saying, look, I want the equal pay and stuff, because that's kind of what she's done. They did a gender attack on her character, saying, like, well, she doesn't understand. It's sad and distressing in this callous disregard for the horrific and prolonged global effects of the COVID. Like, fuck you. How do you say that to somebody who's worked for you and then expose their salary?
Mm-hmm. It's kind of like very condescending. It's like, well, now I may be a simple country lawyer, but I just don't think the little lady understands how this kind of high level finance works. It's kind of dripping with condescension in the age of, pound me too. It doesn't play well. I mean, holy shit.
Yeah,
they walk right into that.
I'm sure the woke left is pulling their hair out right now, trying to figure out who to side with. Either the believe all women and go with ScarJo, or side with woke Disney. They probably don't. They're probably running around in circles right now.
They probably are. But you know what? It's you're making that joke, man. Doomcock. I'm not a fancy attorney. I'm just a caveman.
Does our world frighten and bewilder you?
It does. These your curious ways with your mumbo and your jumbo and your big words and your dialectic prose and I'm just a caveman. And from where I sit in my cave, Disney should lose. But I'm just a caveman.
Well, you may be a caveman, son, but I am a gentle Southern chicken. I'm not a lawyer. But I think you're right.
Ladies and gentlemen of the court, attorney Foghorn Leghorn for the prosecution, ladies and gentlemen.
ScarJo. Oh, ScarJo Sue. It's just kind of bad.
Hey, you're doing a great job there, Foghorn Leghorn. Go get her.
Looks like we're kind of fucked, Mick. Oh, it's terrible. It's terrible, Mickey. Oh, dear.
But it's an interesting. It's an interesting thing, considering it's Scarlett Johansson with of the Church of Woke, because they've hit her hard twice. They hit her over Ghost in the Shell, which she didn't deserve, and then they hit her over that her own project she wanted to do about the Rub and Tug movie about she was going to play the trans man. It was based on a true story about a massage parlor that had some extracurricular activities going on there, and she was going to do that, and they went after her and tore it down and took it away from her. So now here she is going up against this corporate giant. So yeah, it is quite although the Time's Up group came out in her defense over they attacked her about COVID and all that, but it is an interesting set of circumstances in that regard. But Disney itself has no rights to any moral grandstanding on any issue after the way they behaved, not just against their talent, but the whole disastrous thing of, filming movies next door to a concentration camp, and then the changing the Star Wars posters and all that sort of thing. It's just, no, you have no ground to lecture anyone on anything. Just, you need to just go back to making stuff for popcorn.
Yes. Well, I want to go ahead and also by way of Black Widow, it looks like it's maybe going to go the way of Solo, in that Solo lost money and so may Black Widow. Now, this assessment came to me from WDW Pro, the expert Disney leaker that has drummed up a lot of controversy over the past year or so. And WDW Pro is in contact with me now, and it's a wonderful thing because I've admired WDW Pro for a long time. He's over at thatparkplace.com now, and doing some great work over there. But this is what he said. Black Widow, or she, I mean, I don't really know if it's a he or a she, but anyway, quote, Black Widow currently has a $319,451,514 box office haul worldwide. Now, given its $200 million production cost and a likely $100 million marketing budget, that would mean the movie is far below where Disney needs it to make a profit. In fact, when considering that Disney only likely saw around 60% of those profits after taxes and movie theaters received their cut, Disney is almost certainly around $110 million in the hole with the movie. And my sources, my network of Hollywood spies, said Black Widow is on track to lose money. On paper, it cost $200 million to make, but you have the ad campaign when it was supposed to come out back in 2020. Then you have the ad campaign this time. It looks like plenty pain for Disney, and one more kick when Disney is down. I mean, their park business is in the toilet, their resort business is in the toilet. It looks like they're going to have to start requiring masks in Disneyland and Disney World again.
Oh God.
I mean, so basically, it is raining on them, and it's yellow rain, and it's not lemonade. And I'm just wondering, Mexican Iron Man, does that make sense in terms of that analysis from WDW Pro?
It completely makes a lot of sense. In fact, I don't believe that they ended up making the money that they said they made on the streaming purchases. That number seems high to me, but this is the chicken has got to come home to roost, my brother Foghorn Leghorn, Tom Connors, because they can't keep this up. The last quarterly report that they had did indeed issue an earnings per share value and had a small dividend, but the accounting tricks that they pulled in order to pull that off had absolutely everything to do with tax code accounting trickery. That's all legal, but they were able to do it, and had nothing to do with operational earnings, had nothing to do with operational cash. And I mean, think about it. Now they're supposedly emerging. They are the amount of money that they borrowed 3 earnings calls ago is unbelievable. I'm dying to see what's going to happen, because the bond markets right now and the lending markets are absolutely chaotic. People think money's cheap right now because the interest rates are low, when in actuality, it's probably likely that the interest rate might go negative. I don't want to get too technical here on this stream, but basically the bond markets are in flux. I've had all my clients are millionaires. The vast majority. I have some startups that I take as public service projects because I like what they do and I believe them, but most of my clients are millionaires. And all of them have seen, between Wells Fargo and Chase, all of their lines of credits have been not renewed or frozen or not allowed to increase in the last 60 days. Now, that is a sign of things to come. And if that's happening in the small business level with people with credit scores in the 750 to 800s, the corporations aren't that far behind. There is a limit to how much they'll be able to borrow before the investors do take notice and do wonder if the stock price is just bobbling on crap, which is what has happened already.
Mm-hmm. Tom, what do you think of that analysis?
Well, Honestly.
Why you have Disney stock? You sound like you're in pain. Are you secretly a Disney investor? You're feeling.
Oh, by the way,
No,
full disclosure, I
mean-
do own Disney stock. Full disclosure.
Uh-oh. Well, sell it, dude.
Well, no, I hold on to it because it gets me copies of the disclosure
Oh, okay.
3 days before.
Oh, nice.
I mean, Disney can come out of this whole situation they're in. Don't get me wrong, but it's going to take a lot. I mean, and this case is a big part of going forward as far as like definitely how they're going to deal with talent. They'll definitely worry about things like this happening again. I mean, basically Mike covered most of it there, so I mean, there really isn't too much I can add to that. I have a mortgage. Yeah, no, I wish. I can't afford a house. No.
Well, neither can the mouse anymore. I don't think.
Oh, well, I think it'd be funny if they had, the Looney Tunes being all of ScarJo's lawyers. That'd be hilarious. And then they call all the Mickey Mouse crew to the stand. That'd be funny.
To testify.
Daffy Duck.
They got big old wads of cash they're sleeping on in their mattress.
Yeah.
Shut up, Goofy, you fucking turncoat. I'll kill you. That's Mickey on crack, by the way.
Yeah.
That's my
And
impression of
then
Mickey
Daffy
Mouse
would be
on
one
crack.
of the lawyers, and he'd be all like,
This is a travesty. We don't even know if the damn duck is American. Nobody understands anything he's saying. I'm thinking Russian.
Even Daffy Duck can't understand.
Thanks for the sour persimmons, cousin. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And not only are they fucked in terms of these potential lawsuit, parentheses S, it could be lawsuit, it could be lawsuits. They've also likely lost money on Black Widow, but also Harrison Ford, the situation with Harrison Ford and derailing Indiana Jones 5 for whatever reason. And we're still trying to figure that out. Guys, if you haven't watched my video about the, accumulated woes of Disney, be sure and check it out because there is some really, really good stuff in there.
It's so good.
It's very good. As WDW Pro put it in his article on thatparkplace.com, he said, the thing Disney wants to avoid most is for Black Widow's full financial picture to be laid bare in documents related to a court case. The entire move to release the movie's streaming numbers via press release was an attempt to save face by leaving commentators and investors clueless about how much the film actually made. If the financials are made fully public, it will inevitably show that Disney was playing a corrupt game with the way they manipulated the numbers and the narrative. This move affected their stock price as well as Johansson's paycheck. A lawsuit such as this could sully Kevin Feige and damage Bob Chapek. That is WDW's take on that. And man, they are just in deep, deep shit here.
Yeah, and with ScarJo starting this, she might have started a trend because with Emily Blunt and Emma Stone coming out, that they might have to release numbers on other movies as well, and not just the Black Widow movie. So, yeah, it definitely could be a bad thing for Disney for sure.
Well, there's two ways that can go. It can go a way they want in a sense that it'll just show that, no, the movie didn't really make any money. They'll take a little egg on their face because, they're like, well, it did have a great opening weekend, but it fell off a cliff afterwards. But then that's going to hurt them in their argument against ScarJo because that's going to be her argument, is that putting it on Disney Plus ruined this film's second weekend. And the way that they launched it and the way they did it and all that's going to factor in. So it really will boil down to like the other films. I think they're a little more worried about maybe getting out there, but I mean, this movie is never going to make any money. And I think they know that, and that's what she knows now, and that's why she's doing this. That's the clear thing, because nobody's going to go back to see it again. Nobody went to see any of the other movies, really, one way or the other. Because, she's going to her lawyers are going to make all kinds of arguments as far as, like, sure, they had $60 million made on Disney Plus, but how many of those were families that sat home and will not go to see it again and or buy it on Blu-ray and DVD if she had kickback on those kind of sales, right? So
Right.
I mean, yeah, there's a lot of things that factor into this, and I think you're right, Nick. Like that's the one thing they're going to want to avoid, and that's why I think they may try to take this all the way, even if they do have to put out some of the numbers out there. Basically, they're just going to have to admit that, yeah, it's a failure. It was a failure anyway. I mean, to me, their biggest snafu of doing what they did with the weekend numbers just kind of, to me, it made no sense, because it was like you had the biggest opening of the pandemic era. Why are you hiding it behind your Disney Plus numbers? And then we knew it wasn't going to make any more money than that. So again, it was just like, why are you like celebrating this? It was a dumb idea to begin with. Why did you do this? The entire endeavor. I mean, so again, I don't see them really looking as bad that way, because then they're going to stave off any more lawsuits. Because if this goes and they lose or they pay out, that's going to be the problem. And it's not going to just be for Disney. It's going to be for everybody.
Doesn't this remind me? Like, I think this is an ultimate Karen move, because I thought Brie Larson would be the ultimate like kind of Karen. Whenever you sing the song, I always think of Brie Larson a little time. But this is like Superior Divorce Court, like, right? You got Mickey the Mouse, right? And here you got ScarJo. It's their last hurrah, and they're having the breakup, and they're going to court. I mean, this is, to me, it's like a divorce court case, you know? She wants more money. Like, I gave you 20 million. How much do you need? You know, I can't do a Mickey Mouse accent. And she's like, no, I need more. I'm like, you're the highest paid actress 2 out of the 5 last years. I don't care. I want more.
Well, that's true, but I would definitely say that even more than Disney, I think the one going through a divorce right now is CBS, and who are they divorcing? Reality. They're basically divorcing reality, because I mean, my God in heaven, how the fuck do you go ahead and keep shoveling money at this guy that has just destroyed the most important fucking franchise that Paramount has? I mean, holy shit, at a time when they are hemorrhaging money. What the fuck are they doing?
The Variety article may have a little insight into that.
You mean the one that were blowing Kurtzman like there was no tomorrow? What in God's name? That was obscene.
I
felt sullied. I felt dirty. I had to take a shower after I looked at that.
There is one little bit in there
article
that kind of shines a little bit on this that we may be right about. He probably got the Playmates deal, because according to this, Kurtzman guides all of Star Trek universe
into the toilet.
Yeah, I know, right? Digital content, social media, podcasts, and games, as well as merchandising and collectibles. Merchandising collectibles being the operative thing. So he probably got that deal. But Secret Hideout will also recruit a franchise manager to help oversee Star Trek Frontier. So you guys may be right. Maybe they gave him this is your last shot, but you got to have somebody come in and oversee this shit is a possibility. And the other reason why he may kept this deal going was with the Michelle Yeoh Section 31, because that has been a show that he's been touting for so fucking long. And that's what I heard. I don't know what you heard, Doomcock, but when Strange New Worlds was announced, that's what I heard Kurtzman went into a tizzy over, was not so much that the show, what it was about, but that because of their contract with CBS, he couldn't do Section 31, and they already were in bad way with Michelle Yeoh's agents because they had pushed the show off so far. And that's what I heard his big fucking pissing match was all about.
Well, I would love to. I don't know about that. I mean, it's possible. I mean,
So maybe they let him have his way, is what I'm thinking.
Well, but dude, you talk about a last chance.
That's what I'm saying. I can't see it unless they're that. I think they're just that blind, dude. From what I've heard, I think they really just don't understand what they're doing. Like, seriously, I think it's it's a blind person leading a blind person at this point.
Dude, when you said that, Tom, image came into my head of a guy tied up in front of a brick wall, wearing a blindfold and a cigarette in his mouth with his hands tied behind his back, and a whole bunch of dead soldiers all around, and one soldier is left with his gun smoking, and they say, okay, we'll give you one more chance. That's basically, he's basically hit everybody except the prisoner.
It could have
that's
been,
Kurtzman.
It could have been that case, or like basically they were getting to that point and they were about to pull the trigger, and they got the phone call that said the Playmates deal went through. The Playmates deal went through. And they're probably like, you lucky son of a bitch. I mean, that could have very well been the case. But no, like I would not be surprised if they're just completely fucking oblivious.
On your Friday show with Andre, you had Cameron on, and someone threw a super chat out that said something to the effect of, there's no way that Hollywood people can be this dumb.
Oh,
and
yes,
Cameron
they can.
said, huh? What?
He said what I just said. Oh, yes, they can.
Yeah, he said. Cameron said,
It's
yes,
hard
they
to
are.
believe.
He said they're flipping morons and idiots.
No, they're more
you're
likely
getting
to believe the excuse that we are not liking the show because there's black people in it and gay people in it. And they will buy that excuse, guys. That's the thing. That's what I was saying before, too, about the whole they hate us as fans. Because they have literally painted us in this light. And that's why everything falls on deaf ears. Did you not see that? He controls the social media and the podcast and everything. So he controls the flow of information that goes into CBS. There's your answer right there.
And yet there were black people on Star Trek. There have been black people on every single iteration of Star Trek that has ever been.
Yeah, but
There
they don't know that.
are gay people on Star Trek.
Look,
George Takei is gay, and who gives a shit? I don't care. Look at why do we love the Orville? Even though it's got, Clyden and Bortus, why do we love The Expanse, where there are gay characters and black characters and all sorts of women in power on that? They are so full of shit. They are such fucking liars. It just makes me sick that we are in a post-truth environment. We are in a post-truth society where any asshole and moron and cretin can go ahead and make a claim like that, despite the overwhelming preponderance of fucking hardcore concrete evidence that it's a lie. It's a fucking lie. They're all a bunch of fucking liars. And it makes me sick that they keep trotting out this utterly, completely groundless bullshit to cover up their own fucking mendacity and incompetence.
Well, who gets a fucking 9-digit last chance deal? This would be like going, Mr. Cosby, we only have one bag of roofies left. Now we want you to go up on that stage and have a good time.
No, I
Like,
don't believe
fuck.
it. No, I'm just trying to,
disgusted.
I'm just trying
so
to give
sick of this
Doomcock
shit.
at least one bit of a kernel of hope, but no. Let's be real. These guys they're oblivious. They see him as what he presents himself. They are in that much of a vacuum. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, they are that stupid. They think
Not
that.
to-
Go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Covington. No, I was just going to say.
I was
They
going to say,
think
not
exactly.
to piss on things. You got a lot of super chats and some members that have joined that you might want to get to soon.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just like,
It's
It's
tough.
abominable.
I fucking hate irrationality. I hate lies. I hate stupidity. I think that is the greatest crime of Star Trek Discovery. Not just that it ruins canon, not just that it's not entertaining, not just that it's badly written, but it's just so fucking butt stupid.
And it's
I
been
mean,
bad since
swear to
2009, right? You didn't like the 2009 movie, right?
The 2009 movie was dumb fun. And I had no idea at the time, because it was, ostensibly in a parallel universe, an altered timeline. And it's like, okay, you know what? You can go off and traipse off in your little alternate timeline, do whatever the fuck you want. And it was fun. I mean, I thought Carl Urban was great as McCoy. Quinto was pretty good as Spock. Pine was good as a young Kirk that had been raised without his dad, so he lacked the inner discipline that William Shatner brought to the role, and so it was like a more kind of a fly off your handle Kirk. I mean, other than the time travel timeline and shit is stupid, but I mean, time travel frequently is. The thing that really made me wince was Scotty beaming into the fucking funhouse water filter system and not drowning. I mean, that was stupid as fuck. The coincidence with Delta Vega. Are you fucking kidding me? Have they never seen? They just heard this name, Delta Vega, and Delta Vega's on the edge of the fucking galaxy. They only came to Delta Vega when they were like, there was an old lithium cracking station out there. It was at the edge of the fucking galaxy, where the rim is not just hop, skip, and a fucking jump from Vulcan. But, I was really fucking stupid. But not until Star Trek Discovery Star Trek Into Darkness, which is one of the worst fucking films ever made in the history of mankind. Jesus God. When I saw that movie, back in the days when I would post on forums and stuff, before I had my channel, and there were times when I would try really hard to hit on every single piece of fucking idiocy that was in Star Trek Into Darkness, and I couldn't do it. I would bust my ass, and then somebody else went, well, what about this? And what about this? And what about this? And it just made me coin the phrase fractal of fucked, because it was just, no matter how deep you drill down, trying to get to the bottom of just every single pit of stupidity, idiocy, and insultingly, morbidly stupid shit in Star Trek Into Darkness, you could never list it all. There's no way.
Where's Miss Redstone in all of this? Didn't we think that at one point that she was going to basically take up our mantle for us? Or no? Whatever happened to her? I don't know. I'm asking.
That was more or less here. I'm reading.
She can't fix it, man. The contract's the contract. What do you?
Well, the more I'm reading this article, it's like this Cheeks guy loves Kurtzman. That's your answer right there.
Yeah.
If loving Kurtzman is wrong,
and people were saying something about like, why wasn't Kurtzman interviewed for this Variety article looks like it comes straight from Secret Hideout headquarters. You've got quotes from Cheeks. You've got quotes from everybody from Secret Hideout, Robin Johnson, and who's the other one here? There was another, and they even got a quote from Alex himself, and it doesn't say it's from this or that interview, so I'm assuming it was directly for this. And he says, and I quote, CBS Studios has been my home for over a decade because the incomparable David Staff always finds a way to demonstrate his decency and creative passion, not just for the work we do, but for the many people who do it, he said. Kurtzman credited David Nevins, Showtime chief and Paramount Plus scripted chief, as being a rare breed executive with auteur taste and the guts to take chances, who's encouraged us to create premium streaming and cable that pushes the boundaries. And he credited Cheeks with helping to guide Secret Hideout and himself. So he has literally embedded himself with the topmost of the popmost of this company. That's why. And he's got 100 other things in development and it works with them. So it's beyond Star Trek. And that's what I was trying to tell people for years, is that I don't think Kurtzman's going anywhere real fucking fast. But maybe, just maybe, this person they're making him bring in to oversee the franchise is the only chance we got. At this point, that's about all we got here.
All right. Shit.
Which is something Kurtzman et al. Should have done a long time ago. Just go ahead and take the credit, but bring in somebody who knows what they're doing.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead, brother.
No, that's about it. That's one of the missed opportunities if Kurtzman had any sense. But he has sense in making these deals, and I guess there's no one left to fire him if all this works out with him and Cheeks. But yeah, had he done that, and that's what like Tom said, our only hope is this guy brings in, because how many does this make? And if they're actually good, you might have something. But it's far too late at this point in a lot of ways. But it's something he should have done a long time ago, since he never really cared about it. And he could he'll always have his name there, and that he takes credit for someone else's work. But it's the only hope it has, because he's not leaving.
Yeah. I need to drink more because I'm getting angry.
Oh, you're drinking. I'm just going to say this. If hating Kurtzman is wrong, I don't want to be right.
Yeah, you might.
I don't have your voice, but
just get to some super chats. They're probably less.
Yeah, you might as well. Yeah.
All right, let's get to some super chats. God, that bullshit. That really rots my ass. accusing us of this shit when we're Star Trek fans. You cannot be a bigot or some kind of Istrophobe and still love Star Trek, still love the Orville, still love a fucking Expanse.
Like I said, it's stuff that only makes sense to them, Doomcock. And again, you got to remember that a lot of these woke tards and SJWs, they seriously think they're fucking like Christopher Columbus. Like nobody's ever done this shit before.
Yeah, they have no sense of history. They've never watched Star Trek. It's like there was a black person in Star Trek. Yeah,
no one's
they
ever
are
seen
seriously
black people,
fuckheads.
brown people, gay people, trans people.
Yes.
My God.
Well,
God.
how often do they post something on Discovery and people have to fucking correct the articles every fucking time? Every time. They're like, so-and-so gay couple first this in history of Star Trek. And then like got 12 fucking people going, no, it wasn't.
Yeah.
And they'll post which episode, which characters, and they generally give more than one example. That's the thing. Is so they're like, and we even saw this at Star Trek Las Vegas 2 years ago and that was the thing, is the Discovery cast was just out there trying to like fucking just push that we're the first to do this and we're the most woke as this and we're the coolest. And then you had even some of the classic cast being like, no, you weren't. And they would have to point out to them and make them look like idiots. And then they would make this, well, of course, we're the first ones to do it like this. And like, no. Because what was his name? Dr. Flock, the guy who plays him.
Dr. Phlox?
Or not, from Enterprise. The doctor.
Phlox.
Yeah,
was his
Phlox.
name.
Yeah,
I
Phlox.
can't remember the actor's name.
I can't think of the
Phlox.
actor's name, but he was like one of them. He's like, no, my character slept with all kinds of different...
Right.
Right. Yeah.
He put it out right on stage with what's his face, the Colbert character was on stage, and I think it was, and he was talking about the first, gay couple in Star Trek and all this kind of same sex marriage, and he's just like, no.
Yeah, they obviously never watched Deep Space Nine.
No, they didn't. And they didn't watch Star Trek either, because the biggest genius on all of Star
John
Trek, the
Billingsley,
original
sorry.
series, was Dr. Richard Daystrom, who was black. And, he invented the duotronic circuits that are basically control everything in Starfleet, along with Zephyrin Cochrane, who invented warp drive. Shit, these people are so corrupt. They're so fundamentally corrupt, and they're ignorant as fuck, and they don't know what they're talking about. It just makes me sick.
And on top of that, they don't even care about Star Trek.
No. They don't.
And ignorance is the key word here. Is like what Tom was talking about, how they're clueless, and about CBS executives, and how could they possibly think that a Star Trek fan would be racist? Well, it's because they've never watched it. They don't know any of this stuff, so that you can get away with, hey, wouldn't it be cool? We'll have the first gay couple on there. Yeah. Well, you're not first. So, but that certainly speaks a lot to it, that there's a lot of ignorance and stupidity here that enables someone like Kurtzman to thrive.
Exactly.
He can only thrive in an atmosphere of prevarication and ignorance. That's basically
right.
it.
Yeah.
And
plus somehow, I guess I have to give it to him. Somehow he fooled Playmates into signing on to this, so they got some cash, and so he wins the day.
Yeah, it's true. And would my wrenches please post links to the channels of Douglas Nelson, and of course Midnight's Edge, and let's see, we've got.
You can forego links to my channel and just post your favorite Pornhub videos.
Pornhub videos are
I feel
excellent.
like you should spread the love.
Yeah, I'm betting the
kind of love.
I'm betting
wrap your dick so you don't get sick, of course.
It's
but-
kind of sticky love, but never mind.
Well,
Sticky love.
safe.
Whoa. And subscribe to Echo Base Network as well. If my wrenches would please put those links, I would really appreciate it. And Pornhub links for Tom.
Yeah.
I'm kidding. Of course, I don't need you guys getting in trouble.
I understand.
But I am betting the Star Trek parodies on Pornhub are far superior to
Somebody-
anything Kurtzman has produced.
Douglas, didn't you know that somebody actually took a couple of those Star Trek porn parodies and cut out all the sex, and they actually are closer to real Star Trek?
Holy crap. Yeah, well.
Yeah, there's a couple of people who did that a few months ago. They were talking about it. I'm like, yeah, I'm not surprised.
Oh,
yeah.
shit. That's great. Hey, can't you hear the music to the Star Trek porn parodies? Come, 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 come. Let's get to our super chats before
Please.
things deteriorate any
Yeah,
further.
yeah.
Our dear friend Dixon Sider with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Dixon. Says Chuck Norris went to a feminist rally. He came back with his shirt pressed and a ham sandwich. That man is a legend.
I love Chuck Norris jokes. They're so amazing.
I do. And I love Dixon Sider as well. Dixon was feeling kind of under the weather. I'm glad he's back. It makes me happy as a pig and you know what to have Dixon Sider back. Yeah, came back with his shirt pressed and a ham sandwich. He typed sandwich, but I said sandwich.
Yeah.
Because, it's better that way. Thank you, Dixon Sider. Classic Comics with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Classic Comics. Says, I knew Paramount was in trouble a year ago when I heard they were planning movies based on the Atlas comic characters. Pure desperation move. Yeah.
Yeah. Everything Paramount's done for the last couple of years has been nothing but desperation. I mean, they didn't even have confidence in Coming to America, too.
No, they didn't, and I think it was justified, oddly enough.
Probably, but you know what? I would still say that enough people didn't mind it, that being what it was, they could have held it off for a little bit longer, and it probably would have made probably 2-3 times its budget, because it really didn't cost that much to make, and they didn't get shit for it from Amazon. So,
well, I guess that's interesting. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it just, to me, it's like, it just shows their desperation. And that's every time they do one of these big announcements like this, it follows some kind of deal or whatever. So again, I wouldn't be surprised in the least if this Playmates deal has everything to do with Kurtzman keeping his job.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's sad. It's sad. The Good Buddy Network just derails everything, In the chat, Vangelis 2019 says Chuck Norris has counted to infinity twice. I love it, man. Hail to you. And Nephilim with a $1.99 super chat. Thank you, Nephilim. Says Emma Watts was overruled by CBS and Paramount Plus CEO per Mr. H. Poor Emma Watts. They bring her in with a mandate to fix this fucked up mess that has become Star Trek, and they just go ahead and overrule her if that's the case. Something happened.
Yeah.
Something happened because it's not looking good. Stephen Otten with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Stephen. Says they don't want me as a fan. Fine. Fuck them. I'll move on. They'll burn down countries and everything we care about. Hashtag without respect, we reject. Amen, Stephen. Amen. Well said, sir. Thank you for that. And Lord Trinan with a $5 super chat. Thank you, my Lord. He says, the Joker's mad schemes make sense to him alone, unquote. Doomcock, ask your sources if they're hearing insane cackling in the halls of Paramount. I can hear it. I can hear it. The sounds of gibbering madness, the shuffling madness of locomotive breath, as fucking Jethro Tull put it. I think we're hearing that right now. We've got a couple of brand new members to the channel.
Yay.
We have got Lorne99. I think it's Lorne or Lom. I'm not sure. I think maybe it's Lom99. Has joined the channel membership at the Dominion level. Thank you, Lom99. I appreciate it very much. And Tommy, aka Tommy Aka, has joined the channel membership as well at the Dominion level. Thank you very much, Tommy Aka. Both of you guys, thank you so much. We've got 8 new members tonight, and I will be reading those as I come to them. Thank you guys so much. For it was Lorne. I see a larger super chat. It was Lorne99, not Lom. And Lord99 says with a $5 super chat, thank you, Lorne, as if joining wasn't enough. He says, no consequences to failure. I mean, virtue and visions are all fun, but when your failures are running off paying customers, not anymore. Not anymore.
Right.
Kind of reminds me of Inspector Clouseau in Return of the Pink Panther, when he destroys a piano, and the guy in the room says, that was a priceless Steinway, and he says, not anymore. That's basically That's basically Kurtzman in Star Trek.
Hey, Doomcock.
Yeah.
Nick has to roll. He has to leave.
Yep.
So I thought you might want to say goodnight to him.
Oh, Nick, I didn't know that. You got to head out, buddy?
Yeah, I do. Our member watch party is getting ready to end in like 1 minute, and I gotta go console the troops over there over the Kurtzman thing and talk about the love of the movie that we just watched.
Well, excellent. Well, thank you, Nicholas, for being here. Man, you are always welcome. You're a great friend, and love your brother. And please subscribe to Echo Base Network. Go ahead and give yourself a plug, Nick.
Yep, I am one half of Echo Base Network, and I run the channel with one of my best friends, Coach, and we're primarily a Star Wars channel. And we actually did our very first documentary, was narrated by Doomcock himself, who did a fabulous job on it, on the Star Wars sequel trilogy and the fan backlash. We're working on our second documentary now on the rise and fall of LucasArts. So it was an honor and a privilege to be in here, Doomcock. Always a pleasure. Douglas Nelson, Kelvington, Tom, Mike, love you guys, and we'll see you guys later on.
Hail Echo Base Network. Nicholas, you take care, brother. We'll see you later.
Thanks, guys. Bye.
Bye-bye, my friend. Lauren99, thank you for joining, and thank you for that super chat. I really appreciate it. Eric Winberg with a $5 super chat. Thank you. Eric says, Overlord DVD, I'm catching up. Your witness was amazing. Hail Doomcock, and got some thumbs up and some flames. Man, I tell you, I had to make my witness, as Howard Beale did on Network. Man, was that a prescient movie or what? Network.
Yeah. Absolutely.
That's basically where we are, isn't it, guys?
Pretty much.
God
I'm mad as
almighty.
hell, and I'm not gonna take it anymore.
That was one of the greatest speeches in all of film history, man. Wasn't it? God,
Yeah,
that's a great
Oscar
movie.
winning, wasn't it? Or at least not.
Yeah, I think it was.
Oh, really?
I think
I didn't know.
Peter. God damn, what was his name?
I
Peter
know he was
Firth.
at least, I know he was at least nominated. If he didn't win, I can't remember.
I think he won posthumously. I think it was like his last movie. I think he died.
Yeah,
He was fantastic. Great movie, Network.
and oddly enough, apparently he was right.
Right?
He was right. And I mean that basically is me. I'm mad as hell, and
Yeah, mad as hell.
I'm not going to take it anymore.
Well, and
Holy
it's
shit.
unprecedented, and that's the only way they can get away with this and keep doing what they're doing is making us the bad guy, right? Like that's the only way this works for them.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And again, that's where I keep going back to. That's how this happens. That's why they
Oh my God! They really are just against us. Is that it? That's basically
well, not
it?
us and directly, but you know,
But yeah, white
the
males.
loud, obnoxious older fans, yeah, the ones that they feel are all these istophobes, and I don't know why. Outside of just this political bullshit, man, and it really is ruining everything, and there's nothing we can really do other than just keep saying we don't like it and or ignoring it, because if we don't, and that's where I'm at now with this Trek shit. We've tried being reasonable. We've tried the lecturing and the videos and the other things to try and get them to understand what we feel and why we feel the way we do. They're not listening. They're not gonna listen. And now I guess it's just to ignore them. I mean, what else can you do? I mean, they're basically like bullies at this point, right? I mean, Kurtzman said flat out that Star Trek is a platform. We're going to use it as a platform. And that's basically a call to anybody who doesn't like what he's doing to say, fuck you, we're going to keep doing it. So I guess that's where we just have to finally go, all right, I guess you're just going to have to do what you're going to do, and we're going to have to do what we're going to do. And that's why I'm not against so much buying the older Trek films and merchandise, but go ahead. Let the Mikey Spock sit there and collect dust on the shelf. You know what I mean? That's going to send a bigger message in the end. At this point, I don't know what else we can do. I wish a video from Doomcock would fix it all, but
but I'm going to keep making them. I'm going to keep on it. I'm going to double my efforts. I'm going to not back down.
and you can rely on your minister, your Xanadu minister of covert operations, because I absolutely am going to the party store and I'm going to start putting together the cemetery thing. I'm going to look into the billboard. I'm going to look into the bus stops. My sister, I've already texted her right now while I was walking the dog. I took a 5-minute break to let the dog out. My sister's down. I got a local. I've got a local spy working with your spy, and this. We're going down. If we're going down and you're going to do this to me, we're going down kicking and screaming, baby. Kicking and screaming. And I hear you, Tom. You're right in so many, many ways. But you know what? I can't be quiet. To be quiet is to admit defeat.
No, I'm not saying be quiet so much, but no, those are the only ways I can think of that we haven't. Just be obnoxious at this point if we're going to do it. Other than that, don't watch the shows. Don't buy the crap that's associated with it. I hope Andre doesn't expect us to review any more of this garbage, because frankly, I don't even see the interest in those. You know, I don't even see much of interest in people coming to hear from us how bad it is. They know it's bad already. You're right. Like they've lost interest in even the hear how bad it is. Even that's gone out the window. I mean,
things become repetitive, and if you're seeing the same thing over and over again, it becomes so I can understand that. So I don't see much reason in watching these shows, even though for a while there was the hope that Strange New Worlds would be the savior, but I can remember when Picard was supposed to be the savior, so so there's no point. And like he says, don't. I mean, if you actually absolutely the morbid curiosity overtakes you, well, then wait for the Blu-ray on eBay and do
I'll
that.
tell you, Doomcock, we're going to work together in a different way. We're going to go after these board of directors and investors. That's who needs to hear from us. They're the ones that we need to ask the question to. They're the ones who need to feel the heat, because they're the ones that can actually apply the real pressure.
Yeah. I think maybe that's right, dude. I think maybe that's right. And
I will assist you in leading the way and doing the due diligence for that. I'm serious. These guys don't like bad press and they don't like bad stuff. We can fight fire with fire in a whole other different way. We've got to go to where it hurts, which is that, I'm sick of dealing with these fucking directors, hired guns. He's not a shareholder. He's not an executive officer. He's not C-level. And you know what? We put pressure on the board of directors and the investors and started doing some exposés there and some videos there and start tagging them on Twitter left and right. You watch.
Yeah. Because look, I mean, last week we had Louvrien Mikara on the show, and she's analyzed data on eBay over 2 years, tracking the sale of pretty much every kind of Star Trek and Star Trek Discovery piece of merchandise. And I mean, her data is just incredible that, the sales have just been impacted so bad from what Kurtzman has done.
That was a really great segment.
The thing was his Hail Mary pass, and it's going to allow him to live another day. But these 5 years are going to pass very quickly, and I'll bet they get cut short because he's going to have some disasters. He's not going to be able to bank on any other excuses.
Yeah. Well, again, the firing squad, the sole survivor of the firing squad with all the dead members all around him, and the target still standing there smoking calmly. That's basically what we've got here, and it's disgusting. Dixon Cider with a $5 super chat. Thank you. Dixon says, considering the culture now, Dick Van Dyke has been renamed penis truck lesbian. This is true. This is a fact. And just watch the episode. You'll see the words
aren't
superimposed.
Trucks too masculine though?
It's truck spelled with a Y though.
Can that be a trike?
Yeah, trike. Oh well.
Would you like some trike?
Trike. It's a trike. It's a trike. I am so happy about Star Trek Discovery. It is.
Said nobody ever.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And all these woke wankers that like purport to love Star Trek Discovery, but they don't watch it, and they sure as shit don't go out there and buy merchandise.
No, hold on. I've never heard anybody necessarily say that it's good or they like it per se. It's they defend it in a way, but like, really, what is there to like? It's depressing as shit.
Oh God, yeah.
Like
Oh,
seriously,
yeah.
what? Even Picard. Like, what is there to like about it? What is there to be optimistic of? And I know I'm beating the old drum, but seriously, like even you've gotten to that point where they've had to admit it in the headlines. Like, yeah, this year we're getting more optimistic. We're getting back to the old.
Yeah.
I don't see it.
We're gonna stop rooting for the visitors and start rooting for the home team. We promise. Really, we're gonna try to be winners. Nah.
And I mean, that's where I think some people, really got on board, at least for a little bit, with the lower decks. I mean, bless them, I guess, but I feel like they just they got so wrapped up in the idea that they actually got to see some member berries that that it felt a little bit like Trek, that they're like, oh, this is good. I'm like, no.
Yeah.
Hold up. It's still.
Well, how is it you go to a
just-
play yard that you don't, a playground, and you don't see all the kids playing with Picard's Magic Piccolo all the time, the most popular toy never made?
Picard's Piccolo. That sounds like something else from the porn Star Trek. I want to play your Picard's Piccolo. Well, quiet and engage.
Make
He had
it
that
so.
fucking toy at the end of Picard's run. It was like a piccolo, and it could just generate anything you needed at that moment. Like, good God.
What about Rio's amazing wonder repair device, where all you have to do is think,
Oh yeah.
hey man,
That's it. No, that's
I
what I'm
need some
talking
stuff
about. It looks like a
repaired.
piccolo.
And it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, that was.
It just
that was the
finds
device.
magically whatever's wrong and fixes it as
It's a
Rio,
hippie weatherman.
plays fucking soccer with himself or something. I don't know.
That's one of the things about these secret hideout treks is that it's not just that they don't respect Star Trek. Obviously, they don't even respect their own show. I mean, it's just dumb things that mocks what they've done. There's inconsistency within their own continuity that they set up with stories and STD and what have you. It's just, there's just no defending it whatsoever. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, well, it's the same disrespect we saw to Kevin Smith for Motu.
Right. Yes.
These guys come in there and they see, it's that geeky Star Trek thing. Well, we're gonna make it cool.
They just want to make a Game of Thrones in space, but without the good writing, the great characters, and the great acting. Yeah, sure. Well, shit.
Well,
how do we do that? Well, we just pluck some eyeballs out and call it a day.
I told you, Doomcock, what I heard from two different people, what they had said over at Warner Brothers about bringing JJ into DC, right? Walter Hamada flat out said it. And I quote, I want JJ to do for DC what he did for Star Trek.
Oh my God. Yeah.
And so you shall, ding.
And there's your answer is to are these people that fucking stupid? Yes.
They are.
They are that fucking stupid.
That's why one of the things was like, is there any hope or anything for the future? Will the woke era die? And that's the odd thing about Superman and Lois. I mean, in ordinary times, it's kind of just an okay show. But today, it's like a goddamn masterpiece compared to everything else. And it's very bizarre that it was ever even allowed. And so perhaps, I mean, if you could get a Superman and Lois type Star Trek, you'd be in great shape.
Yeah, no, I really am enjoying Superman and Lois. I think it's
very well done.
It is well done, and and you know what? At the very least, it treats Superman with respect.
Right.
It really does. He's not taking any shit. There is no Lois isn't giving him shit about making bad decisions or anything. She just loves him, and she's a strong, independent character that does her own, exposés and is trying to make the town a better place on her own. I don't have any problems with Superman. Of course, it's got the high school kind of drama shit going on. I mean, it is a CW show, but I mean that's organic because he's got kids in high school. So
right, they keep it at a minimum for that, and so it doesn't get in the way of it. And you're right about Lois Lane. That's what I expected, but it didn't happen. They do have conflict between one another, but it's credible and believable for a married couple with kids and all that. So I'm stunned. Every time I see the logo of CW, what the hell is this? But there it is. And I'm hoping that's a sign of, the new era coming.
I hope so too. I mean, Tom, wasn't it true? I mean, I heard this, maybe it's apocryphal, but I heard that Greg Berlanti basically said, nah, on Superman and Lois, we're going to try.
Finally.
I don't know. Did you hear anything about that, or is that just apocryphal?
Seen this show.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I just haven't had a chance. I mean, I've heard mostly good things, but then I've also heard from a few people there is issues with the show, but nothing like it's been woke.
No, man. Listen to me. Hear me now. Believe me later. It's a good show. It's a good show. I mean, you know what a hard ass I am.
No, you're a
the only negative I would say about it is I'm not a big fan of what they did with the Morgan Edge character being spoilers, Kryptonian, and all that type of stuff. But what in the context of what it is, it's fine. I don't care for that. So I'm sure that I can understand why some people are turned off about that know the overall Superman
but in the overall story arc, that's so minor, bro. And
right.
I mean,
yeah, it's not enough. It won't kill the show.
No, out of 100%, that's maybe arguably a 5% blip, maybe 10, in my opinion.
Yeah. But
I think that's fair.
It's so damn good in the current era. I put it, so I'll take it.
Exactly. I mean, that's your point, and it's well taken. Yeah. I mean, I agree with it entirely. Star Trekker 58 with a $10 Australian super chat. Thank you, Star Trekker. Says, come on, it did soar on the wings of an eagle. Sorry, made a slight error. It did soar like a festering fucking wound. I now understand why that apple was made of shit. They recycled all their scripts. It pretty much, Star Trekker 58. Pretty much. Well said, my friend. Thank you. Hail Australia and hail Star Trekker 58. And Jack White with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Jack. Says the SJW is what happens when parents don't discipline their kids when they act obnoxious. Pretty much. And give them participation trophies for being obnoxious in a contest. I mean, it's just there's definitely a whingy, whiny ass kind of surrender of any agency or notions of achievement in the SJW mindset, and I think that's sad. I think it's sick. Thank you, Jack White. Secret Agent Gene with a $9.99 super chat. Hail, Secret Agent Gene. Says, my lord, the only thing that come out of STD was a pen name for me to interact with. That this community that paralleled my real job at the time. Remember, I once tried to bring light as the hazmat. Yes, you did. But unfortunately, there's only so much light you can shed in Satan's asshole. And that's where Star Trek Discovery is set. Satan's asshole just absorbs light. It's a weird attribute of Satan's asshole. That's why basically you go in there and you're basically gonna see, Lorca and Mikey Spock, and they live up there. And it smells just like you'd think it would. Kit Kat with a £5 super chat. Thank you, Kit Kat. Says, my liege, don't watch the next season of Junk Trek. You can't watch The Next Generation after watching Picard. Don't let them spoil the original series for you. They won't. The only reason that Picard got ruined Next Generation got ruined by watching Picard was the same reason that it hurt so bad watching The Last Jedi. It's because they actually got Mark Hamill to do Luke Skywalker and go through all of those degradations. Same thing with Patrick Stewart. They actually got him to play Picard. But there's nothing of real Star Trek in Strange New Worlds or any of that shit. Fucking Pecker Spork is not Spock. It doesn't impact it at all. But watching Picard jump like a fucking pink poodle with diarrhea through their flaming hoops of shit, that made a big impact. It did. It did. And I can't unsee it. And I'm just unwilling to play along with this shit, Kit Kat, but it'll be okay. Beth Arstead with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Beth. Says, Star Rectum? Star Rectum. Star WRECKED. But really, that's when you say it, it says sound like Star Rectum, which I think is about right. We refuse to know him. Star Rectum, we refuse to know him. Thank you, Beth Arstead. That was a inadvertent pun there, but I think it's about right. Again, referencing Satan's asshole. Fiat Justicia with a very, very generous $99.99 super chat. Thank you, Fiat Justicia, who says, just feels like there is no real end in sight for the woke cancer destroying the things that we love. I don't see how they can justify keeping such a poorly crafted and poorly rated show on network TV. It seems like the only entertainment we have is watching SJWs fail. And they pretty much fucking fail every single time. I want to open this up to everybody here, guys. Anybody who has an answer for this, can you name any SJW series that is actually a success?
Yeah.
Anybody? I mean, financially, critically. Well, critically, they all fawn over it, but financially. I don't think so. I can't think of
I
anything.
don't know.
You know, there's shows that CBS has made more
Marvel?
wokey, but
I think they fail, and I think they pollute and destroy
know,
pretty much everything they infect. No?
son of a
How
gun, I never
woke
thought of it
did,
that way. I
how
can't think
woke-
of a single one.
I
How
can't
woke
think
did
of
Big Bang get near the end. I can't remember.
I didn't watch it. I got bored with
Yeah.
No, but I mean that's like saying what they did with, for example, SEAL Team, or there's the other CBS show, SWAT, where they changed out the commanders, added a woman, and and that kind of stuff. But Doomcock, I think you're right. There hasn't been one.
I can't think of one. I mean, I was throwing it out because I could be wrong or I could have thought, but what's a breakout hit that has actually been this fucking SJW?
Well, they tried
woke
acting like
bullshit?
the Queen Latifah show was going to be successful, and that failed miserably.
I mean,
Good.
Fleabag, was that show woke? I didn't really watch it, but that was successful.
I never watched it, although I thought that chick is hot. I have to say, Phoebe Waller-Bridge to me
What?
is kind of hot.
That
Oh,
boy.
yes, 100%.
I think she's kind of hot.
I would
Kelvington,
bang
you'll
her
back me
all
up,
day
won't
long.
you?
Oh, absolutely. She's exactly my type, and she's quick-witted. And yeah, Fleabag was very woke.
I didn't see it.
but
I haven't
it's
seen it.
It's also very dark. Like like certainly it's a woke show, but she takes things to a very dark place, like right away. Like within the first 5 minutes, she's having sex and she talks right to the camera and she goes, "I think he's edging for my asshole. Well, maybe I'll just give it to him this time." So it's very woke, but it's also like right into the camera, being rough and difficult. It's
So
like
she's
one-
not like Mary Sue or something. She's actually a slag and is she a drunk too or just a slag?
Yeah, no, she's a drunk, and it's it's
So I
only
don't
6
know. It might be
episodes.
fun. I don't know.
It sounds
I
like
didn't
you're
see
kind
it.
of gal there, dude.
Yeah, I know. I mean, that's why
Oh,
she's hot.
absolutely. Oh, my God.
Smacks of desperation and drunkenness.
Alcohol.
Yeah.
I mean, the more alcohol my days drink, the much better I look. I mean, more alcohol I drink, the more better I look. I think, and when I look in the mirror,
I mean, there's probably quite a few shows. I see like Gilmore Girls popping up in the chat and a few other ones, but
Yeah,
a
but
lot
it
of those
wasn't
shows
woke
were
for
probably
its
woke
era.
to begin with. Like, that's the thing is, we don't have a problem if you want to go out and make a woke show that's something new. Nobody gives a shit, right? Like, that's what we've said time and time again. Even like when Weinstein's former assistant Leslie Headland came out and said, I want to tell a Star Wars story from the black perspective with a black director and all this other crap. And it's like,
Yeah.
Leslie, I can point you to 4 or 5 black writers and directors right now who would love to tell a story from the black perspective that has nothing to do with Star Wars, and they're glad that it shouldn't be, because that's not what their stories are about. There's stories that are made for that, not, if you want to do that, go produce a Spike Lee movie. Get the fuck away from Star Wars, right? Like,
Right. Yeah.
there's a place
Yeah.
for this shit. I've said this,
Oh,
movies
sure.
like Milk, Philadelphia, all these movies before. That's what good movies like that do. But I don't ever remember going back and say, "Oh yeah, I remember that third Dirty Harry movie really taught me how to not be prejudiced against gay people."
Right. Right.
I mean, I don't ever remember saying that kind of shit back in the day. Why? Because that's not what those movies were for. Those movies were for to entertain everybody and anybody they could. They were so you didn't have to think on any real astronomical level outside of, "Whoa, that movie blew my mind," or "I had fun," or "it was really cool special effects," or
Right.
what have you. No, if I want to see a movie about somebody dying of AIDS, I'll go see Philadelphia. I don't need to see it in Star Trek. You know what
Right.
I mean? Unless you do it in a way that is clever, which they used to do, that's a different story. Even sometimes it was in your face in some ways. Let's not be, beat around the bush about it. But it was still done in a way that it was like, and we've said this a million times over, great sci-fi doesn't give you the answer. It just makes you think.
Exactly. A good classic example from classic Star Trek is A Private Little War, which is clearly about the Vietnam War, but the argument is actually played out between McCoy and Kirk, and they leave it open. They don't decide it. Obviously, I'm sure everyone involved in it was like, yeah, we got to get out of that war and everything.
Yeah.
But they left. It's not that easy. There are difficult things. What was Kirk supposed to do? And McCoy doesn't really have an answer. And they leave that up. Wokeness can never do that. So they have to tell you what it is, and you will sit there and smile. And that's it. The other aspect of woke is like trying to find the show that could be successful, and someone might point to a show that has a lot of liberal politics in it and stuff, but I would argue that wokeness is not liberal at all. But still, the idea of wokeness is almost always, whatever issue it is, whether it's sexism or racism or nothing, it's wrapped around it as a shield, because the actual plot, character development is virtually non-existent. It's just slapped on there, and if you don't like it, they can condemn you for being some form of bigot.
Absolutely.
And I
great
finally
example-
found a show that was very woke and very successful. The Chilling Adventures of Sabrina. That one was super woke because you had transgender
I never saw
characters, and it was a beautiful show. Like, it was really well done. It was a very expensive version of it, but it had transgender characters. It had gay and lesbian agendas in there, and it was fine, in that regard. But it was super woke, and it did great numbers for Netflix. So much so they carried it on for 4 seasons, which Netflix kind of doesn't do. And I would like to see the social justice warriors be made to make a show. Like, hey, let's see you do Hogan's Heroes. Let's see what you can do with facts and bitches.
Oh, yeah.
I want to see all female Hogan's Heroes. Can you make that happen inside of a concentration camp? Go.
I can't even believe that Hogan's Heroes was ever on the air. I mean, you can't,
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, maybe you could have said it in World War I and it would have been okay. But, World War II with Yahtzees and stuff, this is not that funny. I don't know.
It was on TV all the time when we were kids, wasn't it? Where you lived, Doomcock?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. But
You hear that song in your head.
Da, 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 da,
I would also love to see
da,
him try and do All in the Family.
Oh man, All in the Family's a masterpiece, man. That is a great
they
show.
could never do.
No, and I think that's the problem. I think you hit the nail on the head. Is like, woke doesn't necessarily have to mean bad, but because it doesn't in most senses. Like, no, everybody wants everybody to have an equal shot, right? Well, that's
absolutely.
That's not what we're having an issue with. The issue we're having with is just this piss poor way of telling stories. If you could find a way to make it relevant and part of the story, then fine. But when you're coming up with shit like Geode, it's really hard to take you fucking seriously.
God, that interview where
You don't think the Geode rocks?
No.
No?
Come on, that thing will make a great paperweight.
Where the lady was like talking about how she came up with the character, and I went home and I talked to my husband or boyfriend or partner, life, whatever, and then he just said, "Well, why don't you make him a rock?" And I'm like, "Oh my god, that's such a great idea!" And so I just sat down and that's what I did. And her eyes are popping out and her face is smiling. I'm like, "No, pencils down."
Well, they don't even want to tell a decent story. Like, a great example is when the one school, because one person freaked the fuck out, they canceled the screening of Cool Runnings because it was racist. Like, if you've ever seen that fucking movie, it's about overcoming racism. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Cool Runnings is the best. Is the best.
And you see these kind of things, and it's like, I would love to, talking about trying to see some woke person try to make a certain thing. I'd love to see them try and tackle something like American History X. It would blow their fucking mind because they wouldn't understand.
You know what?
Right?
On behalf of the brown folk, I invite them to go try and redo Born in East LA.
Oh,
yeah.
God, they would ruin the shit out of that. Too.
Oh, yeah.
I just want to get
That's
back
the thing.
to...
The challenge to an SJW to produce the series on whatever issue they want, would best be that they do it an original, which of course that means it's dead on arrival, so that they don't ruin anything. But it would be the first time of anything like that where they actually respect the issue that they claim to be supporting or representing or what have you. When they and in these entities, they never do. It's just, again, it's only there for the superficial. It's icing for a cakeless cake.
Yeah. I see the name John Candy in the chat, so I'm just going to do this in John Candy's voice. I bet Doomcock's got a lot of super chats there he needs to get to.
Yeah.
That's great, man. That's great. I've never been able to do him. I will get back to these super chats, but before I do, I have to have one more Geode reference at least. Did you ever hear that song that Barry Manilow wrote about Geode? It's a mineral, a true blue spectacle. A mineral is you. And on that horrible note,
stop taking Geo for granted. And the other thing is, he had a great tagline. He was going to say, "May the courts be with you."
Oh no! Stop it!
I just think we need to get rid of Geode and start with a clean slate. Clean slate.
Boom, bam.
He has a hard rock life.
Rock was already used. Come on. I just think it's crystal clear that Geode sucks, but I don't know.
We can do this all night.
Oh my God! I've laughed, really I've cried, and I did. This has been amazing.
Yeah, but Geode doesn't deserve that because he hasn't given any super chats. So
that's true. It's like a typical rock, you might say bullshit, but with Geode you say pebble shit. Pebble shit. Brett Cohen with a Brett Cohen with a $5 Australian super chat. Thank you. Brett says, if you take that billboard out, make note, Mexican Iron Man. You'll just have to notify the press as well, so the traction goes global. And just make sure it's an all month space.
Well, hopefully he'll still be working there, but I actually have a friend at a local independent cable-based news channel that I plan on calling. It's not linked to any of the networks. So, yeah, we'll see what we can do. I definitely plan to do that.
It sounds great, man. Count me in. And Solid Gamer 1998 with a $5 super chat suggests, hey, have a billboard of Doomcock next to it. Oh, that would be like the worst. Oh,
adding it to the list.
Oh dear.
Yeah, it'd be like I could see it being like a law firm, like Doomcock, Harvey, and Harriet at law.
Don't drag me into this shit. I don't want any part of it, man.
You'd make a great lawyer, Harvey.
I would.
Oh yeah.
I'd be like, I might just be a simple country eldritch abomination, but it seems to me Star Trek Discovery is worse than a pile of shit, because when you step in a pile of shit, at least you can wipe your shoes, son. But if you step in Star Trek Discovery, you can't wipe off your brain.
There you go.
Harvey would be all like, objection! And then the judge would be like, Mr. Cthulhu, are you sure you want to object to your own statement?
You're goddamn right I do. You will all perish in flames.
I object to everything I say.
I am very objectionable. Fuck all of you.
Harvey's lawyer.
I hope to offend.
If I haven't offended you, fuck you.
I'm not trying hard enough.
But you know what? It would be great to have a Doomcock like poster with me like pointing towards like the logo to Star Trek Discovery and asking, "Got suck?" There you go.
Absolutely,
that would work.
Or no, billboard. Even better. Oh, sorry. I was going to say even better yet, like an anti-STD. Like the classic.
Friends, after you watch Star Trek Discovery, does it hurt when you pee? Well,
friends don't let friends watch STD.
That's right.
And that was the burn. It all makes sense now.
Oh my God. Ancient Reapers in the chat says, Darth Metalorian says tonight on Viva Fry Sidebar with Harvey at Law.
Let me tell you something about this ScarJo lawsuit. Bitch got a point, man.
It would be good. Evan Remillard with a Doomacorn super sticker. Thank you, Evan Remillard. I appreciate that. Michael Beacom with a $5 super chat. Hail, Michael Beacom says, Star Trek. By Grabthar's hammer, by the sons of Warvan, you shall be avenged. We will see to it, my friend. We will see to it. We're not going to take this affront lying down. We never have, and we never will. Primer with a $20 super chat. Hail Primer says, at this point, I hope SJWs and every IP they've corrupted burn themselves to the ground. Then independent creators make beautiful works of art and literature atop the ashes. Scrawl a circle of sand and watch the inferno die. I like the way you think, Primer. I like the way you think. Well said, my friend. Thank you for that very generous $20 super chat. And thank you for being here tonight on Pop Culture Breakdown Live. And we still have at this late hour, 1,281 people watching this, even as we speak. And I bet a number of you haven't licked the like button or pushed the thumbs up. And if you're enjoying this show, please consider licking that like button and pushing the thumbs up and sending a message to the YouTube algorithm. An algorithm as imperious and all-knowing as Zardoz himself, that you like Pop Culture Breakdown Live and would like to see it continue. Thank you, Primer, for that super chat. Fred W. Manzo with a $2.99 super sticker of the pair, giving a thumbs up. Thank you, Fred. I know you've gone to bed, but nevertheless, my friend, thank you anyway. I wish I'd have known you to pop that. I would have read it before you left. Glinzer with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Glinzer. Says CBS has stolen one of Khan's lines to Trek fans. I have hurt you, and I wish to go on hurting you. That's kind of what Kurtzman wants. That's what he lives for. But you know what? We're just bringing the pain right back. We're just going to keep bringing the pain right back. I've got my Tullamore due. I've got my friends. I've got my chat. I've got my wrenches. Fuck, I'm good. Thank you, Glinzer. And Dalek 451, who has gone to bed. I wish you to let me know you had a super chat. I would have read it, my friend. Dalek 451, thank you, oh Emperor. He says, as far as I'm concerned, real Star Trek ended in 2005, so I don't care that much about this. The real loss to me will always be Doctor Who, RIP 1963 to 2017.
You know, that's a great point because, not to drag this out, but like my whole thing was like, I was introduced to Star Trek. I didn't say earlier, but Star Trek 4 was really the first Star Trek thing I'd ever seen. I mean, of course, it was kind of just like embedded in the culture by that point. So of course I knew who Spock and Kirk and Bones were. Like I Scotty, I knew all the characters, right? But the glorious thing about Star Trek 4 is you can be dropped into that film not knowing anything about Star Trek, and it works on a level that it's about a couple of people from the future who need a whale or the world's going to end.
Yeah, that's true.
It really works on that level. So like, to me, it sucked me in, and I got to know those characters through that. And then, you know, TNG was another thing that I kind of got brought into. And that's the beauty of Star Trek as opposed to Star Wars. Not so much since Picard's come out, because unless you haven't seen it, then it's still in your brain, but you can still try to ignore it from your headcanon. But that's the beauty, is there's so much classic Trek to go through compared to Star Wars, right? And then Star Wars, it just really, really was so harsh to so many of the characters that we love that, you know, it's harder to watch the classic Star Wars now and forget some of that stuff as opposed to Star Trek. I can just put out of my brain and not take so seriously a lot of the newer stuff. You know what I mean? It's so easy to disconnect from that as compared to something like Star Wars.
I wish I could. I can't do that with Next Generation.
I know it sucks with Picard a little bit, but my brain literally like went into defense mode, and I think it started shutting down and making me not intake any more information.
Yeah, I get it. That makes sense.
Like it went into like, we're gonna force you into a stroke if you don't stop watching this. I think that's what my brain was telling me.
We're gonna take you out. See, we're gonna rub you out. See,
it's for your own good.
We're gonna bring the starship back every 50, 100 years. Check on you. Make sure we get our cut, our percentage.
I swear to God, at least with a regular STD, you can take penicillin and clear it up. But holy shit, man.
Yeah, Picard was the last Jedi of the franchise.
It was, and I'm so sick of it. We're gonna have another dose of it. Am I gonna survive? I don't know, man.
And that's the dumb thing about it. It says, okay, Q's coming. And I'm like, for what? Picard's dead. That's not him.
Exactly.
It's just a toy. They put his brain in.
Care about toasters.
Right.
That's a great point, because he never really gave two shits about Data, did he?
No.
He made him laugh because he liked his professor of the humanities. Remember, he called him that.
Yeah.
But I mean, Picard, he could make Picard a real life boy if he wanted to. He could make him a real life boy and do him a favor that Data and the rest of them didn't do, and make his prostate go down as well. What is the point of having a goddamn robot body if they can't even fix the prostate? And maybe give him some fucking hair.
Well, he requested it. He requested it.
I understand why you did this, but seriously, I mean, a young body and 7 extra inches. I mean, come on, do a brother a favor.
Oh, I'd really like to be packing like Johnny Wad. Make it so, but no, nothing like that.
Coke can here.
And they still could, I mean, I don't know why is he sitting in that?
I could adjust, I suppose.
Yeah,
they'll probably do that at the end. Is they'll fucking make Picard like a real life boy.
Yes,
and it's
I'm
just
sure.
Yeah, something.
My
like
bigger
that.
question is, how the fuck is Q old? Like, that's my big thing.
Well, no, that doesn't really work, does it, Tom? That really doesn't work if he's supposed to be. And first of all, the trailer is in and of itself infinitely fucking stupid right off the bat. Because the first thing is Q says, and he shows up and he's gray and he says, "You look older than I expected, Mon Capitan." It's like, I thought you were fucking all knowing, dumb shit.
Yeah,
I mean, how would you fucking be surprised that a human looks old after a few years, and you claim that you know all and see all and everything? Fuck you.
Well, maybe Q was off participating in some kind of intercourse with Satan.
Well,
I mean, seriously, what would he have had to do to become old? I thought he's like an omniscient being capable of rearranging any molecule anywhere in time. That's
just a projection, isn't it?
Time and space doesn't matter. For lo, he is the great Q.
So I suppose they could have thrown in some dialogue that he's trying to mimic Picard.
He will.
And some, if they think of it, Tom. I mean, come on.
Well, of course.
You know who we're dealing with. They should put it in
Star Trek Next Generation. They don't
I know. So
they're making a sequel to a show they never watched. Isn't that brilliant?
It'd be so easy to hide his age compared to what they did to Data, right? Because I still say they did that a horrible way. But we've seen Q usually in these big, what do you call them? Not tunics or whatever those things is, where it basically covers all but his face.
Oh yeah, that big judge outfit that he wore.
Yeah, like that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
we've seen him in before. You could do that and just put enough makeup on his face and shave him and make it. Because really, I've seen him recently. He doesn't look that bad. He's just white. If you cut his hair, he's tall, he's thin still. He looks about, he's gained a few years, but it's not something a little digital de-aging or even some makeup couldn't fix. And you could buy it.
But Tom, we only have money for the Klingon budget and for the budget for the Romulan.
But they did a big. They made sure that they 3D printed that shit, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, man. Ice skating outfits don't grow on trees, and they cost money. Star Trek on ice.
That episode you just reminded me.
Well, what Q is going to do is at the last episode, he's going to make Picard real, and then a big rooster will appear in Picard's lap, and Q will go, "Well, at least it's 14 inches."
Hey,
I'm taking Basil the Pumping Seagull with me.
If that happens, they are listening to us. You know that, right?
Good. I hope so. I hope so. Not a band account with a $4.99 super chat. I'm reading this because not a band account has got to go to bed. And not a band account says Janeway is responsible for Star Trek Picard. Starfleet's future was bright before Admiral Janeway traveled back and altered the timeline. Any opinions on that, gentlemen?
Yeah, in Star Trek lore, if you go back through the timeline, like you wrap around the sun or do anything that sends you back along the timeline, you can't change anything. The only exception is if you just get plopped down, like the Guardian of Forever, like it just plops you down, you can fuck things up. So what she did was destined to happen.
Fair enough.
I reject your hypothesis. I'm just being an ass.
Squire Waldo with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Squire Waldo. Says Overlord DVD. This is like the German Chancellor during WW2 ordering non-existent divisions to counterattack the Russians. Just out of his imagination. Yes, Squire Waldo. A little bit like that. They're going down. They're going down hard, and they're not apologizing to anyone for sucking. JT Kirk with a $10 super chat. Thank you, JT Kirk. And he says, Kurtzman's new contract is a 5-year mission to destroy strange new worlds, to seek out new copyrights and new ruination, to wokely go where the woke have already gone broke before. Hashtag STWake. Mm-hmm. Thank you, JT Kirk. I like that. To wokely go where the woke have already gone broke before. Star Trek. Thank you, JT Kirk. And Chaos Oi with a $2 super chat. Thank you, O Chaotic One. Says Disney is the Antichrist. Actually, Jar Jar Abrams is the cinematic Antichrist. Just to clarify that. That is my sincere belief. I think his tentacles from Bad Robot, Bad Reboot have extended out throughout Hollywood and taken root in so many franchises. I think it's absolutely disgusting. Kit Kat with a 10-pound super chat. Thank you, Kit Kat. Says Tom's description of their mindset rings true, that they are fanatically attempting to drive away the entire fan base to create a safe space for a new fan base that does not in fact exist.
Yeah, they're the
Tom,
underwear
any comment?
gnomes. Absolutely, they're the underwear gnomes. I've made this.
The underwear gnomes.
You ever seen South Park? Like they're the underwear gnomes. You know, they steal the underwear, the question mark, and then profit. They don't know what happens in the middle. They just think that, that's the same thing. They think that this non-existent group of people are just going to all of a sudden go, "Oh, I'm so happy I have Star Trek now, and all these fucking white guys are gone." Like that's what they think is going to happen. It's like they didn't like Star Trek before; they're not going to like it now. Just because you think you've made it cool, if anything, that's what drives people away, right? Like,
yeah,
only the Fonz works once, right? It's never going to work again. You can only get away with that shit once in a lifetime.
Right. No, yeah, listen, man. They're out of their fucking minds. They really are.
It's the serious lack of professionalism. And it went over this with the whole Masters of the Universe deal with Kevin Smith and all that. It says it didn't matter that he never was a fan or anything. It matters about that you respect the job you've been given. And it's the ethical thing is that, well, you study it. And of course, with Star Trek, Nicholas Meyer and other people come up with, people who had no knowledge of it or whatever, but they studied it. They understood what to do. And they found a way into it. And that's what you do. You have to respect the property that you're going with. And there's none of it.
Yeah.
And that's why you end up where you are.
And I think that's why the Orville has become the de facto Star Trek, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Because, I don't need to tell you guys. You know this already. But, that's what a crew of Star Trek would do. Sure, a lot of times we're seeing the best of the best. Let's be real. Like James T. Kirk. He was a legend in his time. Same thing with Picard. Even by the time we see him in Next Generation, he's already got this, really glorious career that he's had behind him already, and that's why he's so prestigious. And so also with a lot of the other characters involved. But that's what I love about Orville, and that's why it's like that feels so quintessentially Trek, is because you don't have to show us the best of the best. But look at what Kurtzman does. He thinks that the answer to the Orville is fucking lower decks. No, you don't get it, dude. The whole point is that, sure, the guys on the Orville know they're not the best of the best, but they still do the best they can. And that's what Star Trek is all about, is about being the best you can. It's about in those circumstances. That's why, the time travel thing is like, why isn't the fact that time travel is so pretty much easy to do in the Star Trek universe, isn't there so much altering, is because most of the people that are working for Starfleet are good people. and they don't want to do bad things, right? And these people that are writing it now don't get that. Why do you think they relate more to the mirror universe people, and they even fuck them up? Because if you watch Classics Trek, like, they're pretty cut and dry when it comes to the mirror universe, right? Like, there's a reason why those mirror universe versions are so fucking, like, again, I'll harken back to South Park. They got it even there. They even understand Star Trek better than these people. Because, like, Mirror Universe Cartman is the greatest kid in the world.
I mean, the other thing, too, is that all of these characters, whether it's Discovery or Picard, none of them are truly the best of the best of the best. I mean, they're shadow remnants of God knows what kind of trophy.
They're selfish, too.
They're selfish, trophy little characters that make zero sense. I always, to be in Starfleet was a best of the best. And you know what? Even that ethos is so ingrained in what is Star Trek that even all the fan films have them where they're like the best of the best of the best of the best to be on a starship. I mean, there's so few captains, especially in the original Star Trek. There's so few ships. There's so few captains. I mean, but there's thousands and legions of people in Starfleet per se. So when you're a captain, I mean, you're basically it's essentially in the modern world of being in charge of an aircraft carrier. There's not that many of them, but there's tons of guys that join the Navy. But there aren't that many guys that are that are either the CO or that they're either number one or they're the captain of an actual aircraft carrier. That's what it's like. It's that rare. It's that special. You got to be the best of the best of the best of the best and experience. And these wackos, I mean, how in the hell I'm going back over old ground, but I mean, you're the ultimate traitor, and then you get to be a commander back again, and now you're a captain. That never happens in any planet. It didn't happen in the past. I mean, maybe on a pirate ship if they killed the captain in the sleep. I don't know. What is this?
She failed upwards, just like Kurtzman. And,
no.
But like Captain Kirk is one of the aspects about him being the best is that he didn't just say it; he showed you. The show showed you why he was the best, and even showed his flaws and whatnot. Whereas Michael Burnham is a character in the typical Mary Sue format is that they just tell you she's the best, even though their own storylines, which they don't even apparently recognize, contradicts it. Where she makes these horrible mistakes and stuff, and they cheer her, and she apparently has some deep-rooted psychosis that actually could have been an interesting storyline, but no, that would acknowledge flaws. So they just tell you she's the bestest ever.
Yeah,
that's all they do. They don't show you. They don't narratively integrate it into the script, which would be the hero's journey. No, she's the bestest ever.
And because they don't know
that way,
they don't know how to. They don't know. They don't understand what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm. It's because they suck.
It's
just they just fucking suck. Sorry, I had to go up and get some a throat lozenge because I was yelling, so I had to.
I said the F word and the N word while you were gone, just so you're aware.
What? No, you didn't.
Oh, thanks. And that's all, folks.
Your channel's gone.
That's all, folks.
No.
Shit.
No, actually, I think I made some pretty good points, but
I think you did. You always do, Tom. You always do.
I don't remember.
And Lyle Hammock with a $20 super chat. Thank you so much, Lyle. He says, "Hail all you amazing people. By all that you hold dear in this culture, I bid you stand, men of the West. Just as Aragorn and the free peoples before the Black Gate of Mordor, we will fight for what we love. Hail all. Hail Kyle Hammock. And yes, Aragon and the free peoples before the Black Gate of Mordor. We will fight for what we love. Hail all. Hail Lyle Hammock. And thank you for that very generous super chat. And Chaos Oi, thank you for the Doom of Corn, my friend. I appreciate it. Tycho TMA1 is a new channel member at the Doomentite level. Hail Tycho TMA1. And thank you for joining, my friend. Really appreciate ya. Woo! Woo! And Tycho TMA1 with a $20 super chat to boot. Thank you, Tycho. Says, "Hail Doomcock. Star Trek was one of the few things all my life that kept my hope for humanity. If Kurtzman is going to drag this shit for another 5 years, my faith in Star Trek is done. R.I.P. Star Trek. Vulcan salute." I'm giving you the Vulcan salute right back, Tycho TMA1. A heartfelt Vulcan salute. Live long and prosper, my friend. And I'm very sorry, but you know what? We're just going to keep. If all that there is to do is hate and spit our last breath at them, then by God, that's what we'll do. It's kind of like what Richard the Lionhearted said in The Lion in Winter with Peter O'Toole and Katharine Hepburn. If you haven't seen that movie, it's a great movie. And they were in prison and they were set to be executed. And one of his brothers said, you damn fool, what does it matter? We've lost everything. And Richard the Lionhearted says, when the fall is all there is, it matters. And that's how I feel. If the fall is all there is, then by God, it matters how you go down. And I'm not gonna give up. I'm gonna keep calling them out on this shit. Even though watching it, I would gladly, fucking hit myself in the foot with a hammer rather than endure this shit. But I got to do what I got to do. There's responsibilities that come with the helm, and I'm gonna keep on them. Stephen Glenn with a $20 super chat. Thank you, Stephen. Says, hail, Dictor, and great panel. And I agree. You guys have been a great panel tonight. I miss the days when I could excitedly tell my kids the new season of Deep Space Nine or NG was coming. We would excitedly pile in front of the TV for some great Star Trek. Seems like so long ago. Kapla. Kapla, Stephen Glenn. Kapla. Yeah, it was a long time ago. And I don't know if those days will ever come back again, but we're going to keep on these motherfuckers. We're going to keep on them. We're going to make sure that they understand that when they ruin our culture, they ruin our myths, and they try to insult us and drive us away, there's a price to be paid for that. There's a price to be paid. We're not going to give up. Eddie Lindblom with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Eddie. Says, my last bowel movement was better than the best episode of Star Trek Discovery. I can't argue with that, man. Shit, I'd rather look at a bowel movement than look at Star Trek Discovery. And that's saying a lot. I don't like bowel movements. Ray Young, 74 with a £5 super chat. Thank you, Ray Young. Says, CBS, we renewed Kurtzman's contract. Isn't that great? Star Trek fans, Shaka when the walls fell.
Oh, I hate that episode.
I know you do. Which takes a lot of guts because a lot of people love that episode.
Oh, everybody loves it. I got into it with, was it Clobby? I don't know who it was. We went back and forth. Oh, I hate
I'm
that.
right there with you.
Taco shells when the nachos fell. I mean, it's like that episode makes me think of my entire people, and there's a guy, Darth Scipio, who's in the chat. He follows me. He stalks me, Doomcock, on every stream. And on every stream I'm at, Midnight Edge After Dark, Poly Latino Slant, wherever the heck I'm at, he shows up and he says, my dog Bambino at the taco walls with his paws wide open or shit like that. And you like the episode.
Well, look, I like it as it works on the level of metaphor.
Yeah.
I like it as an analogy in the metaphors and similes that it communicates in the same way it functions on that level. But in terms of a realistic society, how do you write a tech manual with Shaka when the walls fell?
I don't know.
Right, Kelvington?
You cannot get the space on a metaphor.
No.
You can't. I mean, what are you going to, that's like, it's like having Geode command your ship. Geode, what say you? Which way should we navigate towards? Left or right? Geode? Hello, Geode? Geode, are you there? Geode?
Oh my God.
Sorry to digress. Sorry.
No. The thing about Geode, though, is, he had a brief career publishing porn, but he at that time he went by the name Larry Flint. So.
I'm begging you not to take us there because we can go all night.
Yeah. Well, we can do that, or we cannot talk about Geode, or get it?
Ore, as in mining ore.
Yes.
Yeah, it took Mexican a while to get that because his taco shells were stuck on the wall waiting to fall down.
I don't know. I think we should stop going down this slope. It could get a bit rocky.
All right.
No, yeah, I know.
Power to the pebble.
Oh dear. Primer with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Primer. It says, when shareholders receive dividends from ViacomCBS, I imagine it being like a delinquent child leaving small flaming bags of dog poop on their porches. Well, except I think probably delinquent children leave flaming bags of dog poop on porches with a greater frequency than shareholders receive dividends from ViacomCBS, flaming or not. You know, I don't think they get a lot of fucking dividends.
Kurtzman
I don't
seems to
know.
think they can run around in derelict ships or whatever. So
Yeah. I
Moron.
don't know. Nago Alk has joined the channel membership at the Dominion level. Thank you, Nago Alk. Really appreciate your support, my friend, and welcome to the channel. Solid Gamer 1998 with a very generous $20 super chat. Thank you, Solid Gamer 1998. It says August 1st, 2021. Solid Gamer's Journal, and all of CBS employees will say, save us. And the people of Xanadu will say, no, we tried to give you rope. You used it to hang Star Trek. Well said, Solid Gamer 1998 in the very, very excellent Rorschach style. Rorschach, man.
That's some
Great
wisdom.
character.
Yeah.
16-bit mascot with a $3.50 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Says, hail, my lord, liking this show. Cheers, everyone. Cheers, 16-bit mascot. I'm liking this show. I think we're having a great time here. Irish Wake, man. Are y'all still drinking? Anybody still drinking?
I was trying to get a way to go reload, but can I go reload real quick?
Go ahead.
All right, I'll be back in 3 minutes.
Hold on.
No, go ahead.
Catzilla.
Keep going without me.
Don't watch more He-Man, though.
No.
That'll trigger him.
Oh, you did that on purpose?
I want you to go and look at that 15 minutes again. And we will hold the fort here and continue our analysis of the situation.
Hey, Tom, I finally went back and I re-listened to the stream and I saw what you guys said while I was gone. Oh, you guys know me too well.
He is going to shit a brick and it is going to be a hard, dry brick. Catzilla with a $14.99 super chat. Thank you, Catzilla. Says these depraved losers are killing our culture over and over again like timeless children. It's no longer a metaphor. It really isn't, and I'm sick to fucking death of it. I'm sick to fucking death of these scumbags destroying something they don't value and they don't understand. And we will continue to resist them in every way humanly possible, but mainly by just shutting our wallets. I will give CBS, Viacom, whatever, nothing. I will not give Paramount another fucking dime, not a penny, not a brass farthing, not a quatloo, nothing. I won't even give them a rock by way of trade on Halloween. And Ground Tank, with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Ground Tank. Says, my dad grew up with the original series. I grew up with the Next Generation, Deep Space Nine, Voyager, and Enterprise. I will not be passing the torch onto my son. It didn't need to be this way. I know, it's sad, isn't it, man? It is very, very sad that families can no longer pass these treasures down, at least not in terms of the future moving forward. Of course, I would hardly recommend exposing your kids to the original Star Trek and all of those wonderful shows. Maybe not Next Generation anymore. At least if you do, don't show them Picard. Don't show them Picard because it'll ruin it for you. I'm sorry, Ground Tank, and I do feel your pain. I feel your pain. Tycho TMA1 with another $20 super chat. Thank you, my friend. You're very generous. Says, my lord, maybe I was just born at the wrong time and my dad watched the wrong show. But Voyager was my first Trek and I still love it. Whether anyone agrees or disagrees, one thing is certain. Kurtzman Trek killed Star Trek. Yes. Do any of us disagree with that? That Kurtzman Trek has killed Star Trek?
Oh no,
Any
he
of us
totally
still
did.
clinging to hope?
I have a Voyager story. Cliff Boyle invited me to the set, and I was, being quiet and being a good guy and standing next to him and the camera. And he said, well, okay, now when Jerry Ryan comes out, don't make a big deal. And she came out to rehearse lines in the bathrobe. And then she goes back and they're going to do an actual take. And he's like, don't do anything. Just like, don't go crazy. And I was like, okay, cool. And it was not just me. It was two other people with me. And then, so they start and they go action and the doors open and she comes out in that cat suit. And the fucking director, boy, said, he goes, wauga, wauga. And I was like, stop. And then he like pointed at us like we did that. And I was like, everyone knows your fucking voice. And no one was fooled by that shit. And she did look stunning. I will admit, like, if she ate a walnut, she'd look pregnant. But it was like, fuck, you rolled us under the bus for no reason, dude.
What a dick. I love it. Oh man, that's a ooga. She was hot. She was the best thing about Voyager. And there's a lot of stuff to like about Voyager. I mean, look, it's a flawed show and it got kind of boring in a lot of places, but there are a decent amount of good episodes of Voyager. I will concede to that. I really like the holodeck stuff with, Captain, what is it? Photon?
Captain Proton.
Yeah, Proton.
Yeah.
That stuff is great.
And he's trying to turn that into a series. Like he's trying to pimp that. The Tom Paris guy is trying to pimp that into some kind of a TV series. And I don't know how you could do it.
I'd love it. I would love an old-fashioned Flash Gordon kind of black and white, corny
like a movie. Yeah.
Oh, I'd love it, man. I'd watch that shit all the time.
I could see. But I don't know how you could do it as a series. I can't see you getting 12 or 13 episodes out of it. But who knows?
Well, why not? I mean, we got,
I think it would work because it's like it that follows the old movie serial format. You have a cliffhanger each episode till like episode 12 or whatever.
If a Flash Gordon movie comes out and it's popular, then I could see it taking off. But I think some of the tech is so antiquated in those things on purpose. I think it would be hard for young people to get around. Like they wouldn't know what a robot was meant to be. But we all grew up watching men in suits be robots. And I think nowadays it would be hard to explain that to kids why that's clever or funny or, anything.
Well, fuck the young people. That show isn't made for them.
But wait, then you take out all my girlfriends because they're all.
Well, you'll have to find another goddamn TV show to babysit them, Kellington. You'll have to sit their asses down in front of Sesame Street or something. I don't know. They're not that young, but still.
No, let's not go that young.
Look, here's the thing. I would love it. I think it'd be funny. And if the young people don't like it, well, they can go fuck themselves. They can go watch Gilmore Girls or whatever else they fucking want. Look, I'm sick of their shit. I'm entirely sick of their shit. Robert Duncan McNeil wanted to do Captain Proton as short treks, says Cardinal Sin. I think it could be a cool show. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy, but I would love to see it anyway.
But not under the current bosses. Whatever idea he has, they'll mess it up. And short treks were god awful.
They were awful. And Darth Scipio is in the chat. He is after Mexican Iron Man, and he says, "Yes, Doomcock, I'm still drinking." Well, good. Drink up, by God. Mexican Iron Man.
Yes, sir.
Did you go and watch more of the He-Man? And tell us all what you thought of it.
Okay, Andre. I just saw it and it's super. I can't even do this. I can't get past your person.
Did it hurt? And can you point at the place on the doll where it hurt?
on the He-Man action figure.
How do you like that, Kit Kat? Did you like that? Was that it? Was that Andre?
Oh God, I'm gonna go get my He-Man videos, which are right down. They're right downstairs. I should go get them. I should go get one of them.
I got the spirit of Andre there. I felt it. I felt it inside.
A lot of my stuff that I had at the old house is still in boxes, and for therapy last week, I went and watched. I have the whole He-Man set. Well, the one of them that I have has like the top 10 episodes, and I watched that one last week. I went for 3 days in a row for therapy, but that was a good Andre. That was a good. Tom, he's making fun of me, Tom.
No. I'm not getting involved.
Tom, I am afraid I'm going to have to ask you to watch Picard season 2. And I want you to do it wearing a pink bunny outfit. Not because it will impact the review, but because it will make me laugh.
Oh my God! I never told Tom. Tom, did I ever tell you my first story of how I got to know? I never told you this. Real quick, just take me 30 seconds or less.
Go ahead.
Or Tom, the way I got to know you and came to your Midnight Edge After Dark originally was you did a fundraiser for Drunk 3PO and you had a cross dress. Do you remember that?
Oh wow, that was a while ago. Yeah,
that's how I found you, and I've been watching. And I was watching Midnight Edge After Dark ever since.
Wow.
I watched Pretty in Pink and Pink of Tom.
Well, now I know that ain't Andre because he'd probably never watch Pretty in Pink.
I will never admit to it except when I am drunk after watching He-Man. And my pretty pony is profound. Nibelheim with a $1.99 super chat. Thank you, Nibelheim. So Star Wars and Snyderverse DC are on a positive trajectory. I agree entirely. I mean, that's why I'm saying, look, we only need to save one franchise. We only need to save one. And once that happens, I think other ones will line up. Once they see a corporation prospering and thriving, while they're losing money, eventually, I'm hoping that will be shock therapy that will make them move on. But I don't know. Old Taku DD with a $5 super chat. Hail Old Taku DD says, I think Spock kept the expulsion from paradise in his quarters for a reason. A reminder to me that all things must end. Time to move on, people. Move along. Nothing to see here. It's just a goddamn train wreck. Nothing to see. Step over the body parts and go home, folks. Bun 299 with a $5 super chat. Hail Bun 299 says, I'm not one who gives up easily, but Kurtzman getting renewed for 5 years. I see no hope. Star Trek is dead. 1966 to 2005. Long live the Orville. Long live the Orville. Amen. Long live the Orville. They are great. We have got Vorpal Bunny's Revenge with a $5 super chat. Hail Vorpal Bunny's Revenge, who says, thank you, panel. You make my weekly injection less painful. Very glad to hear it, Vorpal Bunny's Revenge. And I'm sorry that you even have weekly injections. I don't know what for, but man, sorry to hear that. And good night, Bungalow Logic. Thank you for being here tonight. Thank you to all of you folks out there in the chat who are enjoying Pop Culture Breakdown Live on Sundays. Thank you, my friends. You guys attending here are making it a big success, and I really appreciate it. Stephen Glenn with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Stephen. Says Roddenberry created real heroes in Starfleet, but for some reason Kirk had a hard time adhering to the prime direction. Prime directive. See, I have been drinking.
The prime direction.
The prime direction. Usually the prime erection. Usually to everyone's benefit. I agree, man. Kirk, he was a moralist. I mean, he believed in honor and doing the right thing, even when it might cost him his command, which was everything to him. Well, he risked his life many times. Sometimes he would risk his professional life for what he believed in. And that's another reason that Captain Kirk is one of my heroes. One of my biggest heroes, really, honestly, in fiction. A Galactic Dude with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Galactic Dude. Says, oh no, I guess it has come down to this. Looks like Space Precinct 2040 is where we have to make a final stand against the woke. Space. Are they going to do, what was it called? Arc 2? Remember Arc 2 on Saturday morning?
Oh, with the futuristic RV or whatever it was.
Yeah,
that one. No, leave it alone.
I like that show. Actually, I've got all those on DVD.
But they would ruin it if they anything you want rebooted.
No more reboots. Fuck reboots.
Yeah.
Fuck sequels.
Yeah.
No more.
I mean, I know it's not sci-fi, but what if they did the Dukes of Hazzard?
What? How?
Just a good old SJ. Hold on. Just a good old SJW. Never meaning all kinds of harm. Give me your little fandom and I'll tear it up. Yeah.
I guess the car would have an Antifa logo on the top of it, and I call it, name it the Chairman Mao or something. I don't know.
Yeah, the Chairman Mao. It would be a red Trans Am, and with a little Chinese, what do you call it, sickle and whatever.
Yeah, well, remember, Kurtzman's listening, so don't give him ideas.
Oh, he's writing it down feverishly. It's like, that's good. Only we're going to call it the Duchesses of Hazzard.
Right.
We don't want to be dangerous, so we'll call it the Duchesses of Mishaps. It'll be sweeter. Instead of Hazard. It's too dangerous. It's too dangerous. We don't want to have hazards, but we do want duchesses. I like this idea. It would just be delightful, wouldn't it? Hail, Galactic Dude. Shit. Kit Kat with a £5 super chat. Thank you, Kit Kat. Says, when we win this culture war, Doomcock will be one of our war heroes for rallying us to his banner, making us a community and leading us into battle. Hail, Kit Kat, and thank you very much for that kindness and the super chat. I really appreciate it. And somebody said, the Dukes of Hazzard would be smothering soy milk, says Superman 82. It would be bad. And Eddie Lindblom says Space Academy 2. That's right. I've got like a box set of Arc 2, Space Academy, and Jason of Star Command.
Oh, yeah.
They were all bundled together. I've got all of them. Most of them are terrible shows, but Arc 2 is I still to this day think Arc 2 is pretty fun. And that chicken, that RV was hot, man. She was hot. She really was.
Probably not hot today, but
well, yeah. I mean, shit. I mean, that's like asking, what would
don't say Betty White?
No, Betty White's alive.
Okay.
But what if Betty Page was alive today? Where would Betty Page be if she was alive today? And I'd say scratching at the inside of her coffin. That's where she'd be.
Yeah.
Chaos Oi with a $2 super chat. Hail, Chaos Oi says Disney is the Antichrist of Hollywood. He said it again. Yeah. Well, okay, fair enough. I think J.J. Abrams is the cinematic Antichrist, but Disney could be the kingdom of the Antichrist in Hollywood. You could maybe do that. I don't know. Chaos Boy
on Earth.
What was that?
The hottest place on Earth.
Now. Yeah, it's incinerating. Warren Smith with a $5 Australian super chat. Thank you so much, Warren. Says, thanks, DC. Your channel has helped me immensely this bad period and my initial cancer diagnosis in 2018. Much love for you, mate, my liege. Love to you, Warren, man. Listen, I'm sorry you've been having a hard time, and I'm glad that you can find some things here to amuse yourself and kind of take your mind off of all of that. You're always welcome here, Warren, and I thank you very much for that. Very much. The Comic Relief Crusader with a $10 Canadian super chat. Hail, Comic Relief Crusader says, hail. I have slowly infiltrated into TV and film and gained the confidence of a couple of producers. I sent you an email from Freelance Graphics. I await your reply and will join the fight. Really? No shit. Well, the Comic Relief Crusader, I will take a look at that, and I will definitely get back to you. Congratulations, and I can't wait to see what you pull off with your operation there, man. Michael Smith has joined the channel membership at the Dominion level. Thank you, Michael Smith. We really appreciate it. Thank you for joining the channel. We really welcome you, sir. And Rave Forever with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Rave Forever. Says, Memology just broke this. Netflix did it again. LGB Transformers. Check his channel. So we've got gay Transformers.
How are Transformers gay or straight or anything else?
You got me. I was going to ask. Does anybody know about this, and how are they making robots gay?
I guess if you change their gender fluid, I don't know.
Nice. I was going to make the obvious tailpipe joke, but I decided not to.
You gotta use the right dipstick to gauge their level of gender fluid.
Bumblebee, I'm gonna bend over, and when I do, I want you to stick it in my tailpipe. Stick what, Optimus? You know what?
I want you to stick your axle right in my asshole.
I'm not a power bottom for nothing.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Yeah, we needed to know that story.
Harkening back
Autobots,
brilliantly.
Sparkle.
Autobots sparkle.
No, hold on. Autobots assemble.
We're not talking to Starscream this week. She's a bitch. Just so you know.
Oh my God.
And
You know how you
I
know?
was wearing these shoes. That fucking cunt.
Jeez.
And then when you lift the hood, that'll tell you if it's, that'll tell you their pronouns, if it's a he transformer, a she transformer, or if the engine is in transition. Get it? No, in transmission, in transition.
Oh, in transmission. In transmission. And you open up the door and you look, and it says inflate to 35 pounds, they, them. It's
We all sparkle.
oh my God, it's
Fabulous.
sad. It's sad. Angry Man with a $25 super chat. Thank you. Angry Man says, yeah, Cthulhu Fatagan. Ignorance is bliss.
Ignorance is bliss, so why not push the button? Don't worry about what happens after. Just push the button. Let's see what happens. I don't know. Could be fun.
It could not be too. Tubular Bras joined the channel membership. Hail Tubular Bra. Thank you. Welcome to the Dominion level Tubular Bra. And Wrenches, would you please post where folks can go and see all those member only videos that have accrued over time on my channel? I would appreciate it if you would do that. And Snake Oil Sean with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Snake Oil Sean says, Hail Overlord DVD and guests. How long can Hollywood continue to mine the pop culture graveyard, perverting classic franchises while creating no new IPs? I guess it depends on how long before they completely go bankrupt and run out of money. And will the government keep bailing them out? I mean, there's a lot of uncertainty in that regard. I don't know. I don't know. I hope never. I wish they would cut it the fuck out. I hate these people. It's fucking horrible. Eugene Bird with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Eugene Bird. Says, if they start making movies with heart, I'll watch. But our cash is better spent on DVD super chats. Better entertainment here. Dig your tunes DVD. Why, thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I usually do the tunes on Friday Night Frolics and not so much on Pop Culture Breakdown. You know, we're more about discussing the pop culture issues of the day here. But I'm having a fun time, and I hope everybody here is having a fun time too. I hope everyone's having a good laugh at this Irish wake as the liquor continues to flow. Culture Casino with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Culture Casino. Says Disney is going to have an easy time reaching a very low settlement. I see this case a loser for everyone if it goes to court. I don't know. Would it be a loser for, I mean, Scarlett Johansson already has burned the bridge. I mean,
Yeah.
So what does she have to lose of just go all the way?
I don't think she has anything to lose.
Well, Disney's the one that has the most to lose and the most to gain in this. Really.
Yeah.
I mean, they'll lose the most financially and face-wise. But if they win, then like we pointed out, then that stops anybody else from coming after them. Because I think that's the thing. I don't even think... I think that's probably got to be their bigger concern at this point is we got to trudge through this and hope we can get it tossed out so nobody else comes after us.
Well, shit, I guess we'll see, huh?
I think she'll get
another Disney movie that she's working on. The Tower of Terror movie was supposed to go into production within about 6 months. And currently I think that's on hold now until something is decided here.
Yeah.
Boy, they probably will never work with her again. You wouldn't think, would you?
I don't know. They're pretty much money grabbing whores in Hollywood. I don't know.
But they're not. I mean, they're not, man. They're doing all this woke shit and losing money hand over fist. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. They don't seem rationally invested. They do not seem to be acting in their own self-interest.
Yeah, but I think we have
how much.
So go ahead.
Okay, imagine like when James Gunn got fired, and they're like, he'll never have a lunch in this town again. He's done. And they were like, wait, there's a nickel to be had. And they brought him back and they welcomed him with open arms. So the same thing could absolutely happen to Scarlett. Like, she, oh man, she fucked us so hard. Oh, but she's going to make another $1 billion for us. So they'll welcome her back. It's just, they're duplicitous bastards.
Yeah, but the difference is ScarJo's directly assaulting them, whereas James Gunn was, it was outcry over his bizarre brand of humor on Twitter. So that's a different possibility there. I was thinking there might be another chance for Disney in this if there's some significant amount of judicial corruption that they can make use of to get the case thrown out.
I wonder, though. I wonder how they could get the case through. I mean, I'm not a lawyer. I'd be really interested to see Viva Barnes talk about this. I think that'd be very interesting. But I don't know. I really don't know. By the way, are we looking forward to Suicide Squad with James Gunn's version? It looks kind of good. I mean,
I'm
it's
looking
not perfect
forward to it. The more and more I hear about it, I know a few people who have seen it now, and it's getting rave reviews. I mean, again, to trust the main critics is difficult, but from a few people that I know who have seen it early that I've talked to that liked it, I'm hearing good things. So
I'm gonna go see it.
I want to see it.
I expected great things from it because I kind of thought that Suicide Squad was a better fit for James Gunn, even better than the Guardians. And but I gotta say, the teasers and trailers have not wowed me all that much, but there again, hopefully the reviews are true. That it's a good romp. So I think it has a shot. Yeah,
I like his very comic booky aesthetic on this thing.
Yeah, that's very cool.
I like the costumes and the colorfulness. I think that's kind of where superhero movies ought to go. Actually, from now on, I would like to see more of that kind of thing.
And I'm expecting not so much goofy humor that we got out of Guardians so much more as I expect more of Gunn's darkness to come through because he's allowed to. Because I believe this is R-rated.
I think
it's for sure R-rated.
Yeah.
And if anybody's seen any of his earlier work, man, I couldn't believe Super is such a great film, but the ending is dark as fuck.
Wow.
And a lot of his other stuff is really tongue-in-cheek dark kind of humor, and so I could see this being a really kind of darker kind of turn than what we're used to from the DC universe, but not in the way of visually dark like Snyder, but tonally dark.
Yeah.
And it stands to reason. I mean, they're super villains.
Yeah.
There's no heroes in this thing.
Yeah, I'm
No
looking forward
Joker.
to it. And I did love Guardians of the Galaxy. I saw that Beth Arstead in the chat was talking about it. It's my favorite Marvel.
It's
movie.
mine too. Yeah.
I
wow.
absolutely adore it. It blew me away. It just blew me away. I thought it was perfect. I wouldn't have changed a damn thing about it.
I like the second one too, even though a lot of people don't.
Yeah, no, I liked it, but it's always a kind of a bold choice, bordering on mistake, to divide a team up and have them go do separate adventures. But it was great. It was a great movie.
I actually like the second one better.
I do too.
Really?
I'll be
Wow.
honest with you.
I just
Honestly,
do.
even just thinking about it, when he's like, he may have been your father, but he wasn't your daddy boy. That whole scene just wells me up. Like,
Yeah, I know. It's like I didn't expect it. I mean, I figured something like that would happen, but it's like, oh. So yeah, that's my say on it. I
Well,
like
we
the
won't have
second one
much
better.
longer to wait. It's coming out Thursday. I'm gonna see it on Thursday or Friday this week. So
Oh, I'm excited.
yeah.
Where is
Yeah,
it just coming out in theaters, or is
No,
it
it'll
coming-
be on HBO Max and theaters.
I can't wait, man. I'm gonna stay up and watch it the minute it hits. I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to
And
the
you don't
theater
have to
and
pay
see it.
extra on HBO Max to watch it. It's not a premium thing. It'll just be part of the regular HBO Max. And Gunn is producing Guardians of the Galaxy Holiday Special, and that'll be out before Guardians 3.
Are you serious?
Oh
Really?
yeah, it's a big deal to him. Like he's going to take on the Star Wars Holiday Special like full on, and I think it'll probably be the greatest tongue in cheek hour or 2 hours ever put on television.
Oh my god! Oh my
They're-
god! That sounds fucking great.
Now they're gonna make Chris Pratt have a lot of eyeliner.
Is he also going to be stoned as he sings a song to the theme of Star Wars?
Oh,
And Gamora will have to watch porn from Diane Carroll.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, Lumpy. Well, we know why he's called Lumpy now. It's like Lump was
Yeah.
getting bigger watching Diane Carroll in there. That was fucked up. But is it going to be this holiday?
No, it'll probably be a year from now. If,
Okay.
everything goes well, because Guardians isn't expected to come out till 2023.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's going to have Fat Thor on it, which is not thrilling me. I mean, he's just not part of the team. I don't want to see it. I don't
think
want.
he's all svelte now in the new Thor film, because I think that comes out first now, doesn't it?
Yes.
I don't know. I just don't like him being part of the team.
I don't even know if he's going to be in it now because of the way things got switched around. He
God,
could.
I
still
hope
be,
not.
but I have no idea.
I
Hope
think
they
the
just
Gu-
said
I-
he dropped off and it got dropped off on a planet or Asgard or something. Just
I think
gonna
I think the Guardians were supposed to be in Love and Thunder.
I was going to say, I think that's what they ended up doing, is they flip-flopped how it was going to be, because Guardians was supposed to come earlier on, and then when that got pushed to the back end of the schedule, I could be wrong, but maybe you read the same thing I did too, Doug, was that they just put the bit that was supposed to be in Guardians 3 into Thor instead.
Right.
So
okay. Well, I just love Guardians of the Galaxy, and I would love to see more. Conco Bar with a 60 shekels. Hail Conco Bar, says I plejeli inen iktin flaggen. Hail Lord Doomcock, and good morning from Israel. Good morning, Israel. Hail Conco Bar. I'm delighted to have you here. I'm delighted to have a listener in Israel. That's fantastic. That's amazing. And hail Loam. I'm actually trying to get to your super chat, Loam. I will get to there as soon as I possibly can. I'm working forward. Andrew Lundell with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Andrew. Says, here's a terrifying prospect. Could Kurtzman's contract being renewed be a portent of Kathleen Kennedy's contract also being renewed at the end of the year? Boy, I would doubt that entirely. I just absolutely do not. I mean, my God. I mean, they haven't even. There's been no announcement of any kind of future for Kathleen beyond doing Indiana Jones 5. I don't think so. I think the Lucasfilm Civil War is over. Knock wood. I mean, anything can happen. Fuck knows, but I doubt it. I doubt it, seriously. Loquacious Primate with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Loquacious One, says Hail DC. Why would CBS, why would anyone voluntarily renew a contract with Kurtzman? Is it a sunk cost fallacy? Do they hate Trek or just insanity? I think it's insanity. I think it's one of Kurtzman's buddies, like swaying the board or something. I don't know. I think it's the good old boy network. I have no fucking clue. I mean, we speculated about this earlier, Tom, and you think it's like he's got a, he's got friends in low places, right?
It's about politics, right? He kisses the right ass cheeks. And he's basically friendly with the top 3 people at Paramount, it sounds like. So, and you got that kind of clout. It must go a long way. And again, Kurtzman's one of those that's in the same place as JJ. A lot of the things that he does, there's always an excuse for when it's a failure, right?
Yeah.
The Mummy, you can blame it on Tom Cruise. And the same thing with Star Trek. He can blame it on Kurtzman for a while, and then everything else is like they don't even see the problems anyway. But even Clarice, they could we clearly didn't have Hannibal, that's why it failed. It's not his fault. That's the thing, is he can hide behind that kind of crap. But it's the same thing with JJ. Like I said, he made a great escape from Star Trek when the getting was good, right? Like, the worst of Star Trek doesn't lie on him. It's the third film. The third film is what suffered, and that was Justin Lin or whatever his name was that directed that one. And JJ was far, far away from it in a galaxy over at Disney. So I don't see them seeing things the way we do, right? And that's the thing. And if anything, if they do, like I said, it's just they're going to continue to do this just to spite us. It's like I get to a point. No, I get to a point where I'm not fucking kidding, because like you look at things like Geode at the Star Wars end of things, it's like, come on, you guys, they're literally doing this just so we talk about it because nobody else is.
Yeah.
Like who else is talking about Star Trek right now that's actually popular, right? Nobody. But you guys and us are, and when Gary and everybody else used to, we were some of the most popular people talking about it. Nobody else was. So that's what I'm saying, is like they almost need us.
Oh, they do.
And so it gets to a point where it's like they do this shit on purpose. Like, A, just because it's the politics, and B, just so that they can continue to have us talk about it. Because if we don't, they've got nothing. At least with us, there's this, we're the bad guys then, right? They can put the blame on somebody.
Well, I tell you, Geode was an expensive fucking joke to play. Because where is the Lucasfilm story? Where is the Lucasfilm story group now? Who's laughing last?
I mean, come on, they call this shit the High Republic. It's like STD. It's like, how did this get past? All these people, you're fucking trolling us at this. I swear.
No, I talked about this on the Noob Cook. I know how they came up with the High Republic. See, I went to school with these elite fuckers, and they think they're so above other people. That's why they didn't go with Old Republic. They went with High Republic because they want their republic to be above everybody else. They are so I talked about this on the show. I think Kelvin was with me on that show, or somebody was. I know you were here, Doomcock, but that is absolutely. I went to Stanford. I went to the school with these people. I mean, they literally think that they're better than everybody else, and it's an abomination. It's absolutely ridiculous. When in reality, GED, PhD. I mean, shit, I got double degrees. I got all kinds of great schools I went to. But damn, these people actually believe they're better than other people. And that's why when you see the High Republic, you would think they would have caught it, but they're so wrapped up in their own psychosis of superiority that it just oozes out every time.
Well, let me borrow a reference that Superman 82 pointed out in the chat. They need us so they can point a finger at us and say, there he is. There's the bad guy.
Well, I will definitely say that when they made Geode, I mean, they really were opting to make a bolder choice. But ultimately, I think they were taking the fans for granted.
Yeah.
Well, that's,
Oh, there you went again. I
A
didn't
bolder choice, but
bolder
they were they were taking the fans for granted.
Yeah, that's so true. It's so true. No, like they said, these jokes write themselves. It's almost like, do you not realize either that they are that fucking stupid to call it Star Trek Discovery and not think everybody's going to call this STD? You know, like, did you not say, oh, yeah, sure, no, we'll just call it disco. Who the fuck is going to call it disco? and then you set it up for even worse because who doesn't remember Disco Sucks?
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Name me 5 good disco songs right now, please. Besides Staying Alive.
Yeah, no, you got to take that one off. That's it. Well,
we're fucked. Our wash, baby.
But that's the thing about these guys. Yes, they're stupid in so many ways, but they've learned well from the likes of Abrams in that they specifically Bad Robot knows how to play this behind the scenes game very well. Because despite of this, utter garbage they produced, I mean, I guess you could go back. I guess the 2009 Star Trek film is his last, good film. And yet here he is. He's still the king of everything. And oh boy, we want him on our team and all that. And it's people. And of course, one of his alumni of Kurtzman understands this, and the connections are there. And that's that. And they know how to word it. They know how to work that. And of course, they're dealing with other idiots who, of course, all see themselves as upon Mount Olympus looking down. So, yes, they play it very well in that they just can't do anything else besides that, creatively.
And to answer Tom, you have Heart of Glass, Ring My Bell, Funky Town, Dancing Queen, I Will Survive, and Don't Stop Till You Get Enough.
Okay, 2 of those I'm going to take off the list right away.
Well, then I'll add YMCA.
No.
YMCA is one of the best disco songs that has ever been made.
Yes,
I'm not going to
Super
argue
free.
that, but that's not a high bar to set.
You said name 5 disco
I know.
songs
Well, Heart
that
of
were
Glass
good.
doesn't really count. Like, that is so much
Yes,
more
it
than a disco song.
Same
thing with
Blondie herself
Same thing with
called
anything
it
Michael
the height
Jackson
of
did on
disco.
Off the Wall.
Well, there you go.
That was like, okay, disco, hold my beer. Like Michael Jackson.
YMCA is one of the top songs like in the history of planet Earth.
Well, Off the Wall, I will argue, is as disco as some of those songs sound, like that is way, again, above and beyond disco. And Funky Town can't count. It came out too late.
I love disco. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Fucking Staying Alive, More Than a Woman.
I know, I'm kidding.
What
But
about
like,
Donna
there's
Summer?
some great disco songs. Don't get me wrong.
I feel love.
But usually most disco songs that are great are despite themselves, Well, when the Bee Gees have written 90% of the best disco songs,
Yeah, that's why you can't count it. It's like, well, yeah. But that's the thing. It became this big trend, and that's when it died.
And Don't Stop Till You Get Enough. Yeah, it's a kind of a disco song, but that fucking song just transcends disco, man. Like,
Dude, Don't Stop Till You Get Enough is like my taco eating plan.
you can
what I
play
think
that
when I
now,
drink.
and
Make
that
it taco.
still would be
Don't
a
stop
top.
till I eat enough. Oh.
I love that.
Don't stop
I love
till
in
you
the
eat
chat. I love in the chat that Golgo13 remembered, flapping my arms, I began to cluck.
Quack, quack.
Oh,
Look at me!
yeah.
I'm the disco duck!
wasn't that Rick D's?
Disco
Yes.
duck.
Yeah.
Yes, Rick D's the DJ, right?
Yeah, that's
Rick
pretty sad
Dees,
when most
yes.
people remember one of the most songs that most people remember is a parody song.
It's one of the all-time classics of the disco era.
It really is. And by the way, Brian Schiller in the chat says, I don't know if you guys know this, but Geode was fired from the set because he kept coming into work stoned.
Oh.
That's a good one.
That is a good one.
I Was
Stoned.
Made for Loving You by Kiss is probably another great disco song.
I was made for loving you, baby. That's a great
The
stuff, man.
hi-hat is hot. So is that
It's-
guitar.
And it's Raining Men by Paul Schaefer.
It is. It is. He's not wrong.
I didn't know he wrote that, but he also worked very closely with Spinal Tap, getting their music into their
Big Bottom.
Big Bottom, man. That is some great shit. Kevin Stickevers with two $4.99 super chats in a row. Thank you, Kevin Stickevers, who says, forced vaccinations now at Disney. So much for diversity. LOL. Yeah, Kevin, gonna have to start wearing masks at Disneyland again. Apparently, that is coming down the line, folks. It is coming down the line.
It's already a thing.
Dun,
You have to wear them inside, even if it's like a ride or on a ride. You have to wear the masks now. You don't have to wear them outside. Universal is bringing back social distancing, and I'm going to Universal in October, and I'm like, fuck this. This sucks.
Disneyland or Disney World or both?
Both and Universal Studios.
Ooh.
Wow.
Well, let me tell you, here in South Carolina, we haven't seen a mass since Halloween of last yonder year. We got freedom reigning here in South Carolina.
Well, there you go. Not even on Halloween.
In this state here, we're America.
Damn right. Preach, mofo, preach. And Till All Are One has renewed their channel membership at the Dumentide level. Thank you, Till All Are One. I really appreciate you, my friend. Hail. And Red Wolf Corp revamped with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Red Wolf Corp revamped says, are you going to talk about Transformers War on Cybertron and its obligatory gay romance? Check out Memeology's channel. Jesus Christ, man.
Is that another one of those?
Yeah, it's going to be Transformers is two snaps up for Transformers, man.
That can't be serious.
Yeah.
That apparently that Memeology is claiming that indeed there's going to be rampant gayness in
one of the characters is lesbian, I guess.
But they're robots.
I know, it makes no fucking sense whatsoever.
They're robots. You might as well say your toaster's gay.
So it's actually going to be one of the robots. I was thinking they were going to have some human characters in there and they were going to be gay.
No, I guess it's one of the robots.
One of the robots.
But I will tell you, Doomcock, my toaster is pretty fucking sus.
Really? Is it?
Yeah.
Is it really? Well, I got a question for you. How can you tell when your toaster is gay? When you put your toast in, it thanks you.
Nice.
That's what it is. That's what it is. Thank you. Andrew 46 and 2 with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Andrew. Says R.I.P. Star Trek. Die long and fester. Pretty much, man. Pretty much. That's what we are. And Sirac of Vulcan with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Sirac. Says Kurtzman wasn't interviewed for this story. Weird.
I think he
fucking wrote it.
Yeah, he did pretty much write it.
I wouldn't be surprised.
And yeah, I got an alternative to your joke as well, Doomcock. How do you know your toaster's gay? Is when you get your toast come out and it goes, it's toast instead of toast.
When you take it out, it's pre-buttered.
It's toast.
Toast. Gay robots. I can't understand. I don't know. I don't know, man.
Well,
I mean,
3PO was the original gay robot, I guess. So
he's not gay. There is no gay. Shit, he never tried to sit on R2D2.
He got pretty jealous when R2 was sticking his you-know-what into a,
Plug in R2. Oh, you never do that to me at home, do you?
You know better than to trust a strange computer.
That's right. He did get a bit annoyed. Grand Second Fleet Actual with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Second Fleet Actual. Says, let it be said that I love Janeway, so they can't claim it is about women in charge. And Cisco was my favorite captain. Yes, sir. I have heard from many, many folks that believe that Cisco is their favorite captain, and God bless them. I absolutely can see that. For me, it's James T. Kirk, but I do love Cisco. As I used to love Picard, but not anymore, man. I honest to God, it's just fucking killed my love of Picard. Just killed it. I can never go back to respecting Picard. I don't know. Maybe someday the memory will fade, but senility can be the key. Maybe at some point, but for me,
I think the problem with Picard is we all put too much faith in Patrick Stewart. And it's one of those things you got to remember. Just because these people are the stars of the show does not mean they're fans. And it does not mean they watch it. And it does not mean they understand it.
Tom, I saw that interview of Picard from years ago where he says he never watched any of the episodes. And I'm like, what? I mean...
I'm not surprised. It is not in his...
I mean, I saw that interview where he said that. I'm just like, oh my God.
Are you kidding? Star Trek is too straight for Patrick Stewart.
No.
I don't know, man. It's
but that's
it's
very
just sad.
Common.
Yeah, that is very common.
Almost no actors watch the shows that they're in. I'm friends with some of the people from Farscape, and they never saw an episode because they were just working too hard. And when they had time off, they just didn't bother to watch it. And Shatner used to claim for years he never watched Star Trek. And Doomcock and I have even talked about this on an occasion that Doomcock knows more about Kirk than Shatner does, because Shatner just saw it as lines he had to remember, marks he had to hit, and people he had to punch.
Right. Don't you think that's changed?
Shirts he had to rip.
No, I think that's changed in recent years, though, because he definitely went through a period of self-analysis and discovery where he resisted the fact that was his main claim to fame, and then he went through a not transformative. Why did I say this? You guys got me saying transformer.
Well, I think Shatner gravitated more towards the movie version of Kirk than he did probably the original show when it was on. Because I can understand why a lot of these actors aren't into a lot of the shit they're in sometimes, especially when it's a sci-fi show or something that they would feel is beneath them in a way, in quotations. I'm not saying it is, but I'm just saying, because you got to remember, a lot of these fuckers think that they're just like above it all, like they think they should be in Shakespeare, right? And a lot of them, so again, I can understand where certain, it's no different than certain actors when they're in a Friday the 13th movie. Sure, they're not going to show up to the fucking premiere. You think they want to remember that? We love that shit because we eat it up, but nobody's really proud that they were in one of those movies usually, unless you're Corey Feldman. I mean,
did you just say Corey Feldman?
Yeah, he's the only one who gives a shit that he was in one of those movies. Outside of Kane Hodder, who actually has a reason to be proud. You know what I mean? Because he was Jason, but
there is.
But that's the nature. Crispin Glover wants to acknowledge that he was in
I wonder if in the future Sonequa Martin Green will admit she was in Star Trek Discovery or just conveniently forget.
She would probably rather admit she was in Space Jam 2.
Oh man.
Boy, that was a terrible film.
Well, she played.
I didn't see it.
All she did was yell at men through the whole fucking thing. So
it's just like STD.
Yeah.
So basically, that really
same attitude. That's where I'm like, where are all these people saying she's a great fucking actress from? Because I'm like, it's
Mars.
She's playing the same exact part she always done. Stern fucking face, yelling and screaming, and the same fucking kind of nuances and stuff. It's like, I don't see it, but Space Jam 2 was a fucking garbage movie, so I guess that's not saying.
Bro, I couldn't even finish that crap.
Wow.
It is arguably the worst movie of the decade so far.
Really? Wow. I didn't bother to see it. So
I mean, I'll forgive stupid shit that has no budget. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
You know, other stupid things sometimes, but that movie was almost mean-spirited in a way. Somebody put out there it's I can't remember who said it, but somebody said the movie basically hates itself.
Yeah.
And it does. It feels that way because it's so much, not so much itself, but it hates the original because it tries so hard to build up LeBron James as. Oh,
what the fuck was that?
A drum.
Douglas hit a drum, I think.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
Who was that? Was that Douglas?
Yeah, that was me.
King LeBron got pissed or something.
LeBron is here with me right now.
He's
not happy what he's here.
The Lion King or some shit.
That
Anyway.
did sound pretty
Well, the
cool,
film was
though, I have to say.
Yeah, I was like, whoa.
Space Jam was just a deep dive into all the Warner properties. They crossed into Mad Max and into Harry Potter and just everything that they could mine from the Warner Bros. And that's what they call them now, the Warner Bros. They dug into. And it was, a Superman animated series they dug in. It just went on and on and on. And it had no creativity. I worked on the first Flintstone movie. And what we did was there were 25 writers in a fucking bungalow, and we were watching movie, VHS tapes of the Flintstones, and they were writing down gags. And that's kind of what this Space Jam movie feels like. It's just like we came up with a bunch of gags. We didn't care if we had any connective tissue between them. We just did one after another and after another.
Yeah.
Well, at least the Flintstone movie, I'll give you this guy's much. I actually enjoy it. It actually feels like a Flintstone episode come to life. It feels like the people made it liked the Flintstones at least.
Yes,
Yeah.
and it's my part on it was I had just got done working for Henson, and they needed somebody that knew, because he was going to make all the creatures. They needed somebody to go, hey, can you do this? Can Henson do this? And it's like a pig under the sink. Absolutely, $5,000. And then somebody came out like, can they do the lawnmower with the lobsters? And I'm like, well, that's a little more complicated, but it probably can be done. And I would guide them to, you can do this or you can do that. And the one thing they wanted more than anything was the monkeys collecting the bowling pins. And I'm like, that's $100,000 or CGI. I said, but what we end up doing is taking the lobsters and making multiples of them, and the lobsters pick up the bowling pins. And everyone goes, oh, it's kind of a cool gag, and it works really well, and it's well edited. Like you never see a lobster grab onto a pin. They're just, you see them lifting them up. And that's what I was doing, is like saying, yes, you could do this for this amount. No, you can't fucking do that.
So did you work with the Henson Company while they worked on Ninja Turtles?
Yes, and I worked with Leaf, the guy who plays Donatello, and he and I hadn't seen each other for like 20 years. And I saw him at a con, and he remembered me because he and I had we were at New York, and we were both kids at the time, kind of, in New York, in the worst snowstorm New York had seen in a long time. And we both were going to learn Henson's puppetry at the same time. And we were the only two that showed up.
You're talking about Leaf Tilden, of course, but yeah.
Yeah. And thank you. I'm not great with names anymore. And we were the only two that showed up. So we got a royal treatment from Henson and Oz on how to do puppetry and stuff. And some of the stuff I liked and some of it I didn't. And Leaf was the same way. But he's a really great director now.
And Leaf, actually, for those you guys have seen him, he's got one of the better speaking parts as far as one of the Henson guys in the movie. In the second film, he's the one who's pissing and moaning just before Shredder shows up, when he's like, this was our fallback spot and all that kind of stuff, and he's banging shit on the table. That's Leaf there. But yeah, no, I would love to dig into your brain about that. I don't want to waste this show for that, but that's cool, man.
No, it is very cool. Kelvington's got 50 million stories, and I'm grateful for every one of them. Hail Kelvington!
Thank you, sir. I'm just old as fuck. That's all.
Stephen Glenn with 2 super chats in a row, a $20 super chat and a $5 super chat. God bless you, Stephen. Thank you for those. And he says, the socialists in this country want to destroy every aspect of heroes, even those of Star Trek and others. An underlying current to wipe out all sense of heroes, so no one will have an example of standing against cancel culture. I think that's fucking spot on, man. I think that is absolutely spot on. They are like a hive mind kind of a bunch. I mean, this movement, SJWs and so on, are very hive mindish, and they don't like individuals towering above other individuals as heroes do. They don't like individuals that achieve things. They don't like individuals that display individuality and fortitude and heroism, because they lack those things, and they are antithetical to the kind of forced equality of outcome that they want everyone to have to adhere to.
Yeah.
I mean, all of us believe in equality of opportunity for people. Yeah. Absolutely. Everyone should be treated as worthy of respect and have the same opportunities as everyone else, but having equality of outcome, that is a big problem. And unfortunately, heroes are antithetical to this SJW woke wanker rhetoric.
Yep.
Well, this has all just become Harrison Bergeron. There's a little three-page story called Harrison Bergeron. It's about everyone having to be equal. So you have a girl who's a ballerina, and she's kind of good at what she does. But in order for a boy to be a ballerina, that he has to wear weights and he has to hear a buzzing sound every 20 seconds so that he can't be as good as her. He can only be equal to her. And we are literally trying to make society be Harrison Bergeron.
Well said. Yeah, it's kind of gotten to that point, hasn't it? And Stephen Glenn says, "Hail to Overlord DVD, Tom, Mexican Iron Man, my son Nick, and the rest of the panel." Oh, that's Stephen Glenn. That's Nicholas Glenn's dad.
Yeah, he said it in the private chat, but you must not have saw it earlier. Sorry about that.
Well, I knew his dad was here, but I didn't put the last name together. That was dumb. Hail, Stephen Glenn. Mr. Glenn, your son is awesome, isn't he?
By the way, Steven is freaking awesome and amazing. When I would do the Echo Base Network shows, he is freaking hilarious. Awesome.
Damn. That is super cool. Hail, Nicholas Glenn. Hail, Stephen Glenn. And honored to have you here, my friend. Thank you. And Stephen Glenn also says, remember that much of this is a propaganda machine to make us hate our culture. I don't disagree. I really think there's a fundamental hatred and antipathy towards Western culture because they blame Western culture for all the fucking ills in the world, and they want to go ahead and ruin us, undermine us from within.
It's problematic.
pretty much.
I mean, it sounds fun, but no, that's the way they see it. It's like, it's the part of it is they want to drive us away. And the other part is they got to fix it. That's what they see. They think they're doing. They think they're fixing it. You know? No, I'm not kidding. I know it sounds.
No, I know,
stupid,
but it makes me sick. It makes me sick. I mean, what is their what fucking civilization can they point to and say, now that's a good one? Russia? China?
I bet you it's a communist one.
I bet you it is.
It just never works.
It never works.
No.
Well,
and it founded on Marx, who was a lazy piece of crap, deadbeat dad loser who borrowed money from everybody and basically looked like a homeless piece of crap and never had any money. And he was an awful father. He was an awful human being and wanted everything for free. It is no different then than it is now.
Uh-huh. Yep. Well, I tell you, Stephen Glenn, I'm not going anywhere, and I'm not going to hate our culture, and I'm not going to stop standing against cancel culture, so their efforts are wasted on me. I'm no weak-minded fool that's going to be taken by some fucking SJW nonsense like that. It just ain't going to happen. But I'd like it if they'd hold their breath waiting for it to happen, because then they'd pass out and croak. Nicholas Horton with a 5-pound super chat. Hail, Nicholas Horton says, hail, Doomcock. Those were some great epic rants so far. Thank you, Nicholas Horton. Yeah, we really had a good wake here. I really think so. I mean, I think we've cheered people up and gotten some good jokes in and had some laughs even amid our wailing and gnashing our teeth and rending our garments. I mean, shit. We're acting about as good as you possibly could on these things. Fantastic Mr. Knox with a $5 Australian super chat. Thank you, Fantastic Mr. Knox says, how to ruin Star Trek even more. Give Alex Kurtzman a 9-figure deal. Then they will complain why we don't watch their new crap. Yeah, they drive us away. They spit in our face. They hate us. They want us to go away, and then they complain when their ratings are low. You go fuck yourselves, you pieces of shit. James Tiberius Kirk himself. Wow. I didn't know James Tiberius Kirk was Australian, but these are two $20 Australian super chats in a row. Hail, James Tiberius Kirk. And he says, Kirk here, stopping in to say good day, Overlord DVD. The Enterprise is about to leave on another 5-year mission. Spock says hello. Live long and prosper. And he says, coming to you from Australia, drinking beer in lockdown. I have City on the Edge of Forever playing in the background. Love your channel, Doomcock. Cheers, mate. Peace and long life. Thank you, James Tiberius Kirk himself. We got JT Kirk. We got James Tiberius Kirk. It's kind of like I don't know, like a Star Trek version of Field of Dreams. If you build it, Kirks will come. And we've got many Captain Kirks in the chat tonight, and I'm very delighted. Thank you, captains. Really appreciate it. T Neil 89 with a $10 super chat. Where's the captain? Captain and T Neil 89 says, perhaps there's a distinction that doesn't even need to be said, but I'd counter that blaming the fans doesn't actually grant the perpetrators a victory. At best, it only delays their defeat. I would agree with that. I mean, look, we're at war here, basically, a war for the soul of our civilization. And while there are casualties and losses and tragic damage that is being done, in the end, we will prevail because, I cannot see, guys, can you see a future where people are gladly shelling out lots of money for this woke content? Is that ever going to happen in our lifetimes?
No.
No.
This is completely unsustainable.
I
Eventually
think
it collapses. Eventually it collapses. It's taken it longer than I would have thought on some of these, but by now they should be showing some results. There should be Michael Burnham toys everywhere, and
yeah,
but it's not. It didn't happen. It's not going to happen, and so no, they can't.
Well,
this collapses at some point.
I'm not saying it won't collapse at some point, but that doesn't mean that it necessarily won't resurface at some point in the future. It just depends on how indoctrinated this fucking generation is.
Yeah. But they won't have any money, Tom.
No, you're not wrong there, but I mean,
the problems that we have are with the generation that's in Hollywood right now. The absolute younger ones that are just coming up now are not anywhere near as wokey.
I hope not.
They're not.
I really do, but
it doesn't take much. You understand? I mean, you could have an overwhelming backlash to it, but it doesn't require a whole lot, and they could still run this scam. But somebody's got to have the. See, a lot of this they're burning on money from people like ourselves who thought, oh, we're going to get some cool new stuff. We're going to get new Star Wars. We're going to get new Star Trek and Doctor Who and all that, and now it's running on fumes. So going forward, who does that for them?
You got me. I don't know.
Yeah. So
I don't know. Winter's coming. There's some things in the economy happening that are very scary. And I've been telling all my clients to prepare brutally. In fact, this is the first time I've done this since 2007 or 8 with my clients. I'm going to have a system-wide call, all clients on a Zoom call. And I'm going to give them some warnings of what I see in the economics, because I believe winter is coming, and it's going to be a dark economic winter.
It's unstoppable at this point, in my opinion. So
it is, and it doesn't. This culture war stuff doesn't help, because there's another thing too that happens, which is that when these fuckers fuck with our culture wars and with this type of properties, we're now not spending money on things that then reinforce our cultural, the tenets of our culture, the tenets of what we find and what we gain joy in, from in different fandoms. And when that is then taken away, that also, guess what, has a huge economic effect of stopping the economy in a completely different way. I went to the movie theater the other day, and to see so few workers there, certainly to see so few fans there. And I got to tell you, I saw the Forever Purge at the recommendation of Paulie from Latino Slant, who made me go. And because I don't normally see scary movies or weird horror movies. I love the movie. Great. Just love the movie. But, I actually got service in the seats. They brought out it wasn't even one of those theaters that brings you service normally, but and I said, hey, you don't have to bring me my hot dogs. They're like, hey, we're just glad you're here. And I thought about that. And you know what? This stuff, these SJW folks don't have any idea that what they're doing is they're stealing their own economic fate.
Yeah.
And it's an unsustainable business model. They still believe we're in the 60s where they're going to put something out and we're going to watch it. But every day another service arrives, and another way, another YouTube popular person comes and splits the viewing public up. Doomcock has more views on any of his videos, by far, by 10, by 20 times than Star Trek Prodigy had likes. They may say they had, 4 million views, but they had 1,000 likes. and that happens, get thousands of views. So this business model of putting stuff out against other services is not going to last. At some point, there's going to be a breaking point where somebody does something on YouTube or somebody does something on one service, and it's just going to break the system.
Yeah, and it might be sooner than they would have thought, because as Mexican Iron Man pointed out, there's some dark times coming. Sooner or later, the hammer comes down, and you can't, not to get too far afield, but you can't keep printing money to get out of it, all that sort of thing. So companies like that. So Kurtzman got his deal, but then again, if there's no CBS studios, he won't be able to make his Star Trek. So there's that.
And we may see that coming, and it would be richly deserved. I just wish the rest of civilization wasn't going down with them, but
well, in a way, it might be. I mean, I'm telling you, there's some serious things afoot. So
yeah.
But I don't want to get your channel
no.
off.
Maybe we'll talk about it.
We talk about here. That's a different channel topic.
Yeah, that's that's probably another video platform.
Yeah, entirely.
At this point, but still,
entirely. But maybe we'll talk later, Mexican Iron Man. I'd be interested to know what you see coming at some point.
Sure, brother.
Chaos Oi, thank you for the Duma coin in the chat. Appreciate it, Chaos Oi. Phoenix Argus with a $20 Australian super chat. Hail to thee, oh great and mighty Phoenix Argus, who says Brian Fuller's interview from October 2016 basically flags the death of Star Trek. It is right there. STD is a reboot of a reboot. Potato Revan exposed me to the perversion of lore, the stupidity, and I'm still fracking pissed. We should all be pissed. That's why I always end my videos, stay angry, because, that's not like an urging to stress yourself out or be bitter or anything of the kind. But anger is a great antidote to complacence. And that's why I keep saying it, because complacence is the thing that Hollywood wants us to have more than anything else. Just go ahead and accept it. Go ahead and take it. Bend over and eat your slop like a good little piggy at your fucking trough. That's what I fight against. Indifference, ennui, complacence. That's the kind of thing. That's why I say stay angry. Not to give you a heart attack, but just to keep you alert and engaged. Not a banned account. With a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Not a Banned Account. Says Janeway is responsible. I already read that one because you had to go. That's right. Thank you, Not a Banned Account. Jack White with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Jack. Says watch or read One Piece already. Panel, the first 130 episodes are on Netflix. 130 episodes. There's been something like 26 seasons or some shit of One Piece. I tell you, more people, Jack, are turning to anime and manga, and God bless them, man. When your own, culture and pop culture lets you down, go to that of another. I'm really enjoying I Am a Hero right now, which is a great manga. It's just fantastic. Published by Dark Horse. They are publishing anthologies of it, and is definitely worth checking out. Right now, I understand from one of the editors over at Dark Horse that they're about to reprint and redistribute I Am a Hero, and I would actually advise all of you to go and check it out, because it's a great original take on the zombie genre, and I think it's about the scariest damn comic book I've ever read.
Which one?
It's called I Am a Hero.
I Am a Hero. Okay.
And man, it is good. I'm telling you, I'm giving you my personal stamp of approval on that. Ray Young 74 with a £5 super chat. Thank you, Ray Young. Says, quote, my name is Alex Kurtzman, hack of hacks. Look on my works, ye fanboys, and despair. Thank you, Ray Young 74. I think he thinks that. I don't know. Who gives a shit? This is pathetic. I would be absolutely humiliated. I would be embarrassed as fuck to show my face in public if I ever wrote anything that shamefully abysmal. Just straight up. I would be absolutely embarrassed to leave my fucking house having written shit like Sonar in Space and garbage like that. I just fucking would be humiliated. Lawn Ninja with a $5 New Zealand super chat. Thank you, Lawn Ninja, says Hail Panel. The Lawn Ninja is ready to do your bidding, Overlord Doomcock. Whose lawn should I subvert first? Well, shit. I'm going to say his initials are AK, and you can take from that what you will, Lawn Ninja. Subvert AK's lawn. I think that would be pretty funny. And Jack White with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Jack. Says the problem is that Hollywood is out of touch and that they keep hiring activists and political people to write and run their stuff. Yeah. And when you have, political hacks dominating your culture instead of writers and artists, what do you have? Do you have art? No. You have propaganda. That's what you have. Thank you, Jack White. James Tiberius Kirk with a $50 Australian super chat. Captain Kirk, you've earned your pay for the week and consider yourself a producer of Pop Culture Breakdown Live. And he says, Star Trek, the original series, was always quite liberal. However, it never preached to its audience. Rather, it would propose an idea, a situation, or conundrum, and left it to the viewer to judge. It was serious writing and social commentary. I agree entirely. Roddenberry tried to do what Jonathan Swift did in the adventures of the travels of Gulliver's Travels, using analogy and metaphor to make points that he could not get out in public at the time. And I just think it's noble. And it's a lesson that these idiots have not at all learned. Jack White with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Jack White. Says, I mean, Sana Ammett, whose family has deep ties to the Clintons and the Obamas, has no business running Marvel Comics. And the CO cell of Bad Robot, who is Ms. Obama's former personal assistant. The co-CEO, I see, of Bad Robot, who is Miss Robot, Obama's former personal assistant. Jack, man, I don't know a lot about that, but I don't know, man. I would not be surprised. Thank you for that.
Overlord, I hate to interrupt you, but I got to go because I got to walk the dog and I still got to go. I got to be up by 7 a.m. in 5 hours.
Oh, shit. Thank you, Mexican Iron Man. You have done an exemplary job, sir.
Thanks, you, brother. I would love to stay till the end, but I gotta go. So
I totally understand. Is there anything you would like to tell the audience or plug or sell or anything?
Just, I think the biggest announcement we have involves Tom with Midnight's Edge. Andre and Tom are going to, and Paulie announced the other day, which Overlord, you're obviously going to get an invite to, which is that we got Danny Trejo at the end of the month, and then the first week in September, we're going to have on the main channel Edward James Olmos, who's going to talk sci-fi only. So that's breaking news. And I'd love to have you part of that as well.
I would love to be part of that.
I'm exec producing both shows, and I want to. And Tom's done an amazing job of being a mentor to Paulie at Latino Slant, and he's and you can find me with Tom. I don't know why, but I think one of these days he's gonna get sick of me sleeping on the sofa. But yeah, I'm on Thursdays with Tuesdays and Thursdays.
It kind of smells like you now, so.
Wait a minute, what does that mean? It smells like me. What it smells Mexican?
No, I mean it just smells like you. So even when you're not there, you're still there.
Why are you even smelling the cushions when I'm not on your sofa?
It's not that I have to smell it. Just you get like within 5 feet.
He smells his couch because he doesn't have access to your bicycle seat, Mexican.
Whoa! Oh no!
It's just the smell of like sweat and Fritos. I don't know.
I love the smell of Mexican Iron Man in the morning.
No, that's the smell of old nacho.
Yeah, okay, there we go.
Oh wow, he cleared
that makes sense. That makes sense.
I just figured it was feet, so.
Well, it could be.
God.
Maybe
I'm picking on him. I bet you that I'm much more of a pig than Mike ever could be.
I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know what to say. I'll stay out of this and just say thank you, Mexican Iron Man. You get some sleep, brother, and thank you for being on the show tonight.
Thanks, brother. Love you guys all. Kelvin 10, love you. Douglas, love you. Thanks so much for the Twitter DM. Tom, Tom, you know I love you, stalk you, / love being your guest co-host, whatever the hell I am.
I love you too. Mike.
You know, I do. Tom has me on Midnight Edge After Dark for diversity and inclusion, and I'll take it. You know, I'll take it.
Amen.
All right, brother. Good night, my
Include
brother, and I'll be in touch
diversity,
with you on
so.
anything you want. Love you. Be good.
Good night, Mexican
Good
Iron
night.
Man. Have a good week, my friend.
Later. Bye.
And then there were 4.
The 4 horsemen.
I will run you motherfuckers into the ground. I'll be the last cock standing in this cavalcade of Irish wake. All right, let's press on. We don't actually haven't got that much left. Golgo 13 with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Golgo. Says execute directive 24. 2-hour countdown. A taste of Armageddon is what needs to be executed against CBS Viacom Paramount et al. What a poop show. It is a poop show, Golgo 13. It is a poop show. Well said, my friend. I hope you're having fun. I hope everybody's having fun on this edition of Pop Culture Breakdown Live. I think it's been a great show tonight, and I have had fun. And I want to thank all of you for being here tonight, and all of the panelists have been absolutely brilliant. I've laughed my ass off. This has been a lot of fun for a wake. And Chris Mayo with a $20 super chat. Thank you, Chris. Says F. Kevin Smith in the B. I think a lot of fans feel that right now. I think they do. And Chris Mayo adds with another $20 super chat. Thank you, Chris, for both of those very generous super chats. Hail to Chris Mayo. And he says, I'd rather spend my money on you than these crap movies. Chris, I appreciate it. The channel appreciates it. It helps us to keep going, keep the lights on, and keep fighting the good fight. Thank you, Chris Mayo. You rock, Chris. And Rod Thunderheart, talk of rockin' Rod Thunderheart with a $5 Canadian super chat and a $2 Canadian super chat in a row. Thank you, Rod Thunderheart. He says, hail, my liege. Hail, guests. Has anyone been watching the Olympics? The Canadian women are kicking ass. Canada qualified 2 teams in the quarterfinals. Whoops. Canada kicking butt in beach volleyball. I was watching the Olympics, and then Djokovic completely collapsed. He lost, I think, to Zverev, and then he fucking lost the bronze medal match to Pablo Carrera Busta. Shit. Incredibly disappointing Olympics for me. So I'm just saying that. Oh, and by the way, that gymnast that dropped out, Simone Biles. Yeah.
Biles.
People have been giving her a lot of shit, and I learned something from Joe Rogan that I did not know. Apparently, Simone Biles has ADHD, and she medicates it with drugs that are banned in Japan. So she didn't quit because she was too stressed out or because she was upset about her performance. She quit because they made her get off of her medication. And this is like not optional medication. It's not like recreation. It's she needs it to keep her head on straight. And the fact that the poor woman went over there and could not perform up to her standards, it's no fucking surprise. And I just think it's a disgrace that Japan would not make allowances on a prescribed medication that just happens to be illegal there for God knows what fucking reason, that wouldn't let her compete. I think that's a goddamn travesty, and I feel very sorry for her. And people that are giving her shit about being a quitter or something should cut it out. She had a legitimate reason, and I just feel very sorry for her. I just wanted to throw that out there. It's bad. Jimmy Fingers with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Jimmy. Says, I've been having a really hard time trying to spank the monkey to this live stream. Well, I would think it would be nigh unto impossible, but I guess to each his own, man. I don't know. I'm sorry. Hail Jimmy Fingers. And that's why I call him Jimmy Fingers, because he's always fingering something.
Are you holding it down?
I guess I don't know, man. I don't know. Spank the monkey. Spank the monkey. Wasn't that a song by The Clash? Spank the monkey, spank the monkey. Now that's Der Kommissar, right? No,
yeah, and I think you're thinking of Shock the Monkey by
Yeah, you gotta Peter Gabriel, right?
Gabriel. Yeah,
Peter Gabriel.
You
Yeah.
know you gotta spank the monkey. Yeah. Okay, Jimmy Fingers. Good luck with that. Phantom Boomer with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Phantom Boomer says, hey, I'm still awake. Hey, so are we, but not much longer. Chris Mayo again, sir. Hail Chris Mayo with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Chris. Says Geode is rock hard. And apparently so is Jimmy Fingers, but he's having a hard time here. I don't know. I don't know what to say to that. I'm speechless. Thank you, Chris Mayo. Thank you, Jimmy Fingers. And thank you, Captain James Tiberius Kirk, who has joined the channel membership. We've got Captain Kirk as a member. Hail, James Tiberius Kirk. And thank you, my friend. Thank you very much for joining.
Woo.
Outstanding. And Matt Buffett with a $20 Canadian super chat. Thank you, Matt Buffett. Hail, Matt Buffett. He says, my liege, hail. One needs to drink daily to be able to deal with this shit. I'm not sure there's enough scotch in the world. Cheers, sir. Do not overindulge, Matt Buffett. And if you do, drink plenty of water so you don't have a hangover the next day. But yeah, man, I drink daily. I drink daily. I drink all the time because you need it as life goes on and more woke shit takes over. Thank you very much, Matt Buffett. Jack Prefortis with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Jack. Says, hail, Doomcock. Just grabbed my extra stout Guinness. Got comfortable, and I'm ready to crack a cold one open with the boys on your command, my lord. Jack Prefortis, the word is given. You may crack that cold one away and enjoy. Drink it fast, though, because the show is almost over. Bello Triggerfish with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Bello. Says, I'm sorry, but after this kind of news, I think Hollywood is done. Love Favloni, but I am about to bow out of entertainment altogether. Hail, my liege. Well, I don't blame you, Bello Triggerfish. I don't blame you at all. It's very disheartening news, but at least I hope that the jokes we've heard tonight have basically taking the sting off a little bit, taking a little bit of the pain away. That's all you can really hope for. And Loam with a $20 Canadian super chat. Thank you, Loam, says Doomcock. You are not the Lord of the world. I am the base of all the earth. Bow to me. No. But thank you, Loam. I think he's got a cool avatar, too, of Daffy Duck. Suffer and succotash. Hail, Loam, and thank you for that super chat. Marcel Dufour with a $5 Canadian super chat. Thank you, Marcel. Says, it's well known that commies infiltrated Hollywood back in the 30s. They've been pushing a Marxist agenda ever since. Yeah, but now it's overt, and now it's getting ugly, and I am not at all happy. And I'm not going to be happy again until this shit is squashed. So it may be a long time, but I'm prepared to stay the course. Michael Smith with a $5 Australian super chat. Thank you. Michael says, my favorite Star Trek line is Spock's mum to Spock. The needs of the one outweigh the needs of the many. I like that quote as well. Thank you very much, Michael Smith, and hail to Spock's mom. And by the way, Spock didn't have a fucking sister. I just want to throw that out there. No fucking sister for Spock. James Tiberius Kirk with a $5 Australian super chat. My new channel member and captain of the Enterprise says, Black Arachnid is lesbian in War for Cybertron on Netflix. Yeah, dude, I don't know what the what the fuck to say.
How? What did they do?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, in this case, it would be literal scissors, wouldn't it?
I guess, yeah, they could transform into scissors.
They transform into scissors? I don't know.
Yeah.
I really, I can't fathom it. But Nicholas Horton tries to explain with a £5 super chat. Thank you, Nicholas. He says, Netflix's Transformers War for Cybertron Kingdom show. The female Transformer Black Arachnia was flirting / crushing on the other female Transformers.
Well, isn't that special?
What?
Transformers is supposed to be a kid show.
It is.
So why are we having sexuality in it?
Because nowadays they gotta indoctrinate. That's what I was saying earlier. They're trying. Did you see that video?
Yeah, but it just makes me. It just. Oh,
they're not even pretending anymore.
Yeah.
Like many people within all these franchises have flat out said it. They have a set goal, so they're just going to keep letting them do it, even to the detriment of the franchise.
What do they have? Do they have Autobots and then Didicticons?
Autoerotic bots.
Well, they looked at the title and they're like, this show's called Transformers. I don't see one trans in it.
Yeah.
There's transmissions everywhere.
That's not what I'm talking about.
No.
They transform, but they don't transform. And that's the problem. That's what they're trying
Optimus
to.
Prime is just a little too alpha.
It's a little too macho.
Yeah.
I really don't like it.
No.
Chief Cook with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Chief. Says the only reason they renew Alex's contract, they have no one to replace him. Who are they going to call? Rick Berman or Ron D. Moore and Ira? Yes. Yes. Fucking Alex Kurtzman could be replaced by Geode, and it would be a much better show.
You could replace Alex Kurtzman with a fucking monkey, and it'd be a better show.
You could replace Alex Kurtzman with a sprig of parsley, and the level of writing would go up by
Honestly,
at least 75%.
You could fire him and not hire anybody else in that position, and the show would be in better position than it is right now.
Yes.
With nobody running the show.
Yes.
Which sounds like the normal thing. So
yes. You could substitute Star Trek Discovery, all of Star Trek Discovery, with just footage in a field of a cow taking a shit. That would be better. It would have more depth. Literally. Point Curation with $2.79 super chats in a row. Thank you, Point Curation, for that. He says, hail all. Develop tradition and make art. Be well. Promo Dominion for all you on Etsy. So Point Curation has sells art on Etsy, and right now, if you go search for Point Curation on Etsy, if you buy anything from him, if you enter the promotional code Dominion, you will get a discount.
I thought you were going to say boner.
A boner. Well, that's old Jimmy Fingers up there.
A boner from the
he's looking for it. Oh dear.
Boner is not guaranteed.
And Loam has done a poor Jimmy Fingers. I tell you, I wish a boner was guaranteed. I'd go for. I don't know. I can't. I'm having a hard time spanking a monkey and all this chicanery and brouhaha. I got to tell you,
I'd rather deal with him than Frankie the Fruit.
Oh, Frankie the Fruit. I got to tell you. Don't. If he tries to give you a little piece of his banana, don't. I know where that banana's been. Jimmy the Fruit, I tell you.
He's always happy to see you.
And
like, pick him
Loam.
up. You got me the first time, Frankie. Not again.
Not again with that one. The banana tastes like shit. Well, there's no surprise given where I keep it. But Loam with a $20 Canadian super chat again. Thank you, Loam. Loam is flipped. Originally, Loam said, Doomcock, you are not the Lord of the world. I am the base of all the earth, and bow to me. So he was being imperious, but now he swung the other way, and he says, sent you a $20 super chat earlier. No reply. Well, it took me a while. You are the Lord of the world. I am dirt, the world. Boy.
Wow.
He's come to terms with it.
Man. Loam, brother. You are awesome. You're not dirt. You're awesome, dude. Love you,
That
bro.
was a fast 180.
Well, he
It
said
was,
he
man.
heard,
Woo!
so-
It
He's
was
had a
rhetorical
transformative moment.
whiplash. And the Blank Podcast with Ian Slater with a $2 super chat. Thank you. The Blank Podcast says, how did Kurtzman pull this off? F and A. Ian, I don't know. I really honestly don't know how he pulled it off. It's kind of a miracle of suck. Beth Arstead with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Beth. Says, Harvey, so much doom and gloom, so a dark joke. Cannibal, noun. Someone who is fed up with people. Thank you for that definition of cannibal, Beth. And I'm sorry I didn't get to read that before you went to bed, but I'm be sure to send you some birthday greetings on Tuesday for your birthday, and at which point I'll thank you again for that. Thank you, Beth. Jack Perry with a $9.99 super chat. Thank you, Jack. Says, so true about the elitism. I went for a Bachelor of Science degree at a local college, not a university, yet my degree was 1/5 the total cost and zero college debt. But I'm called the idiot and not worthy of $60,000 of debt. Yeah. Elitism, man. It is out there. There's no doubt about it. I don't know that these people, they pretend to be friends of the common man, but they're anything but. And we got a few more super chats here, and then we got to wrap this up, guys. Tennille89 with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Tennille. Says, regarding the lunacy of Kurtzman's contract and its motivation, never attribute to malice that which can also adequately be explained by stupidity. Words to live by. Absolutely. Lenrod with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Lenrod. Says, another great panel. My weekend is officially complete. Also, check your email yet? No, I have not, Lenrod. I need to do that. I'll try and do that at the end in a few minutes here. And 32 Flavors of Nick Weiser with a $3 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Says, is Overlord Blu-ray your final form? What people don't seem to realize, I thought it would be painfully obvious, but Overlord DVD, it stands for Dictor Van Doomcock.
What?
It does, but I always thought it'd be more clever if you did it DVD Overlord, because then it could be a double meaning. But you never really got into reviewing DVDs or anything, so it don't matter.
I just talk about them, but yeah, I mean,
yeah, you know what I mean. Like it could have been, but like,
but it weren't. But that's okay.
It works now. It's stuck, so it doesn't matter.
It's stuck. DVD Overlord. I like Overlord DVD.
It does have a better ring to it. I agree.
And T-Man Wolf with a $20 super chat. Very generous, T-Man Wolf. Thank you, says Hail. Growing up in a woke generation has been painful. So many family and friends don't see past the propaganda and entertainment, though I no longer feel isolated due to this channel. Long live Lord Doomcock. Thank you, T-Man Wolf. Do not despair. Do not give in. Do not give up. Hang in there, brother. Listen, I know it sucks, but we'll get through this together somehow. I've got you guys. I've got Tom. I've got Mexican Iron Man Kelvington. I got Douglas Nelson. So many great people. Cameron Pashaw, Raquel Briggs. I mean, just God, all my wrenches, all of you out there in the chat. I am a very, very, very fortunate overlord indeed to have you guys as my friends, and I love you all. Thank you. Phoenix Argus with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Phoenix. He says, Brian Fuller informed me of the disaster that would be Star Trek Discovery. Doomcock would have reaffirmed that information. Hail Doomcock for writing Star Trek 09, Star Trek Into Darkness, and being a producer for Star Trek Discovery. Kurtzman can eat it. I agree. Kurtzman has not helped a damn thing. Jesus Christ. I do not understand how anybody could expect Strange New World, Picard, Lower Decks, Section whatever the fuck it is. Look, when a dog, it doesn't matter if you feed a dog Purina or filet mignon. What's going to come out the other end is always going to be the same. If it's the same dog. And you know what? It's Kurtzman Trek. no matter what spin they put on it, what new show, what new cast, how much money they spend, it's always going to be a big pile of dog shit on your lawn. And that's all it will ever be, because it's the same fucking dog doing the same fucking trick. And that's just the end of it. Sorry. Jack Pray Fortis with a $2 super chat. Thank you. Jack says, cold one is cracked, my lord. Cheers, Doomcock. Cheers to you, buddy. I'll drink the last of my drink here. Tullamore Dew. I'm going to be paying the price tomorrow. And Solid Gamer 1998 with a $5 super chat says, when I saw Geode, I said, what the shiest is this kind of crash grab? Hail Solid Gamer 98. What the shiest? I know. I feel the same way. Well, guys, I want to thank you for being here tonight. You were a fantastic panel. I hope y'all had fun. Did y'all have fun?
Yeah, absolutely, sir.
Good, man.
Considering it was awake, I had as much fun as I ever have at awake.
And you weren't even drinking, were you?
No, I'm not much of a drinker. So
not much of a drinker, but you indulge in other forms of recreation. Is that not?
Yeah, I like to poke my brain with Q-tips and other things to make it stop hurting so much.
Well, I am glad that you are here tonight, Tom. Douglas Nelson, God bless you, brother.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I was having a very bad day today. I won't go into the details on top of all of this. Yeah. I still got to deal with that tomorrow morning.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, what are you going to do? But yeah, I had a great time. This, despite it was awake, but do enjoy the back and forth.
I had a blast. Kelvington, you did a great job, man. A fantastic job. Thank you.
Oh, you're always welcome. You know, every time I meet a female Star Trek fan I always say, your mouth says shields up, but your eyes say a hull breach is imminent.
And does that work?
Every single fucking time.
Wow.
I'm going to convention. I'm going to dust that off. Your eyes say shields up, but your mouth says hull breach imminent. Is that the line?
Yes, sir.
I love it.
I have a Doctor Who one too, but it's so good I don't tell anybody because it works so well that it would be like that joke in Monty Python that kills people. My Doctor Who line is
the
so
funniest
perfect.
joke in the world.
Exactly. My Doctor Who line is so perfect and sexy, it has never failed.
Wow.
Oh.
All my lines worked wonderfully on all the hookers in Vegas. I just
you couldn't lose.
They ate them up. I was just like, shit, this is easy.
I'm envious. I need to dust these things off and try them myself.
And the more you pay them, the more they laugh and love your jokes.
Wow.
Your dick is the biggest ever.
They said that to you too?
How much did it cost? How much did it cost?
All of my money.
I could give you the price list. I actually know it by heart.
Oh my dear. And Bello Triggerfish with a final super chat of $5. Thank you, Bello. Says, I was in quite a bad mood tonight because of this news from CBS. But you, my liege, remind me where I can find my modern entertainment. It's here. DVD. Thank you, Bello Triggerfish. I felt bad too, but my God, you guys have raised my spirits, and I actually had a blast tonight. And I just want to thank everybody who came here, and I ask you to please come back next Sunday for the next edition of Pop Culture Breakdown Live, and Friday Night Frolics as well. Tom, do you have anything you would like to plug?
Besides a hot redhead.
Exactly. Well, that's always the
blonde.
Goes without saying.
Well, redheads aren't allowed anymore.
Or a brunette.
Oh, that's right.
I'm not picky. Just we join us on Midnight's Edge in the morning every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Midnight's Edge After Dark on Midnight's Edge After Dark every Tuesday and Thursday, and occasionally on the weekends we pop up at some point. Other than that, just stay tuned for all our regular entertainment and our special interviews and other goodies. And of course, check out Midnight's Edge Espanol. consider Mike was here earlier, he would yell at me if I didn't bring that up, which is doing amazing. Those guys are kicking ass over there, Paulie and Mike and the crew. So
Yeah.
So other than that, just check out these guys' channels, and if they have them, and if not, I'm just happy to have been able to partake in this wake of Star Trek, a Star Wake, I guess.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And Douglas Nelson, plug your channel, my friend. Could we post Douglas Nelson and gosh, who all left?
At Echo
Base
Base,
Network.
Echo
Post
Base
their
Network.
links as well. Go ahead, Douglas. Tell us about your channel and plug away.
The channel, oddly enough, is named Douglas Nelson.
Well, there you go.
But the main videos are called the Nelson Ratings. That's NAILSIN Ratings, where I talk about this sort of stuff and review. I'm reviewing old Star Trek. I'm down to the last 2 episodes of the original series, and I'm going to go through all of them. Well, not all, of course. I've already done the crap that passes for Star Trek today, but that sort of thing, other shows and whatnot, and current movies and films, and there's other videos I do on there. I also do my own audio plays that are we talk about doing new stuff. That's what I do. They're parodies of Batman and Superman and science fiction and stuff like that. There's also a comic book based on the Night stories over at indieplanet.com. There's 2 issues there if you want to check that out. And there's also the podcast, The Mr. Nelson Show, on radiomisfits.com with new episodes every Saturday that also features the audio plays, among other things. The new episode right now, me and another guy are talking about Pink Floyd. So there you go.
Pink Floyd is awesome.
Pink Floyd's one of my favorite bands. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And I guess we probably ought to have an Irish song for the end of this, don't you think?
Sure.
Absolutely.
Have a little bit of the parting glass as we file out the door here. And let's go ahead and sing a little Irish wake song to send us off into the week. A little song called The Parting Glass, and it goes something like this. Of all the money that e'er I had, I spent it in good company. And all the harm that e'er I've done, alas, it was to none but me. And all I've done for want of wit, to memory now I can't recall. So fill to me the parting glass. Good night and joy be to you all. Of all the comrades that e'er I had, they're sorry for my going away. And all the sweethearts that e'er I had, they'd wish me one more day to stay. But since it fell into my lot that I should rise and you should not, I'll gently rise and softly call, good night and joy be to you all. So fill to me the parting glass, and drink a health whate'er befall. Then gently rise and softly call, good night and joy be to you all. Gently rise and softly call, good night and joy be to you all. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Kelvington. Thank you, Douglas. I had a great time.
Thank you for having us.
And from the center of the earth, this is Dictor Van Doomcock
And Harvey Cthulhu, I didn't get to say much.
and Sabu. Wishing you all, my friends, a wonderful week. Stay safe, stay sane, and above all else, stay angry. Good night, everybody.
Good night.